Guys, I'm learning something. The way you do it is you just hit go live and you figure the rest out along the way. No need to prepare everything and polish everything. Just fuck it, we'll do it live. In the immortal words of Bill O'Reilly, do it live. So that's what we're doing. We're going live and figuring it out. How is everyone doing? Let's start some music. Let's get the chat up. Wow, early stream. I know. I have to stop being a degenerate because now I have to deal with some business concerns for a little while. It's still sunlight. Yeah, what is this? What is it? What is this, Dolly? It's messing up my shot here. It's messing up my shot. All right, hold on. I don't even think my headphones are working. Hold on. No, that's off. Hello, Dolly. How are you? Mic up a touch as always. Thank you, Goldie. There we go. Let's see what's going with the sound. Okay, that should do it. Yeah. Now I got music, got sound, I got chat. I've got too much light. Hello, Math. How are you doing? Oh, Goldie, how are you doing? Dolly, how are you? How is the new year treating you? Goldie, yo. Oh, how are you, Burlap? Yeah, you're all right. You're doing good. You weren't feeling 100% the other day, so I've been thinking about you, dude. Wondering how you been. Good to see you here. Good to see you. Look, what is this? Guys, we had a bunch of more follows yesterday. We're at 388. That's just gone so quick. That's gone so incredibly quick. Oh, I appreciate it. Yeah, man. Hope you're doing good. It's all right, Seb. Still working because I need to fix something in the data set for my report before we go ahead and lock in the data tomorrow. Ooh, data. I like data. I like databases and design for some stupid reason. It's a thing. I'm into it. What is that? What is this? Oh my God. What is this emote? Who made this? When was that made? When is that a thing? I haven't seen that yet. Is that the stupid hat that I was wearing? Goldie did. Oh, Goldie. Thank you, dude. This is because they were playing Night at the Roxbury, right? Night at the Roxbury was on. You know, what's it called? Baby Don't Hurt Me. And you can't not bob your head for that song. Have you guys seen the scene that's from? Hold on. YouTube. And then Night at the Roxbury, Baby Don't Hurt Me. Night at the Roxbury, Baby Don't Hurt Me. That was totally not. It's totally not what I said. Night at the Roxbury, Baby Don't Hurt Me. There we go. Where's the... Oh my God, is that the whole... Where's the... This is the one. They can't play this without the... It's obligatory. It's obligatory. You have to like... Yep. I'm not a big Will Ferrell guy, but this movie gets me. Whatever happened to the one not named Will Ferrell? It's a good question. I don't actually know. Fucking look at the road. Yep. That's why I was bobbing the head. Obligatory. You have to. Bella, we need songs. We have to wait till the 12th, guys. We have to wait till the 12th. That's when Bella's songs come out. I have it here. I'm looking for it. I have it in my brain. Waiting for the date. Holy shit, 30 stream streak. 30 stream streak for Math as well. Oh my god. That's huge. That's huge, Math. Goldie, thank you guys. That's a lot of streams. I've been streaming a lot. We got a streaker. Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. I have a burrito. This is my lunch / dinner. Are you doing your presentation tomorrow, Matt? Is that what's going on? Hey, Plants, how you doing? Welcome in. No, the heat. Right. It's pretty hot right now here for whatever reason. I've just put the aircon on. Going to be in the 40s. Jesus Christ. That's so crazy. Yeah, that's pretty hot. That's pretty hot. Filthy weather indeed. Hey, Math. When I look at your messages, I see that there is your first message is not shiny, and then your second one is minty wave paint. If I hover over it, how did you make your second message like shiny like that? Oh God, hold on. Oh, the 7TV paint. I didn't even realize. The messages aren't updating. I need to... I'm really impressed that that Decassate still uses the chat, even though it's probably just as buggy for her as it is for me. I really gotta like lock back into that project just for a long enough, at some future point in time, just long enough to make we got to do the 7TV emotes now. And we also have to do, stop it from doing this, right? There we go. Base stream tools. And then I'm going to restart the tools. See them come down and then come back up. Any minute now. Hello, Callie Kush. Good to see you. Why, hello there. Every time I read the words hello there, Gamosaurus, good to see you, by the way, I read them in the voice of Obi-Wan Kenobi. Don't know why. She couldn't see the emotes. God damn it. Goldie, you're right about 7TV. Gotta get it done. Okay, restarting. Hey, Gracie, how you doing? Because you're very much Obi-Wan Kenobi. Am I Obi-Wan Kenobi? I'm going to take that as a compliment. I like Obi-Wan Kenobi. This stream is chaos right now. To anyone tuning in for the first time, we don't usually have like scuffed white on the side, all of the tools restarting, me like scoffing down a burrito. That's not how the stream usually goes. It's usually let's be real. It's not always much better than this. This is pretty par for the course. W or burrito? Yes. How long till the game jam ends? I've been doing it for a week and a half now, so I was supposed to do it for a week, like till the end of the holiday, and I miscalculated when I started. And I said 2 weeks in the first stream, and I kind of just like rolled with that. So technically we've got half a week left if it's going to be 2 weeks. But I don't know, guys. I don't know. I feel like it might go longer potentially. So we've got half a week left, really, till the end of the week, essentially. Not exactly, till like Wednesday or Thursday. It's probably when, Matt. It's probably when. Okay, look. Chat message is working. Yay. This is fine. Everything's on fire. And then it gets worked on part-time. Maybe. We'll see, Goldie. We'll see. I think that could be a smart move. You're not wrong, Math. This is exactly exactly why I'm eating a burrito. Because I can then multitask. Multitask all of the tasks. Burrito eating and streaming combined together at last. How does the game jam actually end? Do the people gather around and show their work? Plants, I'm not like, usually a game jam, yes. Usually a game jam goes like that. Or you have some judges who come in and the judges look at it and go like, oh, this person or that person. Hey, mate, how you doing? And then they give out prizes or whatever. Here in LA, Mexican foods are mostly made by Mexican peeps who are do Mexican foods in Australia made by Cal and Kush, sometimes also Mexican people. There's like there's a Guzman and Gomez is a restaurant around here. And for whatever reason, it's usually, I think Mexican people tend to staff it. I guess that's authentic, but not always. Yeah, GYG. It's good stuff, that. That's good stuff. Oh, this is so freaking nice. Yeah, I know. There's nothing I can do about that. No amount of blinds is going to improve this situation. The blinds are down. Hold on. Is that slightly better? Yeah, that's way better. A little bit still creeping through. Blackout curtains, not a bad plan, Penny, but I like the light. If I made blackout curtains, I'd never get any kind of sunlight. I'd get no vitamin B. I'd just be all, I don't know, is it D or B? I think it's B. You get vitamin B from sunlight, right? This looks much better. There was definitely a light, like, on the side. D, okay. B is from iron. Okay. Tomfoolery. How you doing, man? Bring back heaven. Go towards the light, Seb. Go towards the light. Oh, how you doing, Sign? I'm sorry. Like, I let him use his discretion. I trust him. I trust him to do what he does. Sorry, Signaz. I don't. Yep, insta-banned. You're fast on that. You're fast on that one. I guess this is the consequences of his actions, I suppose, right? I mean, Goldie is benevolent, and well, yeah. I hope he learned from what he did, but if you're watching still, sorry, dude. I stand behind Goldie. IP ban? I mean, there are ways around that, but okay, Gamesaurus, 5 stream streak. How you doing? Very nice. 3 days until AU16 Aussie kids kicked off Twitch. Oh, really? You know what? I looked at our demographics, guys. There's not that many of them for us. It's I think it's a bit too. There's a bit too much tech and a lot of thinking, and I don't know how many like under under 16 kids really watch us as well. One's in the chat if you're under 16. How about that? We've only got a small audience right now, but drop a 1 in the chat if you're under 16. Actually, I don't know. Maybe you don't want to out yourself or something like that. But like, so, Penny, no! No, Dolly, you're not. You're not. You can't fool me. You might look it, but you're not. You're not. Actually, Penny, no, I don't think that's not the case for Penny. Tomfoolery, really? Okay. I mean, Tom. One in the chat if you're under 16 and from Australia, and you have to make a fake account now, which is what everyone's gonna do. Let's be real. Hebe's good. Yep. Math always was, always will be. He is timeless. He was here when the universe began and will be here when it ends. Omnipresent. I mean, in a sense, mathematics did exist outside of time, they think. Oh, they don't think. They don't know. We don't know. But if anything's going to exist at the birth of the universe, it's probably the principles and laws of mathematics, right? So he is ageless. He is ageless. My mental age is under 16 some days. Well, true. I mean, what is it? I used to always say, and Fast has started saying it too. It's like you know, growing old is mandatory, but growing up is optional, Penny. True, math has been here a long time. Yeah, 1,000 is nothing. 1,000 is a blip. 1,000 is a little itty bitty teeny weeny microscopic little slither on the timeline of human, like, you forget human history. It's like minuscule in the scope of the universe. It's like what? There's it was like 7 billion years that the universe has been around, something like 11. What was it? Universe age. 13.8 billion. Forget the 7. Where did that come from? 13.8 billion with a capital B years for the universe itself. Forget the 1,000. That's a rounding error. It's crazy. Hello, noob. How you doing? You're 16 back in the 90s. Nice. Probably... I was 16 in the 2000s. I think. He calling you small. How do you feel about that? Didn't mean to say that, Tom. But, I mean, 1,000 is not a big number when we're talking about universal time spans, right? Have to grow up. How do those younger than us learn how to function in society? I would argue many people don't know how to function in society, and society is slightly dysfunctional on the whole. I mean, enough to hold together, I suppose. I might be small but significant, yeah. I mean, if 1,000 years is insignificant, then I don't know what's significant. 1,000 years is both a very small amount of time, but a very large amount of time. It's because no one wants to grow up. I think when you're a kid, you want to be an adult. And when you're an adult, you want to be a kid. You know, it's a bit like that. Facts. That's right, Betty. That's right. All right. So the plan for today. Let's fire up where we were at. Let's get good-o going. I need to workshop the name of this game. With like Fruity, mostly Fruity. I think Fruity would have a lot to say about this. I can just, We can make decisions about if we want to continue. Oh my God, it's coming together, guys. Look at it. Look at it. This is a good feeling. This is a good feeling when you come back to the game and you're like, yes, that's right. That's a good sign. Lenko, thank you. Your favorite developer? That's huge. 41 degrees. Shotgun not going outside. Shotgun just staying inside the whole damn day. All right, hold on. We must have some way to... If I go to the project settings and like... Let's see. Display, window, mode windowed. What if I do this? Give that a run. Ooh. I like that. And if I tab, that's nice and fast. This is how we're going to use this mode from now on, guys. Oh, that's so much better. I haven't seen this in full screen yet. High fidelity. Look at it. It's a game. It's a game, everyone. Oh my God. It's so big and pretty. And now I'm stuck in the... It's so big and pretty and I can jump around and... I like it like this. I like it like this. Excellent. Excellent. And then we can change scenes real fast. Oh, that's good. Hey, Bay Redeemed, highlight my message. How is Vinny doing? I have my own big Vinny now. He's doing good. He's doing good. Hold on. Did we name this guy Vinny? Was Vinny the... Or who was Vinny? Who was Vinny? I can't remember. Maybe he was the... Was he the guy who was... Oh, I forget. There's a bit of jerkiness here. If you move the camera while you move, there's jerkiness that needs to be smoothed out. And I think I need to... It doesn't happen when you're moving your position, and it doesn't happen when you're moving your rotation. But if you do both, it feels just a little bit stuttery, which will need some work. Oh, Vinny. Yeah, Vinny, of course. A giraffe. I'm so sorry. Yeah. Is Vinny living with Dev right now? Vinny was on the dining room table, and then now he wasn't on the dining room table. I don't remember what happened to him. I'm hoping that Dev hasn't secretly thrown him away. Oh my God, there's so many like instances of clipping here that need fixing. Well, fun instance there. How you doing, Corvo? Good to see you in the chat. All right, check it out. It's coming together. We've got... Maybe I should get rid of the jump in the game. I think jump is going to help us get off like over little clippy things. But that's going to be another thing we need to do. We need to fix it so that when we like move, we don't clip and get stuck. So today, my plan is to fill it out with a shit ton of buildings, excuse the French. We're going to add heaps of architecture to the environment, right? So here's 2 buildings. I want way more of these. So way more buildings in the world. So that it's completely just like stacked full of buildings. We need some greenery along the pathway. There'll be a vegetation pass, Goldie. That's the plan. Is anyone else loading? Yeah, not. I hope not. I hope not. Yeah, I hope she hasn't thrown him away too. I think we'll be fine. I think we'll be safe. I don't think that was French. No, that wasn't French. It wasn't French. So hold on. The other thing, there's some other things I should do. I should finish the wall. And then we're going to be bringing in more buildings. I think definitely more buildings. We definitely need greenery. Greenery is going to be a huge deal, Goldie, when we add 2 things are going to make a massive difference to the way that this looks. So, well, 3 really. Trees, like big trees. Brushes, like small, like medium-sized shrubs and stuff like that. And more than anything, I think grass is going to add a lot. especially if we put in like little flowers and things like that, those things are going to make all the difference. They're going to make all the difference to the environment because they'll add a lot of motion and they'll add a lot of color contrast. Holy crap, Sly! 9 months! Are we there yet? Oh my God, we are there with your Twitch baby. That's a 9-month Twitch baby right there. Congratulations, Sly! 9 months of subs. Incredible! How did this happen? Where did the time go? My gosh, it's freaking flown, hasn't it? Yo, Sly. Yo, Benny Tech. Good to see you too, man. Time does fly. Time does fly. And look at all the things we've done. So much. We've done so freaking much in the last, 9 months has been, it's gone by in the blink of an eye, but we have done a lot, haven't we? Okay, so let's kick it off. So I think this entire area could be the tenement. What do we need? What do we need? So this is going to be a tavern. I should add some signs. I might just even just jump in and start creating. So let's see. I need a... Let's jump in and start creating. I'm going to need my my prompts. We're going to need our board. Let's pull up TL draw. TL draw, we're going to need our prompts. Do we have our, yeah, little things like this. I think like these like hanging, the hanging clothes really add a lot. So in areas where there's like lots of people are going to be living, I definitely want to have more of that kind of like props and decoration. Let's see. More things like the castle in the distance. That's where trees are really going to make a big difference as well. Time is a flat circle. Ooh, that's both hard to comprehend and maybe very profound. I don't know. It just hit 7 p.m. Yep. That's a smart idea. What's a smart idea? The plants, the clothes or something else? All right, hold on. First up, let's do some things. Let's get a few things on the backlog here. I think we have some not completed architecture. This one potentially. So let's start there. So that was designed but not implemented. Let's go with that. So here it is in our download. And I think let's go to our prompt and pick up where we left off. So, not monsters. Maybe about here. There was statues in the backlog. Yeah, I wanna get them done. I wanna get them like in the done column. Okay, this is another one where it's like cool little things like that. Those clothes are going to make a big difference. Okay, that one can go... I mean, fruit market. I think we need a fruit market here. Yep. If it's at all possible, Goldie, can we change the 200 subs equals an in-game skin instead of in-game playable character? Because that's maybe like even, we might even reserve some of that for, anyway, it's fine. We'll figure it out. It can stay. Okay, so this one probably going to go, I mean, maybe just like here. Because I want them dense. So that also reminds me then, if that's going there, then this is going across. Because we want like a very narrow alleyway. here, and it shouldn't be too long. Hopefully it just takes up about that much space. And then I want like, here could just be like market stalls and stuff like that. So we don't want it dilapidated necessarily. So we want to go back to when it was like nicer buildings. So they got a little dilapidated here. So probably about here. So, oh no, even further back. Generate. This is going to be. Generate the fruit stand on the left side of frame. Generate one of the fruit stands from within this image. And then I also want to generate the wall. So this one should be cooking. Right, that one's already on its way. What else do we not have done? So this one's going to be in progress. A lot of these other ones are done. Where's some other crosses? These are all done, actually. So that's nice, that's nice, that's nice, that's nice. An anvil. We need to generate an anvil. So I'm going to pull up our images, and I'm going to find the one from our images. I'm going to find... we had an instance of the forge. If I can find the forge, then I'll be able to just be like, remove everything but the anvil, and we can generate the anvil, and the style of the anvil is going to match the forge that we already generated without risking any like deviation. That's not a fruit stand. What the hell? See, I said generate one of the fruit stands, and it went, okay, I'll make you a building, half timbered house. We already generated this at some other point in time. It's this one. It's accidentally like, it's used the wrong prompt. Weird. All right. Interesting. Fuck 90, 30 stream streak, another 30 stream streak. Dude, I really appreciate all the support you guys are giving me, guys. It's like incredible. Really it is. Really it is. I appreciate it so much. This means like when I do, like, you people with the 30 stream streaks are like, you are the reliable. I can just like, I know if I hit go live that you guys are going to show up, and it means like, you are the reason that I'm out of that like that streamer discovery hell where it's like really impossible to get found. It's because of you guys, you know, coming here and just doing that, just showing up every time I go live, and I really, really appreciate you. It makes such a big difference. It does. What's my streak? 30, and it's the highest possible streak, Goldie. You've seen every one. You've seen every single stream. Okay, hold on. There's something that went wrong here. I'm just going to go generate just the fruit stand from in this image. Remove all of the other buildings and represent it in a way that it can be used as modeling reference for a video game with a white background. There we go. Plus way more? Oh, yeah. Your stream streak must be like, I mean, how many streams has we had? You've never missed one, Goldie. You haven't missed a single stream. So your stream streak is like infinite? I don't know. All of them. As many as, like, I have to figure out how many streams I've done. The weather's so shit. Are you in Australia too, Orly? It is. -2 degrees. It's like super hot over here. It's like 40 degrees here. Maybe we can just exchange. You can give us a little bit of your cold. We'll give you a little bit of the hot. That's it, guys. Did we just solve like global warming? We'll just give you our heat and you can give us our cold and it'll all come out in the wash. Problem solved, Ollie. How about that? Now you just you figure out how to get your cold over here. Maybe ship giant ice blocks if you could. That'll do it. Just freeze it and then like move that giant block of ice. All right, very cool. This will work. Remove the sacks and barrels as well as the pots from around the fruit stand. There we go. I have an inappropriate joke for the heat source. Do you now? Do you now? You got some hot and spicy ideas about is this like a hot sauce type of joke? Oh, guys, look at this one. This one, I think this should be our key art reference for what we're trying to do today. Because the whole plan is by adding a lot of buildings, by adding a ton of buildings here, we can, we already have it in the board. By adding a lot of buildings, we can create this like narrow alleyway aesthetic. And the other thing is just in the alleys, see how adding a bunch of like barrels and boxes really like busies it up? I think I need to maybe even do that. Do that in here. So like anywhere that there's like a space like this, like busying up with, all right, so let's see, props. Here we get our townhouse one. Let's throw a barrel in under our townhouse one. Townhouse one gets a barrel. Just up against the wall. And then some boxes and also some sacks. I think I have some sacks in there. So crate. Nice. Are they stacked? No, they're kind of just like sitting next to each other. We've got some like barrels on crates here as well. That might work. What was it? Control, Alt drag. There was something to like duplicate. Let's see. That can go. I need a better way to like move object to view. So it's like align transform would be cool, but then the rotation gets whack. I wish it didn't do that. At least it kind of moves it to where we want it to go. I think these little details are going to add so much, guys. We have a lot to do in terms of redesigning this environment. I wish we had a better way to do this. In Unity, I use this all the time, but that rotation thing is really going to annoy me. Also, the snap to vertex is the other thing. God, I miss it, Goldie. I'm very tempted to get your plugin going. That would be really handy. You linked that plugin, remember, Goldie? And I was like, it's fine. I'll do without it. I want to use the engine as it was intended to be used, but like, I really want it to not, you know, suck. Okay, barrel down here. Giving these a little rotation really helps. We'll even like, if we tilt that one a bit. What a difference that makes as you move through the space, right? That crate can come out a little. Shouldn't look too uniform too, guys. That's the one thing that like you can see in the art reference is it's all kind of like random. What about a bucket? We had a bucket here. We don't want too many buckets, but I want more buckets. We want a few more. Few more buckets can't hurt. Feel like whenever there's clotheslines, I'm going to want a bucket. Like, where can that can be a clothesline, right? Somebody want clotheslines from like here to here. Would they do that? I don't know. I don't know. Seb playing Donkey Kong, you get a barrel and you get a barrel. Exactly. That looks amazing. The feel from the keyframe is phenomenal. Yeah, I know, right, Choppy Puppy Bear? It's pretty sick. It makes it feel incredibly immersive. Are you referring to this picture here? One thing that's also really helping with this one is the vines. Like when we get the vines in, oh my God, that's going to be so good. That's going to be really, really good. Yeah. So we just have to we have a lot of work to do here in terms of like getting things looking good. The other thing we have from all the way over here, which I think will help, is one of these. Oh, what's it done there? Hold on. The granary already has some sacks. We'll just get some sacks and place those around too. We'll want that undercover though. Probably somewhere undercover. You wouldn't leave your sacks out in the rain, would you? Is it going to take up too much space in here? I think it is. I mean, there's a little bit of an overhang here, right? What if we put it in next to the townhouse? We need smaller sacks as well, honestly. About like that. I don't know. Maybe more like that. Yeah, that feels good. Yeah, that really helped. Quick look around. I would love to explore this town in VR. It looks so good, right? Yeah, you're not wrong. Yeah, a few of those details really like makes the world feel lived in. And I think that often is like the difference between an okay game and world design and like a really good one is how much detail you put in it. I think that's Tenement 2. We'll put that in here too. And then one more. What if I copy the values here? We're going to copy that, paste it here over that, paste value, and then we can do that, but this one, so it doesn't look too uniform. There we go. A little bit of animation on those is going to go a long way as well. When they just like blow in the wind so slightly, it'll make a lot of difference. And then imagine there's going to be grass around here that's swaying in the wind as well. As many things as I can get moving, the better. That's going to really that's the difference between just look at this frame. You guys notice if I just pause it, if I pause it, it just does not look nearly as good. The windmills here, they make all the difference. And another thing I need to do is I need to get clouds and get the clouds moving with a little bit of parallax. And so what I think I'll do is I'll make a cylinder. I'll flip them horizontally so that the outside, the normals of the cylinder face in, delete the roof and ceiling, and I'll make it really large, put it around the game world, and then slowly rotate it so that there'll be a couple layers of clouds that are just slightly moving in the distance. That's going to make a really, really big difference as well. Seb, go to your TL draw page and tell me this doesn't give you the same vibes. Hold on. Oh, yo, it totally does give me similar vibes. Totally gives me similar vibes, Goldie. Yeah. Slightly different in that like this is slightly different but very very similar. The other thing I need to do is lanterns. I'm going to have to put lanterns everywhere, and then at nighttime I'm going to turn them on. That's Oblivion remastered. Yo, sick. Yeah, okay. We could go lean into that kind of thing and have a look at it. Windex, I'm good, man. How are you? Good to see you. Welcome in, dude. Yeah, I think that the lanterns, lots of lanterns throughout the space will really, really help. Animations for the clothes, animation for the signs here, having those swing ever so slightly, animated clouds, all those little things are going to make so much difference. The more animation I can pack in, the better. Has anyone ever seen Ori and the Blind Forest? That game I absolutely love because the environments, what they did with it, I just want like gameplay. Look at a frame from this game and pick me an organic thing that isn't animated. Like I dare you. I dare you to find a thing in Ori and the Blind Forest that's both organic and not animated. That game is amazing. Yes. By the way, Seb, have I seen Hello Kitty Island Adventure? I've heard of it, but I haven't actually played it, Chubby Puppy Bear. Amazing game. Nice, nice. Everything about that game is sweet perfection. This is like, look, every object, every organic thing moves, and the world is just filled with organic things. Like, and I'm talking about like even these little spikes and stuff. If it's alive, it animates. And I want to do that same thing. I want to take that principle and put it into our game, because that makes the world feel so alive. It makes it feel so alive. Like, look at this. Look at the water. That's just like this. This is design goals. This is design goals right here for our environment design. It's like everything is animated, and it's so subtle, but it makes such a big difference. And that's what we're going to be going for when we build our world out, guys. So you can imagine not just this, but like the fog moving, the leaves on the walls just moving ever so slightly, little bits of grass moving. That's going to be our goal for our like environment design. Is going to be, yeah, it's going to be a lot of like animation and animating things. This game is going to use a low poly art style. What we could do, we could separate this out into components where it's like just the stall. Get rid of the fruit and the ground, including the grass. I just want the shade sail. Ooh, developer mode toggled. What the hell? How did I do that? Ooh, interesting. Not right now. I don't know what that shortcut was, but... idea, could the lanterns be switchable in-game instead of automatic? Village turning them on as they go, and monsters can turn them off. That's a cool idea, plants. Oh, but I don't know. Does that make it too complicated? That might complicate things unnecessarily, potentially. It's such a cool idea. It's such a cool idea. The downside potentially though is that when night falls, like it's going to be too hard to do things. But I guess like people need reasons to go out. People need reasons to go out, right? So I actually think that's a really good idea. I think that's a really good idea, plants. One's in the chat if you think it's a good idea to go and like... to go and get the, like, make it so that you can light up the city at night, but maybe we'll even have a character who is like, here, hold on. Alt function home. Yeah, okay, hold on. What's the name of a person in a medieval city who's responsible for lanterns and lights? Lantern Man. Lantern Man, Watchman, or Night Watchman. Night Watchman is a sick role. That's really cool. All right, hold on. Alt function home. Let's just go pull up. Okay, hold on. We need to go back a little and get a character. I think that's a really cool idea. Chubby Puppy Bear loves the idea. Yeah, that is a cool idea. A possibly complicated mechanic, but definitely worth looking into down the line. Invented constraints are essentially for compounding additional creative experiences. Yeah, we have to like be careful not to do too many things, but I do think it's cool to have some kind of reason to go out and do things. Like I need to fill the world with things to do during the night. And having a person whose responsibility is like to do lanterns and lights would really make sense. What about a streamer chat control the dialogue of the NPCs, but can both be killed by villagers and monsters? One so they won't snitch, and it's so another way that chaos on who's to blame. I don't know, just an idea. Windex, you're really like, we considered this. We actually had this suggestion already at one point about having the about having it be possible to have like dialogue from chat in the different villages. But yeah, that was the one downside that was raised, which I think is a pretty valid one, is like there's a pretty high risk that somebody goes ahead and like spoils it and says like this person's the monster. Though it could be like, you could say, it could be a rumor. You could be creating rumors and stuff like that and misinformation, but like, I don't know. That's a really cool idea though, don't you think, guys? Like Twitch chat creates dialogue for the different villages. It would be worth playtesting. I think 100% we should playtest something like that. It would be fairly easy to implement too at this point if it's just like Twitch chat. If they know the name of, like when you walk up to a villager, if a little nameplate comes up and then people from Twitch chat can like, if I did something like, it would be like, if I went like, maybe it'd be something like this. If I did something like that, blacksmith, hello world, and the blacksmith says that thing, that would be pretty cool, don't you think? I think that'd be really sick. I'd be into that. I'd be into a concept like that. It'd be unique. I just don't know how it'd go. Yeah, because like, I don't know. Maybe they would say the right thing and maybe it'd just ruin the game though. I don't know. I don't know which way it would go. It's hard to say. Very hard to say one way or the other. What up, City Builder? How you doing, Kakashi? How you doing, man? It's good to see you. Welcome in. Welcome in. All right, hold up. I think this is going to be the next tenement, guys. I actually think it came out really well compared to the other ones. So I'm stoked. Let's get it in. Let's get this thing in. And where does it go? Where does it go? I think it goes here in this space. The only thing I don't want to do is block the line of sight to the windmills too much. I do want the windmills to be quite visible throughout the city, because I think that view is beautiful. The city's starting to look good. Yeah, like not all of it has had a nice treatment yet, Kakashi, but things like this alleyway is starting to look quite nice. And I need to regenerate some of the architecture so it's not so glitchy, but it is starting to come together for sure. For sure. Some of it's going to be really tough though, to get the poly count low enough, but I'm learning as I go. I'm really getting better at doing this, guys. So let's see. This is going to be our, how do we spell it? Tenement, Tenement 3, Tenement 3. Okay. Tenement 2, we should be able to show in the file system, make a new one here in architecture, Tenement 3, Tenement 3. Let's get this here. That can go into process just in case. This doesn't import nicely, so we've got our backup. What's the poly count mean? Okay, that's a really good question, Windex. Okay, so in a game, the world is built up of something called polygons. And so, you know, you learned about, in primary school, you would have learned about shapes. And they would have taught you like, you know, you've got like, this is a square, and a square has 4 sides, and with the equilateral corners and stuff like that. And like, here is a, you know, here's your, you know, this is a triangle. Triangle has 3 sides. And then all of these shapes are polygons, right? So polygon is just a way to describe a shape with multiple sides that like that makes up a full shape without like you know, for instance, I don't think actually even that might be a polygon. That's like you have these like points and edges. So it's made up of things like faces. So a face is usually a triangle. So you can divide any kind of polygon up into triangles. And so what you tend to get is with geometry, the way we make something, like say we want to make a cube, is we have, you know, we'll have our shape, and then on each side you'll have like the, if I can try and like draw a little perspective, I'm not very good at this. So you'll have this like phenomenon where it's like, okay, now I've got a crate, right? Now crate is made up of all these different triangles put together. Every one of those triangles is called a polygon. And so the poly count is the number of triangles that you have in your game world. To make that concrete here, have a look at this. So I'll go and I'll turn this onto wireframe mode. And what you'll see is the whole world that we have around us, this is all made up of lots of different polygons. And the more polygons we have in our world, the higher the poly count. The higher the poly count, the more work the computer has to do to render the game. So that's the that's kind of what that's like a short explanation of what poly count means, Windex. And so when you're designing a world, you're constantly trying to keep in mind like, how many polygons do I have? And I'm trying to keep the poly count low. So at the moment, like I can already see this building. If I fly here and you see how many triangles it has and how dense it is compared to this, like this is too high. This is too high a poly count, and I'm gonna have to go and re-topologize or change the topology, change the locations of all the triangles of this kind of building in future to make it a low poly version. And actually, I think the same is true for like, for instance, this asset, our little board, or you know, our church. And so yeah, I'm very conscious of poly count, and I'm doing smart things. Like you notice the density of the mesh of this castle is actually quite low, and it's because you're further from it. I don't need as many polygons on there. You can actually never get there. So the poly count of distant things is lower, and the poly count of things that you can observe way up close, like our player, is very high, right? So you're making all these like decisions as you go while you design the world around your poly count. Yeah. Goes is a square hole. Hold on. What are you talking about, Kakashi? You're talking about so the bigger game, the more polygons. Yeah, the more detail there is in the game, the more polygons there tends to be. But there are ways to increase the apparent poly count, like baking textures with something called normal maps. Normal maps are a way where you here. If I show you guys the character, inside of the character, we've got our mummy here, and he's we'll find him here. So the mummy doesn't just have his texture. He also has this normal. So the normal is like, you'll notice if we really zoomed in here, you'd see different bits of information, and they tell the game how to render the surfaces so that they have shadows. And so one way you can get a shadow is by creating gaps between geometry, right? If there's a little gap between polygons and it's rendering right, then you'll get more occlusion. You'll get more darkness in those gaps, or you can put it into the texture, like what we've done with the bandage wraps for the mummies. There's lots of ways to kind of make it look more detailed. Yeah. Rita apologized for what? What is Rita doing wrong? Apologize, Rita. You've done it again. Yeah, so interesting. I never thought about it before. Yeah, okay, Windex. Yeah, absolutely. The old TikTok where they put the shapes in the square hole, like the children's game, you explained all of the shapes. No, I get you. So does something that is animated have more polygons than something that's still? That's another really good question. That's a really good question, Windex. What happens is, in an animated object, you need to be able to, usually what you do with like character animation is you have something called bones. Inside of this character, I'll open him up for you. So if I open up our, if I open up a 3D modeling program and I open up our mummy, what happens is we get this, we get bones that we put inside of the character, and the bones are responsible for animating them, right? So you'll notice inside the skeleton, we get all these weird shapes, these weird arrows that sit within him. These are the bones. And what I do, this is called rigging. So explain rigging next, please. Thanks, Noob, for asking that question. It's like, the mummy has a boner. I had a pretty funny short that actually did really well when I uploaded it to YouTube about the root bone and him having a bone hanging between his legs because we finally got a character in. But each of these little arrows, they are called a bone, and the bone has influence over the geometry of the model. So if we go here and we have a look at these vertices, even if I go to modeling mode here, instead of, let's see, what is it? If I go to, I think it was, oh man, what am I blanking on this? I think I just hit tab to do it, right? Anyway, where these lines join, where two lines join, those are vertices, and the bones influence the position of vertices. And we do this in a process called rigging, where we have bones, then we put controls around the bones to influence their movement. What happens is these bones then, every vertice, so every point between these objects, they have this, there's control which is influenced from the bones over the vertices. So essentially, say we've got something like the elbow, there'll be a certain amount of influence from the forearm and a certain amount of influence from the upper arm. And then what we do is we animate the position of the bones, and then the bones drive the positions of the vertices. So the short answer is no. Animated things don't need more vertices, but the long answer is yes, they do. Because if you want things like the elbow to squash and stretch properly, there needs to be more vertices to influence the movement of the mesh. So it's like the short answer is no. You can have something with the exact same number of polygons, and then if you rotate that object, it doesn't need to have more vertices. But if the surface of the model needs to deform, you need to make sure there's enough vertices so that the shape of the thing stays there even when it squashes and stretches. That's the long answer. there, if that explains it at all. So you don't necessarily need more vertices or more polys to animate something. But if you have something that has to do complicated movement with lots of squashing and stretching, like joints and elbows and shoulder, all of that, you need to include more vertices around the parts of the model that deform. So yeah. But really good questions, Windex Martini. Really good questions. Thank you for asking them. I super appreciate insightful questions. And those were some really, really good ones. So I have decided to just go high poly with the most recent model that we brought in. So Tenement 3, I've spelt it wrong. I hope I haven't spelt the model file's name wrong. So we're gonna have a look and see if we did. No, we got it right. Okay, so let's go to our art test scene. Yeah, right. That's interesting stuff. I don't know when I have a chance to ask a dev stuff again. Dude, I'll be here streaming a lot. You're welcome to come in and ask questions like that whenever, dude. They were actually really, really insightful and thoughtful questions, and I appreciate them a lot. Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much. I think a lot of this stuff you kind of take for granted. You don't think a lot about it when you're in the process of doing the work. But they're important to clarify for people who haven't seen this kind of thing before. 20 times? Dude, I think this is my favorite house model yet, maybe. But I didn't really make this low poly. This is going to be very, very, very high poly. So I'm concerned that if I go to wireframe, you're going to see oh my God, there's so much detail that could be optimized here. So much detail that could be optimized. And I might even need to do it in order to get this in game in a way where it's not going to just tank all that. Look at the difference between this house and this house. I'm going to have to go again and try to see if I can optimize it once it's done. But for now, the entire reason we do this, we create a new layer. For every object, you'll notice that I don't just import it. First thing I do is I create a scene for that object in something in Unity. I don't know if you do this, Goldie, but in Unity, I'll have my FBX and then I'll have my prefab, and then I make changes to the object in the prefab. And the reason for that is I want to be able to change the object in all the instances where it appears. So I'm going to be putting the tenement into the game environment through this scene, not directly in. So I'm going to be avoiding directly putting objects in, because if I ever make a change to something, I want to be able to change it everywhere. Thanks for answering, Seb. You're right. This is all new to me. Windex Martini, please. You're asking the right questions. You're asking the right questions. Please keep coming back and ask more of that kind of thing. Because I think and if I ever don't explain it to your satisfaction, don't hesitate to ask some follow-up questions as well. Yay, Just Some Guy, how you doing? One of these days, Just Some Guy and the other Just Some are going to show up at the same time. And I'm going to be like, it's you. It's looking really good. I think this game has a lot of potential. Yo, thank you, Just Some. I really appreciate that, guy. I really appreciate it. I hope so as well. I really hope so as well. We're going to see. We're going to find out. We're going to keep working on this for a little longer at least, and then we'll find out if we continue with the project or not. I think it also has a lot of potential. I'm also very excited by it. Oh my God, this one has so much more geometry. So does this one, to be fair. So I have to be careful. I want to see what happens if I generate a high poly one and then retopologize to a lower poly one, if it still works or not. Because I think what I've been doing is generating the lower target geometry. Yo, Rises, how you doing? Looks like things are coming along nicely. Dude, that's exciting. That's exciting to hear that it's looking good. I'm excited about it too, I'll be honest. I'm really excited about the potential of this game. It could turn out to be a really, really, really good game. All right, this is why we do it in this scene, because when I make a mistake and I make it too small, as this one seems to be, we can go and adjust it in the scene instead of in an object. And I'm realizing this is still too small. If I go to art tests, I didn't think it was, but when I now look at it, like the peak of this roof should match the peak of those roofs. So this import needs to go even bigger, to like 25 maybe, which is a lot. It's a lot. But with all that geometry, I guess it needs to, right? 25 can go to like 26 or 27. A little taller, just a little taller. I want to imagine like if I jump from roof to roof, it's going to be an easy jump. In terms of the height. Yeah, that'll probably do it. So if I go back now, it'll be bigger. Oh, that's good. That's a good couple of alleyways right there. That's what I'm talking about. Now we're starting to get somewhere. And the cool thing here, guys, is we've got this like very intentional design here where the archway continues. And we'll be able to go all the way through, running through town. All right, let's walk around this one because I think this one needs a bit of a tour. And then we'll be able to put fruit shops on either side of this. Oh, it's a little high off the ground. It needs to go down a little. In Tenement 3, I didn't really actually make a deliberate effort to adjust this. So where's our world zero lines? Usually we see these like big controls that go through a big red and a green line. Remember how I was talking about how cool it was, Goldie? And now it's just disappeared. Probably about there. Yeah, now we're good. Now we're good. Oh, I kind of actually, this was an accident how this like joins up there, but I kind of like it. One thing I didn't do, which I should have done, is got rid of the railings, those little banisters. Those are going to be an issue because they're so high poly. Guys, that's starting to look really nice. That's starting to feel quite good. And we can do some cool stuff here to like fill in the mess that is that little gap there. That's an awkward gap. I don't really like it. I can maybe like stack some crates there or something. That came out quite well. That came out quite well. I really like how that fits. I really like that. And now we've got some good space out there to put our little fruit stall. And even I'll put like a little shop here. I think I want another little shop like up against it here. That's going to be cool. That's going to be really cool. You're back from dinner? Look how well this came out, Goldie. I think this building, yeah, this is quite good. This is quite good. This one's working for me. And look, there's this like, you can kind of like look through. So you'll be able to see straight across town through here. Nice. I like the tunnel. I like the tunnel a lot too, yeah. So does the number of polygons determine the quality of the texture of an object? Okay, Windex Martini, there's something more here that I haven't explained yet. So I'll go back into Blender and I'll show you one other thing. So what happens when you make a 3D model is your object it's called unwrapped. It gets unwrapped. So if so we get our object. So let's say we use our let's use our little mummy as an example. Hold on. Even easier. I'll show you a So what happens is all of the geometry of the character gets like, imagine like this monkey face, for instance. Here we've got a monkey face. What happens is it's like you cut some line, like if you cut some lines into that shape and then you kind of unpeel it. It's like an orange peel, right? A sphere, if you cut a line around it and then you peel the orange, you get this thing where it's like the 3D shape gets split out into like a flat thing. What happens then is that flat thing gets put onto an image, onto a 2D image, and then it's used as a way to look up what the color of a particular polygon should be. And so you can, so the amount of polys, like when we're talking about polygons, we're talking about like these vertices and the lines and edges that connect them. The amount of polys in the object does not necessarily affect the quality of the texture, right? Because whether there was twice as many vertices or half the number of vertices, the texture quality would still be the same. What the poly count does is it affects how detailed the shape of the object can be, right? Oh, hey, Dev Sparius, thank you so much for the raid, man, with 44 viewers, no less. That's huge. Dude, how was your stream? Thank you for raiding, man. I don't know if we've met before, but I super appreciate that. I'm going to give you a follow. And you just finished a huge stream, dude. 54 people is very, very respectable. You're developing a game. Tell us about it. Let's go have a look. Okay, and it's on sale right now. It's on sale right now. Oh, no. I know this. I know you. I have lurked in your stream before. Dude, you're doing the Space Dwarf Fortress. You're doing like that super, oh my God, guys, we have a legend among us. This game is so deep and complicated. When I started streaming, I went out there and I was like, yo, what's out there? What other games are being done? And I'm pretty sure you're doing this solo too, right? This is a solo project. When I saw this, my mind got blown. I was like, holy crap. Now that guy's a streamer that I would like to be like. So like huge compliment. What am I working on? I've been playing with a game jam. I've been game jamming a concept for basically like a week and a half now. I've been working with this concept. The game is called Not Monsters. It's a social deduction party game. So if you liked, Fall Guys, think Fall Guys aesthetics, think Party Animals, Brawler kind of, hold on, I'll just change the track. Think Party Animals, Brawler kind of physics and fighting. But all of that like on top of a kind of like working with the game Werewolf. So if you've ever played the card game or like the social game Werewolf, it's this idea where there's all these different people. It's a lot like Among Us. There's a bunch of different people, and you have to figure out which one of the people are monsters and which ones are villagers. And so everybody spawns. Here, I'll give you a little. This is the concept for the Steam capsule art. I'm sure you know how important that capsule art is. This is the rough ballpark of what I want the game to like look and feel like. And we've been building that out into like a game loop and how that might play. Essentially, it'll be like you go to the main menu. From there, you'll go into a lobby and you'll be assigned a role, whether it's a player, whether it's just like a villager or a monster, or you get some special role like the king. And then from there, you're going to be like going around the world. Hey, thank you so much for the follow, Dev. Oh my God, Dev Spargus. Dude, I really appreciate the follow. The game looks fantastic. Thank you, man. Thank you. I really admire you and what you've been doing. I've lurked in your streams a few times. When I just started considering streaming the game development stuff on Twitch, I started looking at different channels. And when I saw yours, I was incredibly impressed. I was really deeply impressed by what you're doing. What you're doing is so sophisticated and complicated, and you're doing it on your own. Dude, like, props, serious props. And please, can I get everybody in my chat who's into game development and wants to learn more about game development and wants to see more cool projects get done, go check out this project. And can I get everyone, please, if you're into games like Dwarf Fortress, and there was that other really good one with oh God, I can't remember the name now, but it was like if you like games like this, please go and hit wishlist. I already did it. I already wishlisted this game. So it's like wish list it so that next time it goes on sale, or get it right now because it's on sale, right? Did I see on Steam it was on Google it was 50% off? Like go drop him, like go get the game because this game looks really, 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 really cool. It's like it reminds me a little of it's a spaceship management one where you warp meets Dwarf Fortress meets there's so many cool games that are like this RimWorld. Yeah, thank you Risers. It's RimWorld meets there's another spaceship management one, and it's so deeply complicated. It's very, very cool. Please, guys, go check it out. There's also a demo. Go get the demo. Yeah, thank you for the suggestion, Simek. Go get the demo, guys. But yeah, awesome. So a bit more about this game. So at night, as a villager, you'll have to complete tasks like turning on lanterns to keep the town alight at night. Like you can sleep to recover health. You can go prepare your weapons. Or if you're a secret monster, you can sneak out at night and go like full beast mode and try to murder other villagers. In the morning, everybody gets brought together at dawn. So there's a day-night cycle. Everybody gets brought together at dawn. The corpses of the people who were killed get brought into the town square, and everybody has to debate what they saw, and they have to act like detectives and figure out who the monsters are among them. And then from there, instead of voting, like, ejecting a person into a spaceport or casting a vote, you vote with your fists. And so everybody has to bludgeon to death the person they think is the actual monster. And the monster can choose to go full beast mode to defend themselves and to to fight. And so it's the goal of the monsters to beat all of the villagers. So we keep doing that until all the villagers have killed the monsters or the monsters have killed all the villagers and only one type of player is left. And so, yeah, that's how the rounds go. That gives you a rough idea. So we've been designing the town and we're starting to build it out. So this is roughly what we think the town is going to look like, with a castle in the background and a windmill and some dense houses. And then from there, we've started to build out individual assets. And we are at the point now where we've made like cool skyboxes to do all this. We've done a lot of ideation for how we want the game to like look and feel when we play. And we're at the point of implementing things. So I'll jump straight in and show you a little bit about. So here we go. So here's our game world as it's coming together. It's still really early. We're still only a week and a half in, but it's starting to feel good. I'm trying Godot for the first time, so I've been using Godot for a week and a half now, and I'm really happy with the engine. The engine is actually really, really nice. I've been using Unity for like 17 years now, and this is the first time I'm using Godot, and it's quite good. It's really, really good. I really like Godot. It's a great engine. So yeah, we're building the game world out right now. Today my task is to add more buildings. I want to really pack the world with buildings and make it feel full. And yeah, so that's kind of where we're at. We're building the world out. We're almost at the end. We're like 3/4 of the way through the game jam now. So we did our root motion for the character movement. We've done a lot of we still need to do like menus and multiplayer and all that other stuff. But I think if at the end of the 2 weeks I can get a game world that feels rich and alive, which I think we're progressing well to, and I can get multiplayer in so that I have a bunch of people. The assets are great. Your team created it. No, I created this in the last 2 weeks using AI technology, a lot of AI technology and a lot of Blender. So we're going back and forth between Blender, and we're also generating a bunch of geometry using some other stuff. So Holy Potato, what a funny name, man. That's awesome. Can't count the polys there. No, there's a lot of there's a lot of working with trying to get the polys low, and there's a lot of glitches. Like some assets we've put more effort into. Like you can see the quality of the gallows is big, and the quality of the windmills is higher than the quality of some of the buildings. But I'm trying to move fast because I want to validate the prototype before I commit too much time to really polishing anything. But there's a lot that needs work, and I'm moving really, really quickly, and I'm making it like pretty scuffed, but it's coming along quite well at the same time. So it's like we're starting to get things like collisions and stuff in. Yeah, the list of characters. Oh, hold up. All right, so hold on. We'll I'll just give you guys I'll show you some of the art reference. This would make a good adventure game like Link. Like, you mean like Zelda, Noob of the Linux? Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you. I think so. I think so as well. So here's some of the more of the playable characters that we're going to add later. So there's some of the villagers. We've got like the plague doctor and the blacksmith and the shepherd and the maiden and a farmer. Some of the monsters like the werewolf, the mummy, which you'll see me playing right now. And then a whole bunch of other building and assets. Like we're starting to, that's another asset that we didn't quite see, but like there's a cornfield at the back of the town and we're starting to build out the different buildings. And so the game's coming together pretty quick. So what do you think? What do you think, Dev? How do you like? How's the no fall damage? Nope, we've got nothing like health. There's no health systems in. The other thing that we've been doing is we've been getting support from different community members. We've been using the same pipelines that generate the rest of the assets to make really cool statues. So a whole bunch of people who have gifted 10 subs throughout the last week and a half, and all of those people have gotten a statue. Which has been a really exciting and amazing process. We've had so much support from the community over the last week. It's been absolutely amazing. So it's coming along quite well. And I really appreciate you raiding. Dev. I'm 100% going to return the raid when I get a chance. Because like a raid from you means so much more than a raid from a lot of other people, because your community are the kind of people who care about the type of stuff that we're doing, Like your community are developers. They're people who care about making games, just like me and just like the other people here. And so we get lots of raids from people who don't make games. So thank you, Collector. The statues are all really cool. I feel like they all have a huge amount of personality. I put a lot of love into ideating and creating every one of those statues to make sure that the people who gifted those 10 subs all feel recognized, and they all feel like they have something in the game that represents them really well. So thank you so much for your compliments on that. But yeah, if you need to run, Spacious, if you need to run, like, please, I know what it's like when you raid, and sometimes like you do that at the end of a stream. That's the reason you're raiding, is because you need to go get some rest. You need to go like lock in and do whatever else you need to do. So don't feel like you need to stick around. I really appreciate you raiding me, dude. That's amazing. Designer Plays, how you doing? Okay. We've got a game designer here. We might have to go have a look at some of the actual design of the game, Luke. And we've had a lot of feedback about how to improve this. So this was like the V1 of the game loop, and we're gonna have to do some other ones. Sounds fun. The limit of one person out per day is important. How will you prevent the game ending the first day if anyone can kill each other? Hopefully people can like deceive one another well enough. I think it's going to be a little bit about social deception. But at the same time, I'm not 100% sure. You might be right. And we had a really big streamer called Loserfruit come through, and she raised a similar concern where it might be the case that but I think what might happen is the first person who dies. So let me go here. So the first person who dies, the moment their health gets to 0, what I think it might do is introduce a cutscene where everybody stops the fight. The first person whose health went to 0 gets put up on the gallows, and then there's a little cutscene of that person being killed. So really, like, what we're actually doing is we're trying to beat somebody into unconsciousness, and then they get murdered in a cutscene, and that ends that phase of the game. That's an idea that might actually, like, what do you think, designer? Because if that's your thing, if you're a game designer, and you think that that's the way that it ought to go, I'm really interested to know your opinion on that. That could be a useful bit of user feedback there. I'd be really, really curious to know what you think. That's cool. Okay, right. Good. Hey, Brian, how you doing, man? Welcome in. Snolzy! It's Snolzy. Hello, Snolzy. Hold up. You know what that means. It's time for Snolzy. How you doing? Welcome in. Yeah. I'm on a 30 stream streak. Holy shit. You are the third person who's been on a 30 stream streak. 3 people at 30 streams, and that's like insane. Just woke up to a beautiful Seb. Yo, nice. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. I think I'm gonna keep this in a high poly version, just because like when I retopologize it, it gets a little jank, and I might have to redo some of the other buildings in that lower poly style too. But one thing that's really going to fill it out, if I think about it, will be our it's going to be our fruit stands. I think the fruit stands are going to be quite important to get right. So where are we? Where? Another follow! Designer plays! Yo, thank you. Thank you, designer. Because you're a game designer, I'm guessing. Like, designer plays can't be anything but that. So, like, having you in the community is amazing, man. I really appreciate you showing up like that. Thank you. And if you want to ask questions or you have ideas, designer plays throughout the process, like, please do that. Makes sense. So the more people gang on one person, like voting, the faster they go down. Yeah, exactly, designer. That's exactly the concept. Yeah. So the combat, also there's a little bit of a component of like skill, but mostly it's going to be ganging up on people. So it's the social manipulation that's going to make it work. I wonder if the other wounded ones in the brawl heal up the next day or eat. No, that's exactly the plan. Star Mage, that's exactly the plan, is that if you get injured during the fight and the day before, you have to heal up. And so there are other things that you can do. So if you're, for instance, if you're the farmer, you can bring food to the other players that they can use, that they can use to heal. And so the activities that you do during the night help prove that you're not a monster, because you wouldn't be helped. Like, if you're doing a really bad job of healing people, of like getting food and that kind of thing, then it's more likely you're a monster. If you're doing an amazing job helping your fellow villagers, it's going to be less likely you're a monster. So the tasks don't just like they don't just help other players, they also prove you're not a monster. So a really smart monster is going to be a very good villager. And then like sometimes it's going to be tactical incompetence from time to time. So like the way you fight, like who you fight. If a person helps in the fight, then it's more likely they're less likely they're a monster. So you kind of have to just be looking at how other people play to guess who's who. That's going to be the fun thing. And it'll be instances like where a person is definitely a monster and somebody calls it out and they beat the person to death and it's revealed that they are a monster. And it's like, if it's like, okay, this person is cooked and you're a monster, you might jump on the bandwagon and really accuse especially hard to deflect attention from yourself. So the whole point is social manipulation. That's the real game. We're building everything around that, but it's the interactions between people that are going to actually make it interesting and fun. That's the core idea. Also, by the way, Star Mage, thank you so much for jumping into the chat. I'm guessing you are one of Spacious's crowd. I see first time chat from the raid too, from Raider. That's amazing. Yeah, I really appreciate the raid from Spacious, because A, I admire what he's doing very, very much, and B, I think his community, like, we share the same kind of the same kind of people. That is really, really, really powerful to me. I'm really, really grateful. And I'm gonna have to make sure that I drop a raid for, I think I'm already following Dev Spacious. If I'm not, I need to make sure that I am. Yeah, I am. I'm already following him. Already followed. I might have already been subbed even. No, I'm not. But I need to check out more of his streams, because the way that he streams is also really, really good. Okay. We have to probably finish enclosing the town and get a final boundary around this. Yeah, he went to lunch, so might stream again later. If he's online again, if you want to raid. I'm going to be doing a pretty long stream. I think I'll be going till 9, 10, 11, 12, 1. I'm going to be going another 4 hours at least. If he's streaming when I'm done, he's 100% catching that raid. Let's be real, 4 a.m. Maybe, Goldie, maybe. I'm not going to rule it out. Man. Could happen. Okay, so I tilted this one awkwardly. Why did I do that? I mean, those little imperfections actually really make the world. That's one thing I realized too, is this is too flat. This whole world is too flat. Notice this, Goldie. Notice this about the... notice that I feel as though the ground is going up. It's going up and it winds a little bit. So maybe we need to like design in a little bit of that. So maybe like this straight line is too straight. What if we like make it a little intentionally janky? A little bit like, okay, hold on. We need to, where's our snaps? Okay. I would like to know how to rotate just 1 degree. Like, where's the input for degree, like rotation? I want to rotate a ½ degree. I guess I do it like this. Okay, hold on. What do we think? Is that better or worse? Actually, I'd be very curious what you think about this one, Goldie, because you're, like, this environment design is kind of your thing. It means that the like, that's really uniform. That's kind of like janky and broken. Does it affect the arch? I think the tunnel's still good. The tunnel still looks fine. I think maybe just that slight little rotation. Okay. Yeah, it's hub ill for sure. I know, right? So, but what we could do is we could slightly tilt our entire game world, and I could just like this looks good, right? There's that awkward silhouette as this tilts uphill actually makes this like gives it so much more character. I think we could also do some tilting in the rest of the map. Like this half could tilt down a little bit. So idea to encourage people to go out at night. Perhaps they could get some random debuff if they just sleep till morning. Example, stiff neck, can't look up or down. They would have to come in and visit the alchemist for a cure potion later on and so forth. Yeah, I think that's a good idea, Warp Plants. I think it like originally I had the idea that instead of debuffing them, they could just not get a buff. If that makes sense. It's like they're disadvantaged because they miss out on doing some other thing that they should have been doing. Where is it? There's our... Okay, let's give it a spin. You know, that's kind of nice. I like it. We're going to call this a shade sail. What's the name of that thing? Any suggestions in the chat for this? Shade sail? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe something different. Awning, nice. Awning's good, Kmart. I like that one. We're gonna go with that one. It's an awning. Create new awning, and that's what it's going to be called for sure. And then those are going to go along here. And I might need to even like do this with a few different color variants. I really should read sentences before hitting enter. I'm getting worse. What do you mean? What have you said, Goldie, that needs fixing? It all seems fine to me. Hold on. Lol, I already have a few? What do you mean? Time to find a different streamer to mod XD? I'm not even seeing what you're referring to, Goldie. I'm missing something. Okay, so let's get our awning in. Good name, Kmart. That was a good name. Awning to process. My grammar is getting worse over time. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not good at grammar either, honestly. I'm really not good at grammar either. I wouldn't worry too much about it. As long as people understand what you're saying, Okay, in here, art tests. I think this is going to be... Should it be architecture or should it be a decoration? I feel like maybe this belongs more in the, like, with the props than the... Yeah, I'm doing that. It's getting moved. It's getting moved into props. Just because it's like, it's not really architecture, isn't it? Would an architect design an awning? No. Not in my opinion. Not in my opinion. Oh, did I just hit 3D? Yes, I did. All right, awning goes in. Some weird dots going on now. Why is the red line doing something weird? That red line should be rendering, right? I'm confused. All right, not a now problem. 10 times? Re-import. Save that, head back here. That's a way too big. Like half that, right? Not even. Wait until it's 2 a.m. and I'm tired? Yeah, like me too, man. My brain kind of shuts down at a certain point. The cool thing about this awning too, check this out, guys. I'm going to be able to do things like this. See how these are built into a bunch of the buildings? Like, the reason I separated this is it can make a nice it can make a nice like thing for a fruit stand, but also like we can just put it against the side of a building and it's like voila. You've got a nice little awning to go on the side of a building. That's pretty cool. 4.5, I think, maybe 4.5. I should align this with ground. Is that about ground level? And then make sure the size is right. I think that's good. I think that's good. That's good. All right. Because now we can do this. Oh my God, did I not apply that scale change? That seems giant now. Where were the other awnings that I just tested that against? I tested it against that awning there, right? It's the best word. I've got a good new word. Thank you, Kmart. They say the two hardest problems in computer science are naming things and cache invalidation. And that's definitely true with names. I often get them wrong. That's perfect. Can stick him in there. Though it seems a little too tall. Now we're getting somewhere. I think we're going to need a few more of these too, right? So where's this building? Because I want to attach it to the building. So if I move the building, I don't lose the... all right, it's a tenement. It's tenement 3. That awning, we are going to reparent that to tenement 3. No, that's tenement 2. Tenement 3. Excellent. Where's that clothesline? That clothesline probably should be a child of tenement 3. There's one clothesline. Yeah, that one too. That can go here. Let's give that a bit of an inspection. With the weapons, Seb, are they just going to have all the same standard damage? Or are you going to have like wooden stakes that does more damage to a vampire than it does to a werewolf? That's a really good idea. Martini, I might actually do something like that. I think that's a really good plan. I'm kind of into it. I had thought that the weapons, it might be possible to improve them overnight. So if you were like, if you spent your time as a blacksmith, like maybe a person could bring you a weapon during the night. So here's the blacksmith over here, right? During the night, maybe I sneak out from my home and I go, okay, I want to fight well tomorrow. So I've got all the rest that I need. I'm going to go here to the blacksmith and I'm going to like knock on the door of the blacksmith and then he's going to come out and I'm going to go, here's a weapon. Can you please sharpen this for me? And then he'll be like, yes. And then that's his task. And then he can give me a weapon back, right? And then that weapon will be enhanced for the next day. So I think the idea is that you will be able to upgrade stuff, and you have to go out and actively do things throughout the time in order to do it. And like you might come to the blacksmith's house and go like knock on the door and be like, "Hey, blacksmith, can you please do this thing for me?" And he'll be like, "Oh, the blacksmith isn't home. Maybe he's out getting some food, right? Because he needs to heal, or maybe he's out." Doing thing X, or he's out being a monster and murdering people. And during when everybody gets called together in the morning here for the trial phase, then it's, oh, hey, another follow. Yo, thank you. Who we got here? If we get somebody, okay, Assassi, I'm sorry. Assassi, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate you, man. Pumpkinhead Play, thank you so much as well. Just following for the next project. Like, hell yeah. You mean this project? You think this project's really cool? Or the project that follows after it? Because, yeah, there's a lot of potential in this project. I think. It was going to be a game jam, but I feel like if everybody's this keen on it, then... Akasi, yes, that makes a lot of sense. And Pumpkinhead Play, thank you for the follow, dude. Glad to be here. Hell yeah, I'm glad to have you here, Pumpkinhead. Thank you so much for following along. I really appreciate you. That's amazing. That's awesome. That is awesome. So yeah, that's the rough idea. If you get the sense of that Windex Martini, that like, you have to go out and do things, and those things prove those things help upgrade the town, but they also help prove that you're not a monster. Thus the name of the game, Not Monsters. How are you, Seb? I'm good, Snolzy. I'm really good, man. I'm really good. How have you been? How are you doing? You having a good day today? I hope you're doing well. Okay, hold on. We still need to fix this up. I'm going to open this, copy the material. Sorry, it's not the material really. This is the model, which is our 3D mesh. We don't need the full thing here. I'm going to add a collision shape 3D. No, I'm going to static. This is a static object. So a static body 3D. That's going to need a mesh collider. So from the model, I should be able to go mesh, generate a collision shape. So this will be the collision mesh. And then that should mean that now if I save this and I go back into our environment, when I run, I'll bump into that. And we'll need the same for Tenement 3. I realized I didn't really do that. Though honestly, because of the complexity of the mesh, I'm tempted to just so we'll still add our static body 3D. I'm tempted to add a collision shape 3D. And just because I don't want the collision on that like really complicated geometry to take place, we're going to, I'm going to make a box collider, and we're going to try and just like match the shape of the object. Just because I think I'm just want to experiment with a new approach here to getting the collisions for buildings going. Though I can imagine it's going to be a real nuisance when I need to do those detailed objects like this here. That's going to be really annoying. Maybe I don't worry about it and I deal with it later. Yeah, we'll deal with it later. Okay. So that material goes up here. Oh, hold on, wrong thing. Tenement 3D. That's the mesh or the model. This can go out. From here, we're going to generate the collision shape. Oh, see how long that took? Nah, I'm bailing out of that. I'm bailing out of that. I don't like it. I don't like it. The collision shape's too complicated. It's too complicated. We're going to go collision shape 3D. We're going to actually do it ourselves. As much as that's an annoyance, I think it's important. I think it's important that we don't like... If we're going to have really complicated geometry, we can't be using that to collide. There's too many calculations involved with figuring that out. Yo, Just Sophie, how you doing? Welcome in, man. What's up? We're just making a game. We're just doing a game jam. We're just jamming. We're just seeing how much we can get done in 2 weeks on a concept. I'm playing with a game concept, and so far, I feel like people really like it, which is quite exciting. That's really exciting for me. What do I do with this? Do we just optimize later? Do we optimize later, chat? And be like, just, Seb, don't be a perfectionist. You can just burn all the CPU cycles calculating collisions and deal with the rest later. Maybe that's the way to go. I don't know. I'm not so sure. That I really want it to be possible to like jump on buildings and leap tall buildings in a single bound and such. The other thing is we can do a lower topology version of this. This is only 8,000 polygons, but oh my God, look how janky it got. So that's the difference between our high poly one and our low poly one. It's like, here's low poly. Oof. That's too gross. I don't even want to. Oh, it might be okay. We can always come back and like redo them. But like, what's the point of a collision shape here? I mean, honestly, look at it. Look at the difference. Like, I like it. And good. But only 8,000 polys. So it's like, what do you want? Can you halve the poly count? It's not that easy. I can, but I need to retopologize it, which means like going in and manually doing a bunch of cleanup. Sergius, how you doing, dude? That little alarm like triggers me now. Every time that happens, it's like something's gone wrong. Goldie wants my attention. Scroll up in chat if you want to see the Snappy plugin. Oh, I'm not going to set it up now. I do need it, but I also don't want to set it up now. I'm also just trying to like keep the... I appreciate you, Goldie, with the Snappy plugin. I am going to keep persevering without it. I was kind of like half-heartedly saying that. Dude, I appreciate you following it up though. All right, so we're going to keep this. We're going to mess with the... shape and get the collision right. Just with these big ass colliders. Oh, look at that. See how it's like, I don't know why this happens, but I think if you copy a collision shape, it references the same like underlying thing, which is pretty weird. Josephine, thank you for the follow, dude. I appreciate you. That's so cool of you. Man. Welcome in. Were you one of the raiders? Were you one of the raiders from before? Josephine, if you were one of the raiders from before, like thank you for converting the raid to a follow. You're probably going to wind up back with Spacious later, since it sounds like he's coming back online, and we'll raid him when we're done with our stream if he is on. But I super appreciate you following along here, because you know the more game projects that we game streamers can support, the better. I think he's doing some really cool projects, and we're doing some really cool projects. And when we're streaming, we can raid him, and you know, maybe vice versa. I think it's really easy for me to raid another game streamer when they're live, just because they're my friends and you know they're always on. But there are so few game dev streamers, and I really want to support that kind of thing too. So, will there be unknown secret characters? I'm very open to something like that. I'm very open to something like that, Katie. Maybe even like having some characters which are, like how to explain it. Even having some characters which are, God, I'm gonna hate this collider, aren't I? I'm gonna hate this collider. I'll deal with this. I'll deal with this properly later. That'll do for now. Potentially, yes. I think potentially, yes. I think it would be really cool to do that. I was one of the raiders, but I'm a professional lurker, so I'm always surprised where I finished the day. Yeah. I think those lurks, they can mean a lot. Oh, what happened here? Sometimes it seems like the modifications to the scene don't apply in the way that you expect them to. Okay, so that's the tenement. If I open that up, there's the colliders in the tenement. Why aren't I colliding? If we go environment, and I run. Katie, what kind of secret characters would you want in the game? Give me some examples of ideas for secret characters. Why is he clipping? Why is he, we just set up the, we just verified that if I go into this scene, there's got to be some way to like, maybe I re-import this thing. I don't think that really works like that though. How do I like revert this to make sure that it uses whatever is in the, all right, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do this. This is kind of hurts my soul to do this. If I turn them off, we're going to go here. We're going to just do it. Collision shape. I don't like it. I don't like it, especially since these are convex shapes too. That's like a, oh, these collisions are going to be so expensive. They're going to be so expensive. I don't like it, Goldie. 2, 3. It took 3 seconds for this beast computer to calculate that. That's a concern. That's a real concern. See how long it took to reparent that? All right, we're going to go to the game and just like see what happens when I run this. Is it just in my head or did that take longer? Seb, if you have time, can you read my last message? Yes. Yeah, I can. Hold on. I'm going to do this one thing. I'm going to run into this building and then bounce off it. Yep. I mean, the collision's not super laggy. That's scary. I can... Oh, man, we might even be able to... That's going to be a cool, like... Oh, if you can do that jump. But is it just me or is that lagging? Yeah, it's lagging. I called it. Look at that lag. Okay, unacceptable. Unacceptable. Okay. That can go. Gone. All right, let me check your last message. Crazy idea. Different weapons to kill different monsters. As Windex said, this would add a plasmophobia aspect to the villagers to figure out what type of monsters they're dealing with. Yo, that's awesome. War plants, that's really cool. Oh, that's not a crazy idea. That's a really good idea. Thank you for redirecting me back to your message. We'll have to work that in. Hold on. That can actually go here. Here we go. Players can prepare weapons. Different weapons to kill different monsters. Yeah. I like the idea. I like it. We're putting it in. as a concept. We'll see if it actually happens, but wall plants, that's a really, really cool idea. Okay, yeah, mega lag. Burn it down, exactly. I love that line. Which line came out? Which line? Oh, the unacceptable line? I'm guessing it's unacceptable. I also love that line. Good movie. Okay, static body 3D has these shapes. Why are those shapes not colliding though? Oh, this one's disabled. Did I click that? Didn't mean to click that. And it's disabled again. Undisable. What happens? Did it disable when I saved? All right. I wonder what this does. Debug fill. Ooh. That's handy. We're definitely gonna have to clean this up. But for now, if I can just get it working in the game, then we'll probably be good. Unacceptable! Exactly. It is unacceptable. That was not good enough. Yay, collision. Good enough. It's good enough. Even though we can do this. Who's gonna jump here? Who will ever know? No one will ever know. We're gonna have to make our own like collision meshes, definitely. But for now, you can go a little down. Go back to our environment. That looks better. It might even have to go lower to make it like clip the ground here. Or honestly, these should all just go across so it doesn't have that issue. Oh, what that might ruin though is our archway. Oh, the archway. Nah. Undo. That's gonna clip. We're just gonna take this down a little. It can go down a little in tenement 3. As well as the colliders. All of it down. Oh my gosh, even more. Cobblestones under the bridge are like irresistible kryptonite for any level V4 plus climber. Yep. Would be cool to have some characters that can like climb surfaces. Like a Spider-Man that's actually a spider human. Like a real Spider-Man. Like an arachnid that can just like scurry up surfaces. That would be cool. I think the idea of like making specific weapons that are good for specific monsters is a really cool idea. So it's like the lumberjack can make wooden stakes, and the silver, like the jeweler can make silver, like a silver bullet or whatever. Though I don't think we want guns, but yeah, that's a cool mechanic. It's a very cool mechanic. Because then also the monsters might wind up like killing as a monster, you'll be trying to kill the person who counters you. The farmer can sell garlic. Oh, exactly, Windex. See, these are, that's gold. That's a gold. That's a gold idea right there. I like it. Okay, so I want some more variants of these shades, but also this awning. We're going to just put another awning. Just going to put another awning like right frickin' here. because we want fruit markets. I want a fruit market. And they're gonna have to have like a bunch of different colors, because look how cool they look. They're in all the different, like, our concepts feature these rather prominently, like that one. And so I need a table with fruit on it. I'll need a table, and I want fruit for the table. Generate another variant of this awning in a similar style. Change the color of the fabric. If we're selling things, does this mean there's an economy? Yeah, I don't know about an economy. I do think like some of the concept had an idea like that in there earlier. So you can see like there's a certain amount of money that you have. So I thought of the idea so that there would be like things that you can do to give you more to do, essentially, to give you more to do throughout the day. That might be a cool concept, but I don't know. It starts to get really complicated though. And this, Goldie, it's important to keep it simple. It's important to keep it really, really simple. Okay, that color palette doesn't really work. Those colors are crap, if I'm honest. Orange and blue, maybe. Just because we have orange and blue roofs, the orange and blue awning might work. I think white and some other color. So change the color of the fabric to white and orange. There we go. Trading two garlics for one wooden stake. It could really be cool to have an economy, but like it always needs balancing. It's best to do something really simple. This isn't even like I want to keep scope small for the game jam type of thing. This is like even with all of the money in the world, maybe the economy would just be a bad design choice because of how complicated it makes things. It makes the game more complicated to play. It makes it has a lot of different, challenges that come with it. Change the configuration of the wood a little bit. I like it before the coins came. Yeah. I think it should just be like people helping each other, right? No money, like no motivations. The reason people help each other is because they're villagers, and villagers band together to kill the monsters, right? And if someone's helping you, then that's more likely they're a villager. I think that's a better dynamic than like, oh, I'm doing this to because I want to be the richest little villager. It's like, nah, I'm not really into that. Okay, hold on. So from here to here, it's a little different. The wood's a little different. We want variety. Yeah, okay. That'll do. That'll do. What more do we need? Surprisingly, that one tenement did actually that one extra building really did fill out this space. I mean, what more can we do here? We can put something in here. I don't know what kind of building goes in there. And then we also have a lot of work to do on deciding what happens here, because right now this is the same building just duplicated in a bunch of places. Anybody who looks close enough is going to notice that that's not cool. Though I think the way that we place this versus the way that this is placed actually quite works, right? Because you never see this spire and that spire together at the same time. But without microtransactions, people won't go broke racking up a credit card. Like, where's the $100 skin? People will scream, looking confused and sad. I think what I might do for this noob, and guys just in general is like I really want to make this game like no more than $5. If I ever did go and sell it, and we get to that point, I think keeping the price really, really low actually makes a lot of sense. And then putting skins in and then selling the skins for people who really want to support the game and buy something. I think that's a good dynamic, right? Because if people, it makes it more replayable. It makes people like cool. It gives them something cool and distinct to do. They can personalize. It doesn't affect the gameplay too much. Unless you got X amount of dollars for surviving and doing tasks instead of points, then you could buy station supplies. Sorry, station maybe, but you could buy station. But items are grayed out if a certain villager didn't produce it. Also causing suspicion. Yeah, that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. So have like have a shop where you can buy things related to what people have created. I like that. I like the concept there. I like that idea. Yeah, I like that idea a lot. Right, this awning could also go in some other potentially cool places. Like where? What about like right here? It seems like maybe a place you might want an awning. And then we can do another thing. Since this is the tavern, right? What if the tavern got an awning around the back? What if that went down here? I think more to that side. And then we can even duplicate the tables. I don't half mind that. What's better, a little bit out of the way with the tables or having them protrude a little? We've already got we already get that, I think probably like that. We don't want to get in the way of the walkway. Let's go have a look. Unless you got X amount of dollars, yeah, okay. I think I followed that. I follow your message, Windex. It's a cool idea. It's a cool idea. Also, the skins pack would be cheap too. Then people will be like, oh, it's only like X dollars and impulse buy it. Yeah, totally. I think that's valid. That's valid. All right, this looks good. I think now with that, I want to change this up a little. And I think crate 1 and crate 2 can go in this gap here. Probably a bit like that. Where are we? Sorry, where? You know what? That's fine. Let's go have a look there. For social games like this, I prefer talking through the trades with players instead of just cold buying from a stand. Yeah, that's a good point, Plants. It's a good point. Yeah, it's an interesting point. I really should have, now that I look at it and now that I think about the design, we included the shade sail in the building here. I think really I need to take a more modular approach. I really need to take a more modular approach. Like things like these, the steps up to the doors. The steps up to the doors might have made a lot of sense. And even like designing these buildings with more components, like a main section, a door section, a roof section, and then just like configuring them in different, like putting them together in different configurations. Like if and when I rebuild the city, I think that'll be the way to do it, is to decompose a house into different parts, generate those independently, make those low poly, and then stick them all together. I think that's going to be the way that this gets redone. That'll be the way that this gets redone. Milky AFK, how you doing, man? Good to see you. I am doing really well. We're about 3/4 of the way through the 2 weeks that I set for this game jam, and I'm really liking the results. We're starting to get a world together right now. Holy crap, another follow. Whoa! Windex, 10 gifted. Oh my god, dude. We getting you a damn. Hold on, who followed? We had a follow and then Windex giving 5 community gifted. No, okay, 5 not 10, but like thank you so much, man. I feel like Goldie, did we ever come up with something for 5? That's how our other game was made, 100% modular. Yeah, I need to do it like that. At the moment, this is just supposed to be blocking things out. Thank you, Windex. I really appreciate you, dude. That you've been asking such amazing questions. Just go for... Oh my god, look who it is, guys. Look who it is. It's fucking Pestily again. Don't be poor, give more. No, Pestily, I'm totally... Look at how the game's coming together, dude. Look how cool this is starting to look. It's oh, hold on. This is our art test scene. Look, it's the Plague Doctor. We got the Plague Doctor in. Everybody give some Pestilies. Like, I don't know, we need a Pestily emote to add our chat so that we can spam Pestilies. It's looking great. We got the Plague Doctor in. I think he's also going to be a really, really, really cool. He's going to be a really cool character. What I'm thinking for the Plague Doctor is that maybe he gets a special ability to check if one person is afflicted with some kind of monster condition. Every day night cycle, the Plague Doctor gets to just do one check. He can just check if just one person, see if one person is a monster or not. And when there's a lobby of 12 people, in instances when people are fighting and being like, I think he's a monster, kill him. And the Plague Doctor can be maybe once a game, he gets to play his special ability where he checks if a person is a monster. How cool would that be? I thought a bit about it when you went away and I was like, that's a cool mechanic. That's a cool way that we can determine if he is or isn't. But check it out. We're starting to put the city together now as well, Pestily. I'm starting to build it out and put a lot of assets in. You can start to get a sense of what it's going to feel like. There's a lot of the art is still very placeholder. All of these broken models are just intentionally broken. But as we're running around the world, we can kind of see how it's all going to feel. We've got little alleyways, and we're starting to get oh, hold on, I need to. We haven't done the colliders, and we need to change the scale of that object. But it's going to feel really quite shut in and claustrophobic, and we're starting to build out a little an area where a marketplace is going to be, and we'll be able to we're talking about a lot of mechanics too. I'm getting a lot of really cool game design suggestions from chat today. We're talking about doing something where different classes, different townsfolk will be able to make different weapons that are effective against different monsters. And so people will be like, oh, I saw a vampire in the night. And so then the lumberjack cuts that goes and makes a wooden stake during his during the night phase and all of that. I think it's a really cool, I've been lurking for a good 30 minutes. No way. Oh my God. I'm blushing. Guys, Pestily, the Pestily is lurking in my chat. Isn't that fucking cool? Isn't that the coolest thing? That is so freaking cool. We've got a freaking, a famous, mega streamer here in lurk mode. That's exciting. That's very, very exciting. Dude, thank you for lurking. I super appreciate it. I super appreciate you hanging out here. I have no idea who that is. Penny, go educate yourself. Go throw that name in the YouTube and then watch your jaw drop. Yeah, go do that. A really, really good guy. A good friend of Fastfy, Penny. I'm sure if you've been seeing Fastfy's content, you would have seen Pestily's content. But I think he's worked with a bunch of other, Lufu and stuff too. He's done a lot of cool stuff with those guys. So yeah, thank you for hanging out, Pez. Thank you for hanging out. I really appreciate that, man. Or a priest that can temporarily hallow ground, maybe, that can't hurt monsters. See, that's a really cool idea too. We already had a design for where is he? We already had an idea for a design for a priest. So we might make something like this, and then yeah, we might have like these really rare, like once-off abilities that come through. I think an ability like that and being able to drop it would make for some really interesting, really interesting mechanics. I think there's a lot of really cool ideas that people are coming up with, and I definitely want to do a lot of different things with them. Actually, you know what? This one is in. I have to get the bar wench in. I think the bar wench was such a funny idea. We really have to get her in the game because she's going to add a lot of character. I can see a lot of streamers like playing that character in a really funny way. That's going to be really, really cool. So definitely the bar wench still needs to go in. But yeah, having a lot of fun with this concept, guys. Please keep the ideas coming. That's going to be really good. All right, so I think we nearly have a new variant of our. We nearly have a new variant of the shade sail, or what do we call it? We called it the awning. So this is going to be awning 1 instead of awning 2. So that means we'll need to rename this awning 1. And then it can re-import everything. Hello, it can re-import everything whenever it chooses to actually do it. What the hell? Okay, something's gone wrong. That was actually an error there. Renaming a file should not have done that. What if I save the scene? Is it going to force this to... There it goes. Now it re-imports. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. We almost need to ideate a little here and try to figure out what different... There we go. Now it did it. So now we've got awning, and then we've got awning 1. And then we're going to have an awning 2 soon as well. So that's awning 1. Load errors. That's not good. Let's go make sure that it still worked in the game world. It did. Let's go to our art tests. Make sure it's working here. It is, but I don't really trust it. I want to like delete it, and then we're going to bring it back in and see if it works. Okay, I think I can trust that. It's working. Very soon we're going to be ready with our second one. So let's see about this one. I think the palette of this is going to work a lot better than the concept we had before. We've got a little like screwy, the colors bled over here in a way that isn't really productive. But again, we're moving fast. We're gonna like accept some errors in our art because it's all placeholder and it needs to be retopologized when we do a polish pass. Anyway. So with that said, let's get the next awning in. So that's awning, I think we've got it called awning here. We need to go awning 1 so that we can distinguish this from the next one. And then let's get the second one in. What about a goat farmer, Seb? And he has absolutely nothing to give to the town. He's just been there with his goats. We already do have... That's not a bad idea. I don't mind, like, I had thought about some cool classes that would be different from other ones. The one I'd thought about would be the, like, vagabond. So, like, a guy who, imagine, like, you've got one guy who doesn't have a home, just a homeless dude, and the homeless dude, like, his special power is almost that he doesn't have a home. And at night, he can be out the town all the time, like, walking around, like witnessing what happens in a useful way. And then also his superpower there is like, he doesn't have, if he is a monster, like he's beyond suspicion for like being out and about. Because if everyone has a designated home, like you could go to their home. Like I gave the example before where like you want to go and upgrade your weapon. So you take it to the blacksmith, you knock on his door, and either he's there and he fixes, like he upgrades your weapon, or he's out doing something else. And it's like, okay, I'll have to come back. Or he's out killing people as a monster, and then he becomes more suspicious. Like you can be suspicious if you go to the house and he's not there, right? Because maybe he's there and he's sleeping, which means he's healing. He's not there at all, which means he's either busy or he might be a monster. Or, but the vagabond, if he has no home, if there's just like this drifter that goes around the town, there's a good reason for him to be out like all of the time, which could make him a good witness, or it could make him a good monster if you happen to get the vagabond and the werewolf or something like that, right? So it's like, I think there's a cool interplay between the different like potential class types, or the different, not class types, but you know what I mean? It's like the different ways that it can play out and roll. Roll idea. Okay, plants, what do you got? Village idiot. The character has a simple hint that identifies them, and they have a 75% chance of being a monster, but if a villager kills him and he was not the monster, they would get a severe punishment, leading to some interesting situations. Yo, yeah, that's a really cool idea. But I think like 75% chance of being a monster. Like I get what you're going for. Like an increased odds of monsterness. 75% is a lot, because keep in mind the lobby could have like 12 people in it. 75% chance, like he getting killed every time because the odds are just too good, right? The odds are just too good. Awning 2. But it's a cool idea. It's a cool idea. Like, like a special, keep it simple, stupid works best. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. But the thing is, Slight, early in a project is the time to explore all of the different ideas as much as you can. Like I actually said this, I put this in a DM today. It's like, the earlier you are in the project, the more important it is to keep your, this is the time to throw things at the wall and see what sticks, right? Because the further you get into it, the more expensive and the more time consuming it is to change anything. And so right now, like people's ideas, I'm really actually appreciating the suggestions, because they're going to be easier to implement now than at any other time. The further in the project we go, the harder a thing it is to actually do. So I think ideas are good, and I want to really, really encourage people coming up with ideas. And simple ideas are better than complicated ideas, but sometimes some complicated ideas are just worth it, right? They're just worth it to do. They can really be, really be a good approach, is just be like, okay, we're going to do something complicated. If it's worth it. Okay, I'm going to make a new object here, and we're going to call it awning 2. Awning 2, 3D scene. Let's bring that in. Put him in 0, 0, 0. We need to move him up so he's in line with the ground. About there. And we're going to make sure that the scale is right in the art test scene. Awning 2. We already have him here, but now we'll get rid of this one because that was our import. It's an awning for ants. The squirrels can have a little picnic with this thing. The squirrel fruit market. Awning 3, and now import here. Awning 2, this is, I'm going to open that, I'm going to take the material, close that, stick that material there, that gets deleted. This gets a static mesh, static body 3D. From here, we'll generate our collision shape so that we run into it, and from there, collision shape goes under here, and now we see the blue lines to indicate that we'll actually collide with this. So that's good. Awning 2 is in. Let's go to our art test scene. Oh, I did that too soon because I needed to scale it. I needed to scale this first, guys. And we're going to scale it in the import. Awning 2, root scale. What did we do for the other one? We put rate scale to 4.5. I think that's going to be a good starting point for this one as well. 4.5, re-import. In the scene, we'll delete the collision shape, and we'll create a new collision shape from our material. We also want to clarify that the material is the model, so let's name it like that. And from there, model can go the collision shape can go under the static body. Now we'll save the awning, go back to our art test, check that the scale is okay by dragging it in yet again. There we go, awning 2, scales off. Did I finish applying that input? Re-import it? Okay, that's real weird. awning 2. Maybe I needed to... Like, changing the scale should have changed it here, but it didn't. All right, hold up. It needs to be at least 3 times this big. Exactly, Sly. It's for ants. What is a shade sloth for? Yeah, slate cloth. Exactly, that joke. I think I've made that 100 times and it never gets old. It never gets old. All right. So, where are we? Model, collision shape, collision mesh. Why did this model not work? Oh, that's what happened. I understand now. I totally understand. I took the FBX in and then I didn't apply the import, or I did apply the import 4.5. That needs to go up here. Let's just first get this right. Let's go look at our art test. Get rid of any awning that isn't there. Get the scale okay. And then take it from there. Okay, that's really wrong. So something weird happened with this where 4.5 is just way off in terms of the scale that it needs. We need to go and change its import to like 10. I don't know why. 4.5 seemed right for the other one, but 10 seems to be the way to go for this one. Okay, colliding and clipping there. Let's go back to environment, or really art test. Okay, so now 10 is too big. 4.5 is probably right. That's very, very annoying. 4.5. Why didn't that work before? Okay, now it's perfect. Whatever. We got it. I can be happy with it. Yeah, that's about right. That's good. That's good. 4.5 is working. Okay, awning at 4.5. Now we can make all of our colliders. I jumped the gun on that earlier. Open anyway, get our material, close this, paste that. I'm getting good at this little dance, aren't I, guys? This one goes, this becomes our model. This becomes our collision shape. I almost want to make a script to automate doing that because I feel like I've done it so often. You know, save myself. There's always that like trade-off of like how much time does it take to do and how much time does it save by doing it, by automating it. Okay, the base game is essentially a dressed-up version of Among Us. For want of a better example. But it kind of feels like you're trying to create a point or multiple points of differentiation besides just the visuals, which makes sense. But the trick is ensuring they add value to the gameplay or engagement. Sly, actually, the result is very similar to Among Us, but my design, I think, is actually what happened. What happened was when I designed this, I wasn't going for Among Us. I went for Werewolf, and I realized that Among Us is such a blatant copy of Werewolf with a few additional mechanics that what we are making will wind up very similar to Among Us, but I'm actually not trying to do what Among Us did. I'm trying to do what Werewolf did, because Werewolf is it's like a fairly old game, and it's basically like you can play Werewolf with no basically you could write the different roles on a piece of paper and throw them into a hat, and then that's going to be enough to play Werewolf, right? And fundamentally, Werewolf is a very simple, good game, and I wanted to find a new twist on Werewolf, and it just happened to be the case that it turned out like Among Us. I think the way that we actually engineer it's going to feel really different from Among Us because we're going from Werewolf in a different direction from the way that Among Us has done it. And so people are going to think of this as a game that's like Among Us, but the reason is because it's just like we both did Werewolf, if that makes any sense. Among Us did Werewolf and we did Werewolf, and for that reason, our game's going to feel a lot like Among Us, but not because it's the same game. But yeah, I don't know. I'm probably belaboring the point now. So I think now that we have awning 2, I want to use awning 2 because the contrast is going to look nicer with the blue roof and the red shade sail. I think too much of the same the same color isn't gonna look great. In the same way that the blue looks better on the on this little townhouse here. That blue and the red contrast really nicely. Same here. The red and the blue contrast really nicely. All right. The concept has been copied many times for a good reason. Yeah, absolutely. Hey, it's Raisin's Girl. Welcome back. Oh my God, the world is looking so good. Like, oh, awesome. Yeah, it is starting to come together. It's really starting to look nice. I'm starting to just in terms of like blocking the shapes out. I'm starting to feel good about how it all comes together. There's a lot that needs to still be done. I basically know what I need to do is take the whole world and delete all of the buildings and then rebuild it a bit at a time with like basic fundamental building blocks and modular shapes. That's going to be the way that this ultimately comes out. So to really make it good, I'm going to have to delete it and build it up again a block at a time. But that said, the basic like layouts, like, you know, things like these archways and the archways and the building, you know, the composition of the buildings and the little different elements that are coming together, they're all feeling really nice. I feel like that's feeling really good. Have you made the nighttime skybox yet? No, but I know what it's going to look like. I've already done the design in my head for it, and I already have some reference art that I think does a good job of depicting it. It's going to look like this. This is how the night sky is going to look. A giant moon, which I'm going to do with a physical object that actually moves through the sky, and then a few of these clouds that we will act as parallax. And then I'll add a bunch of things like, particle effect for bats, and we're going to have clouds at the distance. But like, this is going to be what the night sky feels like. So we haven't done it yet, Martini, but that's the plan for it. Yo, Racing Girl, you're using the Dolly piece. Do you know Dolly? I'm guessing you're one of Dolly's fans. She's got such a really good stream. It's cool to see some of her community in here. How are you doing? Welcome in. Welcome in from Dolly's crowd. But like, I didn't realize that because you've hung out a fair bit in the stream, Raisin Girl. But, oh my God, gorgeous. Yeah, you think the night sky is going to look really good? I also think it's going to be a nice vibe. That's going to look cool. So that's starting to, we need something down there, and we need something under these. Maybe this is too much fruit stand. Maybe the fruit stands need to be just up here instead. Like we can. Maybe there's enough space for another building here. I don't know which one. I don't know what kind of building, but. I mean, yeah, that can work. We can do that. These two can go together under the same 3D object. I think I'm going to treat them as like one structure. Does this interrupt the silhouette of the... No, it doesn't. I think I really want some money shots in the game, and this is one of them. The gallows in front of the windmills, especially like when the game is running, and especially when it starts to look nighttime-ish, that's when it's going to really matter. I don't lol, I just wanted to see your emotes since I was a gifted sub. Oh, yo, yeah, no, that makes sense. That makes sense, Raisin. What I do with my community is like the really loyal members who stick around like for a really long time, they get their own custom emotes so that when they come through the chat, I can say hi and just like, you know, give them a little tip of the hat, for instance, like here. For example, Sly's been around a really long time. How you doing, Sly? That's Sly's emote? Yeah, exactly. You know, Sly, your emote is the most used emote in other channels. You have the most used emote in other channels. It's That's so sweet of you. Yeah, I think it's really cool. Well, look, the least I can do is give a little bit back to the community that supports me. I use and abuse it. Hell yeah. And I find that too, Raisin Girl. It's like that's one of the coolest things that I'm like that we do here is we really celebrate the community, right? We do it in a tangible way where like I actually I try to do something to enhance their Twitch experience, you know, to make it better in some meaningful and important way. Yeah, that's Goldie's got so many. Because Goldie's my mod and does an incredible amount here. He gets like, hold on, he's got 3, doesn't he? He's got the static goldfish. He's got this one, and this one. Yeah, exactly. Those are the ones. Just wait until the martini emote comes out. That's right. Binge has a. You stick around, Martini. Stick around, and it'll happen. It'll happen. Trust me, man. We've got Binge wanted a vodka bottle because that's a part of his brand. Yep. We've had so the nacho one. I got one huge supporter who's just like gives the most amazing support to this stream, and he's got 4 emotes. He's got every variant of a nacho you can imagine so that when he drops 200 subs all at once, we can all just spam millions of nachos and the chat just gets spammed with hyper spinning nachos. It's a fun time. We have fun here. Stick around. You'll see. It's fun. Okay, here's an opportunity for that there. I feel like if we got our own, if we use one of these, if this awning... I mean, hold on. This awning for a start, we'll make this into a fruit stand. So these can both get reparented to a new node. It's going to be a node 3D. We'll create that and we'll call this our fruit stand. Fruit stand 1. Let's see. The other thing there, this awning, I think this alleyway would look better if we kind of have an awning on the right. Let's do another one on the left as well. So we'll put that one. We're going to have to find whatever the tenement was that resulted in that. But here we go. And since this is the slummy area of town, the other thing I really want to do is we're going to make clotheslines that run from this one as well. So that clothesline can come here. And we can twist it for full effect. Yeah, that's cool. All right, let's go for a quick tour down this little alleyway. This is probably the most used. Hold on, Windex. I haven't even seen that one. Which one's that? Okay, that looks cool. Even more, we got to double down on that. That's such a vibe. These clothes are such a good idea. The clothesline really, really helps. We're going to put the second clothesline on this tenement. Though I'm hesitant to attach the clotheslines to any particular building because it kind of goes between the buildings, if that makes any sense. Really, it should go up in the world decorations. There's a lot of disorganization here that still needs to be sorted out. Let's see. I can't wait to animate these clotheslines too. I need to make sure that they are in their own scene. Damn it, they're not. Why did I make that mistake? Where's the clothesline? We need to make a new scene clothesline here. And almost I need to I have a good trick for doing this now though. In the environment, if I search for clothesline, we'll see if this works, but look, I should be able to go clothesline. These three, I can, One at a time, I can do this. I can go instantiate a child scene, clothesline like that. And I can do that over and over and over. Instantiate child scene, clothesline, here too. And then for each of them, if I get rid of this, that can just be like reparented to not, you know, to the tenement directly. And then this can get deleted. And now I should have the instance clothesline where if I later change this for an animated thing, then it will happen everywhere. So that's good. We've solved that. So that goes to the tenement 2. Hold on. Clothesline 3 goes. Clothesline 3 is the wrong one. That's an FBX. This one too. That's an FBX. Yeah, that's a scene. Cool. That's a really neat trick. I really, really like that you can do that. That saves so much time. That's going to save so much time. Side note, I'm 11 hours into a 14.5 hour 3D print and the filament is about to run out and I don't have any more of the same color. Sly, that sucks. I've been there, man. I've been there. That's an annoying situation. I'm so sorry, dude. Goldie. Oh man, I really like that emote. When did you make this? Is that literally like brand new? Did you just make this emote? Hold on. Where is it? Did you just make this? Dude, thank you. That's a really cool emote. I like that one a lot. That's hilarious. Yesterday you made it. All right. That's why I'm only just seeing it now. Similar to clotheslines. Okay, hold on. Am I missing messages? Not sure it's Dev. She looks scuffed. Oh, it is Dev Windex. It is. I see. Yep. Yeah, what are you printing? Sly? Benny's got an interesting question there for sure. These are my most used emotes. Jess, Wyatt, Perv. Yep. Ben, you got the Sly emote and the fast flower. The fast flower is such a good one. A tool case insert for my cordless router. Yo, nice. It's for me, so I'll be able to, if there's a color change. Oh, dude, interesting. Similar to the clotheslines, we could just have triangle-shaped flags hanging from lines. Yeah, that's a good idea. Ica, 3-stream streak. Yo, thank you, dude. Much appreciated. Both the medieval / fair, when the low poly count, as we learned earlier, they are really low poly counts, plants. They're really low. It's like 1 polygon. That's so cheap. But as we also learned, in order to animate them properly, we're going to have to add geometry so they can actually like wave in the wind. So it's not necessarily super low poly. It's not the lowest possible polys, and it's not just like 3 vertices, 3 edges, and one face. It would have to be a bit more just to animate it nicely, unless we do some janky, like, you know, kind of like animates as one thing instead of waving like this. If it just goes like, oh man, it's actually very hard to move your wrist without your fingers when your wrist is bent. Fun fact. Okay, hold on. Chat, give me a short game idea, please. Okay, chat, jump in. Give Iker a game idea. Hugo, thank you for the follow, dude. Thank you for the follow. I'm glad you're enjoying what we're doing, man. Thanks for hitting that follow button. Smashing that follow button means that when I stream, I get more people in here and I enjoy myself even more and the game gets so much more potential. So I thank you, dude. I thank you. I'm realizing we already have a blue thing here, and we want to make this building look different from that building. One really simple thing we can do is this, and I definitely want to go through this whole world and like modularize this. That's what I'm realizing, Goldie, is this whole thing needs to get turned into modular parts because it is basically the same damn thing. I need to just modularize the crap out of it. Absolutely. All right. In, you get reparented to the in. That gets reparented to the in. In, please. Which in? Is it just in? That in. I feel like it's that in. Did that get a child? It didn't. Ugh, I've got more than one thing named in. And it's the wrong one. Yeah. You can reparent, please, to the different in. This is why it's bad to have two generic buildings. Like, so many really similar things and... In? Yay! Man, that awning works too well for too many things. It's a hack, man. It's a hack. We're going to copy that. We're going to go to our fruit stand and paste that. Let's put this at 0, 0, 0. Ooh, interesting. All right, hold on. These should all go 0, 0, 0 also. And then the whole fruit stand should get shifted across here so that we have a nice origin. Even though it means it's a garbled mess now. They can go up until ground height is good. Awning through. I probably should name these things to appropriately. So they're like orange awning, blue awning. But 1 and 2 will do. Like a this. And then that goes like a this. Nice. Starting to look good. No, I don't want the Z fighting. So we're going to have like a gap there, which is nice. And then awning 3. And it's going to look like we've got one big piece of fabric. That'll do. Okay. Now, how do we feel about the fruit market there? That fruit stand, I think I want it there with a little more walkway. I also think our terrain, I want to smooth that out a little. So it's not quite so, let's go with like 8 meters. And then we can smooth that along here. Almost the way to do this, I think, will be to pick a point on the ground that's safe and then set the height to that about here. Set height, please. Is that too uniform? What do we like better? I think the smooth transition there is nicer. Ooh, let's not go so far as the fence. There we go. And then we've got a nice little boundary, especially when we put our actual grass in here, guys. That's going to look so much nicer. It's really going to look good when this has real grass. Yeah, real grass is going to be a vibe. Okay, hold on. Not IT stuff. I'm sorry I've missed so many messages here, guys. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I didn't realize that it was my chat was scrolled. I'm sorry I missed so many messages. All right. Sounds crazy, but I've been waiting for a 3D printer forever, especially now that now for little house stuff. Okay, Raisin. Oh, that's cool. 3D printers really make a difference. I loved having one. I miss not having one here in Melbourne. Like up in Brisbane, I had a 3D printer. I did so much cool stuff with it. I've been into it a very long time. Before it was cool, but newer printers are so easy to use. The bamboo ones I've been absolutely loving, Sly. The bamboo ones are so sick. Good game idea. What type of platform? I'm wanting to make this a PC Steam game, Micah. And also, yo, welcome back to the chat, man. Welcome back. It's been... Actually, hold on. Is this the first time you're chatting? Welcome in. Welcome in. Good to have you. Just lots of tools. I've built my own house once from my own bare hands. Yeah, dude. Sly, it sounds like you've got so many skills in so many different areas. Like, you've got tech skills, you've got hands-on skills, you've got architecture skills. It's like, I admire that, dude. I really admire that. Okay. 2026 sleep paralysis simulator. What game's that? That sounds horrible. I've only once had sleep paralysis. Cannot recommend. Would not repeat. 0 out of 10. I didn't realize the power of them. They're like 3D printers are amazing. It's really like can be game changing when you get your hands on one for the first time, especially if you know how to like model things, like make 3D models. That's a vibe. Hello. I'm gonna have to go. This is one thing that I think that like Unity does way better than Godot. Like selecting an object is painful. Like I'm clicking directly on that and it's not selecting it. It takes ages to select it. I'm gonna copy this thing. Where actually is it? And it hasn't like highlighted here either. Like somewhere it's selected, but it shows it is selected. It doesn't show it there. So annoying, whatever. Then that can come here. Oh my God, it's an awning. I clearly had that thing highlighted when I copied. See, what am I doing wrong? Ugh. I must be missing something. It's no way that selecting objects is this bad. There's no way. Okay, finally I got it. And that clothesline is a child of another clothesline? What? All right, there's two in the same spot, which is bad. We don't want that. That can go more like this. Let's see. If I put that more like here, that's probably going to look good. Is it attached? Does it go into the wall? Yes, it does from both places. All right, we're good. We're good. Yo, Sloth, thank you. Thank you for the follow. Yoda the Sloth. Love the name, man. Love the name. Okay, hold on. Browser for itch, making it in Godot. Browser for itch. You're making a browser for itch? I want to make a 3D game. Yeah, 3D games are sick. They're really, really good. They can be fun. They introduce their own challenges, but they can be fun. By platform, I mean mobile PC or Xbox. Yeah, PC. Definitely, I think a PC game. I'm going for like a friend slot type of experience where it's going to be a cheap Steam download. It's going to be easy to get. It's going to be easy to play. It's the kind of thing you and your friends can get together and do. I think that's going to be the goal for this. Level design. Ooh, fun, right, Miranda? Welcome in. Welcome in. Good to see you. I don't think we've had you through here before. It says this is your first message. Thank you for messaging. And yeah, we are doing level design at the moment. It's we're doing it fast and dirty just to prototype this game idea. But yeah, it's coming along quite well. I'm really liking it. I'm really liking what we've got so far. Let's see. Oh God, you guys are chatting so much. Let me catch up. A 3D idea, single player idea. Okay, Windex, a mannequin weddings type game set in a clothes shop. That's pretty funny. Wave-based horde mode. Oh, these are all the ideas for Ica. That's really good of everyone to jump in and help. As long as the real grass isn't near the Kaz statue, because then who's going to mow it? Sly, that's hilarious. This guy, that's who. This guy, I'm taking control of that lawn. I'm doing it. Correct. What do you think of a rock, paper, scissors meets D&D, where each round you roll for strength? That's a fun idea. That's a fun idea. A couple of Bamboo Labs, they're really good. They are good printers, and they're affordable too. It's like $300 for a decent printer. Horde-based games are fun. D&D is a really fun game, Ica. You have to get a bunch of friends together with a good dungeon master, and then it's awesome. Tower defense is fun, but they can be hard to implement. Hard to implement. You'd be surprised. She went to the soccer field with fake grass. Yo, I'm so glad, Benny, that she did a soccer stream. Everybody needs to tune in to Kaz's soccer streams, guys. She's going to do more IRL soccer streams, and she needs our support. Jump in there and hold on. Shout out to Kazdell. If anyone likes soccer, go give Kaz a follow, because she is really this year she's on a hero arc for making the best kind of soccer content anywhere. Just trust, it's going to be awesome. It was 8 a.m. Yeah, she's a morning bird. She's an early bird for sure. And oh my God, I think I might actually be caught up with chat. Hold on. No, more suggestions. More just the concept of a dice roll. I think randomness in games really adds a lot, a lot. Randomness in design can be awesome, incredibly addictive if done well. A survivor horror mode, you could pull your phone out and watch on security cameras to watch them move, and yeah, that's a cool idea too. I love that everybody has really good ideas to contribute to these kind of design discussions, guys. Okay, now I am actually up to date. Cars start stream midnight for me. Well, I mean, I'm up every midnight, Gamesaurus. I'd watch a soccer stream at midnight while I'm there in bed with no energy. Can get motivated by somebody else actually doing some some real, actually doing some real hard work. Okay, so before I move on, let's see. I need I think we also want just the... okay, so just generate one crate of fruits. We're going to need one of those. We're going to need that 3 times. And then we can fill that in. In our art reference, where are we? In our art reference, I mean, what else do we want? I think fruit here is a good idea. I might do a couple in the fruit markets, and then also I have a separate place with just fruit against the wall. I think potentially even here. Once we fill this in, we'll do a little bit more fruit here. I think a little table is going to be useful for the fruit seller to place things on. So let's get that cooking at the same time. In the same style, generate a table that fits beneath this shade sail. I want no chairs, nothing on the table. Also make this as a 3D model reference. Modeling reference. There we go. A graveyard, Dragihan, 100%. That was on our plan. We had that from, if you look in here, we had the plan to put a graveyard here, an area with that. So I haven't even started to build the right side of the town yet. At the moment, we're still focused on the left side. I think the graveyard was planned for back here, and also potentially the crypt. So the walkway down into the crypts is going to be in this area. The other thing I want to really do is, I think we should probably generate a new corn farm, or a couple of new corn farms here. I think just because the farms as they are, they're so out of sight, people would never notice them. And it's really going to help set the look for the farm area here. So I want raised ground. I want it to feel a little higher than everything around it. And that also like does a good job of filling up this space. Right now, these corn farms are nice, but you kind of have to go out of your way to find them. We could even put them really prominently, like closer into the town. Well, could we fit 2? Can we? We can, barely. I think everything shouldn't really be so on a grid. So what if we do this? Now it's starting to feel organic. Now it's starting to feel really organic, guys. And we need that. We really need those organic shapes. It's really big though. That takes up a lot of space. That's what she said. No, don't do it. I knew it was coming. I'm preempting it in the chat because I know you degenerates and what you're thinking. Gravedigger can revive a monster once. Oh, can you imagine? Can you imagine that, Dragihan? It would give it away though. If randomly a gravedigger could revive a monster, what would happen if a monster was killed and then came back? You would instantly know that the gravedigger is a monster. And so the monster would have to hide, right? Like the monster would have to come back but then hide. That's a cool idea. That's a cool idea. Dragihan likes the idea. Could each garden have a personalized scarecrow? Oh my god, we definitely need scarecrows. We need a scarecrow. We need just one in the game. Just one. No more than one. But one scarecrow somewhere in the world would be really, really cool and fun. That's a cool idea. Yeah, I like that. I like that. I like it. Hold on. He could have a lot of personality. Okay, is this too much farms? How do we feel about this? I mean, one thing I already know is this ground needs a bit more smooth. Needs to be smoother. When I try and walk over this is not nice. So let's smooth out the ground and terrain here. On this far side too, it's just like uncomfortable to walk on. All right. I've been meaning to do that. I'm glad we got onto it. I think getting the position of these right is probably pretty important. 2 separate ones might make sense. We can align it with the grid, but I think too much gritty stuff, too much grid in the world is like not nice. The world needs to feel really like, it feels more alive when it's doesn't conform to a grid. So we could do something like that. But I think what we had with that's a little nicer. And maybe we even make a farm 3. So farm, we've got maybe a long corn farm might be good here. How do I feel about this? I need to go walk it. I need to go walk it. Hold on. I think the scarecrow is a good idea. We should generate something like that. Yeah, it would be a plot twist, wouldn't it? With the digging up the corpses, to make the monster take over another player that is mute. Oh, interesting. That's the cool one. That could be a special power for a particular kind of monster. I think that's a really good idea, Micah. You could have what kind of monster would do hypnosis or something like that? For the monster that is revived by the gravedigger. Okay. Oh yeah. I think I follow. Okay, Jason, hold on. Hey, Goldie, how are you? Just ask. What are we asking? What are you asking? You have a question, Jason? Ignore that. I'm just waking up. I got some appointments this morning. Oh God, that sucks. That sucks when you do that. Sponge, how are you? Welcome in, man. Ooh, is there a psychologist, Seb? There isn't currently, but what would the psychologist do? What idea have you got? What? Tell your concepts. Maybe we'll put one in. Hold on. Where did there the game is? A mycologist. Isn't that somebody who studies like microbes and things like that? Or I don't know. Maybe I don't know the term. Okay, that's straight up too high off the ground. Maybe we have two tier kind of like staged height thing. The one closer is lower and the one further is higher up. And then we just like, we do the ground in like a flat section here and then down to another flat section there. And we actually like push this. I mean, what do? Do we push this one backwards? Probably, yeah. We put it up like that. A Medusa type. Medusa would turn them to stone, right? That would be pretty cool. Oh, mycologist. A psychologist, sorry. Psychologists don't do... What? I forget. I don't know. We need to animate this corn. This corn needs to blow in the wind. Absolutely. This corn needs to blow in the wind. Okay, I don't like that. That's too tight of a squeeze to get through. We need to move this one across. I feel like this is the kind of thing that where people actually do this. Like they'll try and squeeze every little bit of land into like something productive. If a farmer owns this land, he wouldn't let that much ground go unused. So I feel like if here's the granary, what they're going to be doing is they're going to be putting as much like corn around the granary as they can. So it makes a lot of sense that we would see this kind of thing. Maybe like that. Yeah. And then almost I want to round the ground around this so that it's like kind of blends into the cobblestones. Let's do it. The terrain 3D, raise the ground a little bit. Yeah, we're going to raise the ground a little bit. Like that. And then just take the edge off this. Actually, I almost kind of like that, the waviness of it. And then we should blend this in with the texture. So we're going to go like this. And we're going to blend in the ground like that. Blend it in. I like whatever happened here. I don't know what caused it, that two-tier thing, but I like it. Happy accidents. Like Bob Ross would say, happy little accidents when painting. The Medusa could turn statues. Yeah, I think the Medusa idea is a really cool one. Yeah, but something of the sort, like looking at the enchanted by them in their presence. Oh, no. I have an idea. We want to... Do you guys know Dev? My housemate Dev? She's got this really, really cool brand where she's like angel and devil. And the depiction of her devil is like... Holy shit! Whoa! We did it! Guys, this has happened so fast. Oh my God. Thank you so much, Stanuso. Thank you. You just put me on the 1,400 followers. 1.4K. Absolutely huge. How fast did that happen, guys? Like, seriously. It's been like 1,100 2 weeks ago? So we've had like 200 followers in 2 weeks. 100 a week is solid growth, guys. Really solid growth. That's so exciting. Congrats. Thank you so much, Correct. Kakashi, thank you, man. Well, time for a New Year's goal. Yeah, I know, right? Dude, golly, how fast is this happening? This project has legs, man. I tell you, this project has legs. People like the concept. People like the idea. They're loving seeing the process. They're loving seeing this all come together. In just 2 weeks with one game jam concept, look how far we've come. Insane, amazing. I know, right? I know. I mean, it's nothing compared to some of the other really big streamers out there, but it's huge for me. It's huge for me. I'm really happy. Yeah, people devs like this. Yeah. How do you feel about the idea, Goldie? You think like honest out of 10? I'd like, and don't say 10 because no idea is perfect. If you like, I'm very curious to see what you think of this one. It's not VR for a start. That's pretty different from what I've been doing recently, right? 8. Good answer. I feel like I might be with you on that one. Could potentially be a little higher. I'm not sure yet. Okay, this is blending in nicely. Oh, why am I clipping here? Why am I clipping? I should be on terrain, not clipping with like the underlying rock, but I wonder how this would go in VR. Yeah, it's an interesting question, Windex. It's an interesting question. Sergius, you love it? You like that? Is that a like, ah? Oh, that's probably being excited about 1,400 followers. Holy crap. 8.5, Dragihan. Nice. What ideas would push it up? What ideas would improve it if there was some kind of like fundamental redesign? What would get a better rating? I like, it's still early enough where new ideas can change the game. Literally change the game. I think I like these. I think I like the corn, and that's so low effort for such a big shift. So I think we're going to lock it in. And we're going to add the corn. Okay, it has good bones. Yeah, you mean like the... Yeah. I think what... Fortnite emotes. Dragihan, if I added Fortnite emotes... what rating would it be after Fortnite emotes? But, oh, seriously, before I move on from this, thank you so much. Stanuso, thank you for that follow. Thank you everyone for pushing us to 1,400 follows. That's nuts. That's so good. If we keep this up, imagine where we would be at the end of the year. If we did this part-time for a whole year, where would we be? Loser Fruit would love it. She would love it. She was already saying it needs skins. The game needs skins. So, I mean, you got to trust Fruity. On this one. And probably it should have creator codes, if I'm being honest. Creator codes would really go hard. Would really go very hard on this game. That can go a little lower so that it feels a little less awkward. I think like that. Yeah, that's nice and staged right there. Okay. Loser Fruit would love it, for sure. I mean, dancing makes so much sense. Default villager skin is Seb. I don't even know how to make it look like me. How to make the... that is one challenge I'll have to do. I kind of ran into this problem, guys, when I was trying to make a statue look like Dev. I think I nailed it, but it's hard to add a lot of personality to something with such a generic style, right? There's such a like the generic style is one strength of this idea because it has a very clear brand. If you look at this, you'll be able to go like, oh yeah, I think I know what that is. That's a character from Not Monsters, right? But at the same time, it's going to be it's going to be interesting. Oh, that's too. Hold on. I need set ground height. It needs to go a little higher, right? Yep, a little higher. But at the same time, it's going to make it hard to customize and make it actually look like a particular person because it's like there's such standard, that the faces are simple. The fact that they're simple is going to make it both easy to animate, which is fantastic, but it's going to be making it hard to personalize, which is not so fantastic. Harder edge, smaller size, maybe like 4. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Okay, now we need some furrows. I think these need to go a little higher. Or creator codes that get you skins of a creator choice map. Yeah. I think like we could follow a lot of the Fortnite the Fortnite concepts, but I don't know how much you really want to do it. It's let's go like 5% just to be really gentle pushing this up. There we go. I want just that height. Just enough to have the corn poking through without like that height there is actually perfect. So hold on. Let's see if we can get this because then we can have the okay, that's yep, hold on. We just want a little bit of dirt poking through. Just a little bit of dirt poking through. That's going to be too annoying to get perfect, honestly. Corn, why not a small tulip field? Sly, that's a cool idea. Tip of the hat to the Dutchies out there. We are a Dutch stream. We could do that, but then people will think the whole thing's set in Holland, which it's not necessarily. I don't know where it's set. But I don't want anybody to know where it's set. It should be generic. Maybe, I don't know, generic European country. All right, there we go. All right, that's one done. Let's get it saved, and then we're going to paint on that ground. Hold on. Paint like this. Like straight up paint roller this thing. It's going to be harder to get right because it's not aligned to the grid, where it was with the last one. See how perfectly this fits in because it was grid aligned? And I'll illustrate what's actually happening to you guys here. In the wireframe, like this doesn't fit in those polygons anymore, where this does. This is aligned with the polygons, and further down here, because I've rotated them, the alignment's off. So it's going to be much harder to paint this. So we're going to need I think this brush tool with a really harsh edge. The really harsh edge. If I do this one, and then the strength needs to almost go up like that. I think if I do this with that texture. Hello? So, oh, it is painting. Hold on. There must be some really harsh transitions here. I don't know what's going on to make that like not work. Okay, corn wet or not. It's a good idea. It's a good idea, Sly, to do the tulips, but then I'd have to model tulips. I could do some other crop, like just to add variety, but I feel like we've got so much. The corn's already done. The corn's just like in, ready to go. Strength 100%. Why is just not painting more harshly? Guess I can do this, but it's gonna... Yeah, oh. I was ready to be like, why isn't this working? I mean, okay, that's doing it. You just have to go further off the edge. I don't like this. It's doing like weirdness. It's probably because I'm doing that. What if I do this? Ooh, that one works. Why is the square so powerful when the circle has failed? Who knows? Cool and funny weapons like, all right, what are you thinking? Like toilet plungers and... I think we have to get torches in. That's one thing that I really want to do is I want to get torches and lanterns in. But there's going to be a pass where we do like one of these streams, guys. We're just going to be like, okay, time to put night mode in. Night mode's going in. And then we go change the lighting and rendering settings like programmatically to be like activate light mode. And then in like we can blend between the daytime and nighttime. Nighttime, daytime. There'll be a lot of that meme. Let me just warn you. Anybody who's interested in getting that a good like nature documentary stupidity meme in, there'll be plenty of that. And then yeah, it'll be pretty cool because when we do that work, it's gonna look really. We're gonna be able to through gameplay during there's gonna be like the night and day phases of the game. I think you guys have already seen how cool this will look when I just turn the lights off and turn the fogs on. This whole thing goes from cool to super spooky. Super spooky. And then if you can imagine like running for your life as a monster like chases you through spooky atmosphere place, it's like, it's gonna be good. It needs mystery, like a grave with a name on it, but nobody knows who they are. And they have a grave. Oh, you mean like who got murdered? People will be able to figure out from who's not around, like who got murdered though. So I feel like, oh, are you just talking about like world building? I'm guessing you're talking about world building, right, Martini? Too many things. I mean, there's a lot of good ideas. You just got to like capture lots of ideas and then synthesize them down into the thing that works best, right? Or the frog first. It's just a light something. And every day is thicker and thicker. Monsters will get more powerful than the frog. So it's a bit of PUBG Apex style battle royale. Like the longer it goes, the more powerful the monsters get. I could see that. I could see that working. Yeah, I could see something like that. You know, guys, I'm like looking at this and admiring the light box. I think the skybox, actually, the skybox is actually really cool. There was something that we had before. I was like playing around with an idea of doing this. Let me show you all. So with the terrain, we can do something where, let's see. Where was it? Is it the terrain 3D? Yes. And I need to go look at this for my own reference as well. Where is that? Why is that locked? There we go. I do actually want to lock that. If that's what locking does, that's actually handy. How do I lock that? I don't know how I locked it, but locking here was perfect. It turned off these. If anybody who's used Godot before knows what the hell happened there, let me know. I want to know how to do that. Okay, so the world background, we can do this. And then we could populate those hills. We can add like trees and stuff to the hills. So we haven't seen this in a while, but I feel like if we do enough of the like adding the environment, this could also actually feel really good. Now that the world becomes bigger and more full, like doesn't that feel better? Imagine if I reduce the scale of that a little bit and then I put trees and stuff around it so it feels like there's a town in a valley. What do we think, guys? One's in the chat for for a valley city, like a city in the valley. Two's in the chat for just like city gates, because it's more work that needs to happen to get. Hold on, I need to like tweak here. Let's see. Hold on. Like Easter eggs and community conspiracies and stuff like that. Totally. A tombstone with 6-7 on it for Goldie. There's a lock in the environment tab. Maybe that was it. Hold on. In the environment tab. Where's that tab in the environment tab? I don't see it. Oh, this. Lock selected nodes. That is it. Thank you. Well spotted. That's cool. Nice. Good job. Thank you, Micah. Yeah, I'll come to life, just squash my gravestone. Right. Twos. Hold on. But also, let's just like, that's what it is without. So it's just a focus on the sky, right? So a lot more sky, which is cool skybox, right? When you're running around, it might not even matter versus that. It's less about the sky now, right? The sky is not so prominent. I need to just like try reducing the let's see, hold on, noise scale 0.4, 0.2. Surely that changes it now, right? No, that didn't do it. Noise 2 scale. Okay, world noise. How do I affect this noise? Outside the defined areas, generate visual only hills. That's what I want. That is what I want. But how do I affect the height of those? Noise 2 scale. Okay. Monsters getting stronger with time can help two things. One, makes villagers hurry to figure out what monster types and craft correct weapons. Two, the monsters are too weak to kill anyone in the first days, avoiding a massacre problem. I like the idea, War Plants. Maybe I'll put this in our design doc, because you're right about it. I think you've got a good sense of the value that a feature like that can add. Okay, hold on. Day phase. Surviving monsters get stronger. Surviving monsters get stronger. There we go. We've got it in. I don't know if we'll actually do it, but it's a good design mechanic. I think that's a solid idea. Kubies, 5-stream streak. Yo, thank you for hanging in for the whole 5 streams. I really appreciate that. That's awesome. Thank you so much. Okay. No, it's a good idea, Plants. It's a good idea. How cool would it be to have a haunted castle up on those hills? Yeah, you're not wrong, Windex. And I did see some, like, in some of the design and ideation that we had, there's some cool little, like, see this one? How if I were to add like low poly objects and trees to the distant hills, it could make the world feel like much bigger if I'm clever about it. I have to be real clever about it though. Otherwise it's just like too much geometry. But yeah, it can help. I think it could be cool. But I need to figure out how to reduce the height of them, because those hills are way too high. I'm not sure how making monsters strong over time would work. For these types of games, to work, the monsters usually insta-kills a villager. Sly, I think initially, like, they won't be able to insta-kill is kind of the point. They need to find them and isolate them, and then it'll be really hard to get the kill. So they're going to have to work for it a little bit. They're going to have to work for it, unless they find them in their sleep. And so they'll have to survive a few rounds before they're powerful enough to just, like, insta-kill someone. And so they'll be working to upgrade themselves as the villagers will be working to defend themselves. So it's like, You have to prevent a blood moon from happening. Otherwise, everyone turns into monsters. That's a cool idea, Windex Martini. It's a cool idea. Though I think, yeah, I don't know. I think maybe not just to, yeah, I think it's better for the monsters to like kill the people. And then it kind of sets up the dynamic of like two teams and ultimately elimination is about like your team doing things. I'm not sure. I was thinking about the brawling phase, but I don't know. I'm just throwing out ideas. No, war plants. It's cool. It's cool. Keep the ideas coming, guys. Keep the ideas coming. There are so many ideas here, Seb. You just have game modes, normal, blood moon, etc. Sponge, though, I think the essence of strategy is not the things you choose not to do. Not the things you choose to do, but the things you choose not to do. Sometimes the things you choose not to do are actually more important than the things that you actually choose to put in. You only have so much time and you have only so much human attention. And you want your concept to play as simple as possible. So when you do add something, you need to be really deliberate about it, and it needs to have a good like design reason behind it as well. So it's like, you're right, there are lots of ideas, but I don't think adding lots of game modes is the solution. The only time you add something is when the idea has really been proven and validated to be fun, and then you go and do it. So it's about like, there's only so much time to test stuff, so we'll have lots of ideas to test. I think I'm just going to build a backlog of ideas, and really good ones I'll put into that document. And then like that document, it'll get thrown out mostly, but you need a place to start. You need a place to start. And then one at a time, you pick the coolest thing, or the thing that's the most core to the whole idea working, and you work on that until you have the whole thing. And it's just, you go one step at a time and get incrementally more complicated. That's probably the best way to use them all, to be honest, is with different game modes. But I don't want to use them all. That's the thing, guys. We don't want to use every idea. We only want to put in the best ideas. That's the way to make a good game. It's not to do everything, but to do the very best stuff. And very often the essence of like the sign of a well-designed game is not when there's nothing left to add to the game, but there's no more mechanics left to remove. You should be trying to strip it back to its simplest. And only when you remove something does the game get less fun. Do you really say, okay, that was like, now the game is finished, right? It should be about removing things, because there's so much complexity that comes from increasing, like adding features. You need to keep it simple. You want people to understand the game and what's going on too, right? For this kind of game, I want it to be so simple that a player can understand everything that's happening on their first playthrough. On their very first try, I want them to be able to understand. Good point. What about the Hoarded Castle being an indicator of the monster team growing into and winning it that might be a cool way to do it for sure. Achieving victories or something like that. Yeah. I mean, these are all really cool ideas, guys. I think we're going to have to experiment with it. But as I said before, my goal is going to be like, keep it really simple to begin with. Simplicity to start, and then we'll increase complexity gradually as we go. But we want the simplest ideas first. And honestly, like there are things that you think are going to make a big difference with balancing that actually make no difference at all, or will make it worse. And the best way to design is not to like build everything. It's to strip back and go with the simplest things that you can conceive of working, and then slowly get a little bit more complex. And so that's what we're going to do. But I want to get every good idea down so that we can circle back and design them in when the time is right. Because you never know when some idea that goes on the board turns into like, a real game changer that makes the game that much more fun. Okay, on the corners. And then we want, probably this goes back a little, push this back so that's contained. When you're as big as Epic, you can do it all. Yeah, but sometimes the thing with like Sponge, what's impressive about Epic is how quickly they iterate despite their size, right? That's what makes Epic really impressive, because adding that like as much stuff as they do as quickly as they do, it's not easy. It's not easy. You need to invest a lot into designing good like systems and architecture to even make that possible. And so it's impressive that Epic is able to move as quick as they do. It's yeah, that's almost Epic's superpower, is their ability to do that. All right, let's raise the ground. Raise the ground here. Craftus, thank you for the follow, dude. Really appreciated. Really appreciated, man. How are you? Thank you for hitting that follow button, man. I super appreciate it. You are the 401st follower. You are number one after we just hit 1,400 followers, which is absolutely insane to me that that's happened. We're going real fast. We're going to be at 1,500 really soon. Do I have a Steam page? Craftist, I've been doing this for a week and a half. This game is 1 week and a half old. I am doing it as a game jam for fun. I'm not even completely convinced that the game is going to ever get sold, but it seems like it should. There are so many people who are loving what we're doing. It seems like it probably should get made. And maybe it will, but these things take a lot of time and money, and I don't currently have the time and money to necessarily do it. So we're going to have to see. We're going to have to see what happens. But I really appreciate you hitting follow and asking about that, dude. If you're doing that, then I should probably get a Steam page up so I can start gathering followers and wish lists. Wish lists are so freaking important in the game development process. So the short answer is, are you a solo dev like me? I've been doing this on my holiday for fun alone, but I actually run a game studio. I'm the director of Actuated Digital. Hold on. So that's my game studio. I've been working on that studio, building it into the studio that it is now for 10 years. And I've been in the games industry 17, 18 years now. So we've been at it for a while, and I've worked on a lot of different teams, but this is for the first time a project that I'm, not for the first time. This time I'm doing this in my holiday for fun. We're kind of, building a game for fun right now, and we'll see what happens with it. I don't know if this will be the project that I work on. I think I have some other really exciting, opportunities on the horizon. And I'm going to have to weigh this against those. But the thing is, people are really into this. People are really into this idea. And everybody's coming in here and contributing ways to improve the idea constantly, which is a good sign to me as well. So very good. I'm making a simulator game like your game studios. Nice, man. That's cool. What kind of simulation games are you making? Because we've done... you can have a look there. What we did is mostly drone stuff. We did drone simulations. But that's not the only kind of simulation we've done. We've done a lot of things in mining before, and construction as well. It's there's a lot to be done in there. Oh, dude, I'm sorry you got timed out, but okay. That's pretty cool. That's really cool. Oh, yo. Guys, this is cool. It's an interesting choice to make everything buildable from that one constructor weapon. What engine is this? I want to say this is a Unity game. Okay, cool. Nice, man. This is awesome. Crafters, very cool concept. That latency, you got to fix that in your video, dude. Just record those things on, you got to record those things on go just get a friend. Yeah, Unity, I see it down here. Go get a friend to record it on their crazy 5090 computer, because that's going to turn a few people off. Very cool. Very, very cool. I like it, dude. I like it. Okay, what's your first? This is a good you know, this tells people what it's about. This though, I would say not the best. You can probably upgrade your thumbnail a lot, dude, by changing this. This doesn't tell you enough about the game. This, if I look at this, if I'm like, if you think, you have to think of the consumer behavior when they scroll through the game. I don't. Sorry, I shouldn't go and crap on anything here. I don't mean to do that. This game looks amazing. This is really cool. Awesome, man. Thank you for sharing it with us. I know that you got timed out and you probably have, you can't say anything for 45 seconds. If you would like some feedback on your Steam page, like let me know because it looks really, really, really cool. But I might have a couple of thoughts that can help. Not that you need the help. Congratulations on getting 5,000 wish lists. That's incredible. Are you okay having the link put in chat? Yes, yeah. You guys can see the link here. I'll paste that. You all can check it out for yourself. And then wish list it if you like the game. If you like the look of the game, please wish list, guys. That's awesome. That's really cool. The only thing that worries me is possible plagiarism while you develop the game. Hope that not happens. Hold on. Are you talking about the Outpost Simulator now, Robert? Or are you talking about this game here? Because like, talk to me about your concerns. I should be aware of any like, any plagiarism things that might wind up happening here. I mean, so far like all the assets have been. Hold on, I'm not sure. I'm not even sure what you're referring to, Robert. If you can clarify, I'd love to discuss it. This dev has put a lot of potential, and it's off to a good start. Oh, yo, Chess, thank you for the resub, man. Thank you for the resub. 9 months. 9 months is like it's a whole Twitch baby, like Goldie likes to say. That's a whole Twitch baby's worth of time. That's incredible. Thank you. I really appreciate you, man. 9 months is so long. That's huge. Chubby Puppy Bear, you literally came in and brought you a hockey stick like you were Casey Jones. What do you mean? The infection on follows and views has made impressive and humbling, but I suspect from several of us, hardly too surprising. It looks awesome. Chubby Puppy Bear, you're referring to the Outpost Simulator, I'm guessing. Are you okay to have the link? Yeah, very cool. Very, very cool. Thank you very much. I try many capsules, but most like van car. Okay. Yeah, you really want your capsule to look like to tell people immediately what your game is about. And if I looked at your capsule, I would think that was a game about driving around in a van, which is kind of the opposite. You're not going away. You're trying to draw people to come to you. So to me, that's like, okay, you want to somehow feature the outpost and guns and monsters and survivors, or like something like that, like letting the survivors in through the gate, or something along those lines, so that when people see it, they're like, I know what that is and I want to play that. And then if you deliver on that with the actual game, then you'll be good. You'll be good. I think you'll get better conversions between impressions and wish lists and impressions and sales than if somebody looks at the van and he goes, oh, it's an interesting, like, especially since we have games like that, that van game, what is it? The RV There Yet, or whatever it was, the RV game where, the thumbnail makes me think, are we there yet? Exactly. I think that would be my little bit of feedback there, is like, that's what I think when I see the thumbnail, but the rest of it's super good. Like the fact that you've got the videos in there and you've chosen good videos and you're letting the videos do the talking because the picture tells 1,000 words. That's all really good. And let me know if you do want me to like look at the Steam page a little more closely, man, because I'm no expert by any means, but, also puts a little more attention on your game if you're into that. And okay, hold on. Did anyone wishlist? Go wishlist the game, guys, if you think that that's cool. Would be curious if you're able to wishlist what's that? Hold on. Let's go pick I'm going to do furrows. I don't know if that's going to work so well when it's not aligned, when the mesh is not aligned, but we'll see. We'll see. Pick that here. Okay, size is small. Oh, that's so strong. I wanted that. There we go. That's actually working quite well. Just have to keep doing it and trust that the line will come through. There it is. One more. Okay, come on, come on, come on. We don't have all day to paint ground. Okay, this with very low strength. That's not very low strength. Maybe like 2. No, maybe like 5. Even 5. Okay, maybe 2. 2% strength. And then we want those furrows painted in. You know what? I think that'll do. That's pretty good. I thought the square would suck, but turns out the square's a really good way to paint for whatever reason. I don't know why the other brushes aren't working so well. Type survey to see what people might expect from the game. No, no, no. Okay, I see what you're saying, Chubby Puppy Bear. Also, crafters, like, congratulations. It looks like your game is doing awesome. You don't need to take any advice from anyone, and I'm sorry if I offered that without, unsolicited advice like that, but, like, your game looks really cool. Congratulations, man. I'm still working on the capsule project. I'm also looking for a publisher. That's hard, man. That's real hard to do. The 5,000 wish list is a good start, though. That's a really good start, man. Congratulations on that. You should feel really good about that. You should feel really good about 5,000 wish lists. You know, they say the magic number is 10,000. You want at least 10,000 wish lists before you hit launch. So hopefully you'll manage to hit that. I don't know how far through you are, like how far down that line you are to getting it, but like good luck on the road. Am I actually painting, or am I just going mad? Let's go 3%. Let's go 5%. Team 17 and does Devolver Digital rejected me. I also made a game and launched it recently, by the way, Craftist here. Go check out On Point. So we made that and we spoke for about 6 months. We were talking with Devolver about them maybe publishing that. And ultimately, like, yeah, it's tough because they have to figure out how much time and energy. They only have so many resources. Like, those two are really, 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 really huge publishers, like the biggest. And I would say they're not even the most suited to your game, right? You probably want to go for a little bit more. Go find a publisher who has experience in your niche. Go find like who published like 7 Days to Die and stuff like that. 7 Days to Die publisher was, go look at like the Fun Pimps. So maybe not like Telltale. I'm sure Telltale probably picked it up later in the picture. Maybe these guys had it at the start. Yeah, like back in 2018, 2019. Go see if these guys are around. Go look up all the games inside of your genre and then be like, also like, it wouldn't be the case with like Rust because I think they're self-published. That was the guy that did that really successful Half-Life mod. He turned it into Rust. Like he went on to make Rust. So, but go find a publisher that's done games similar to your game and not just the really big ones. Because honestly, the deal that you might get with the really big ones isn't necessarily even like that good. You're not going to get great terms if you sign with them. You might get like world-class support, but they've got like, it's in their interest to, like, they bet on the winning horse. They have a whole bunch of horses in the race, and then they bet on the winning horse. And if you're not the winning horse, it doesn't matter if they're the world's biggest publisher. They're not going to commit their resources to your game, right? So it's better to have a smaller publisher that knows your audience, that already has access to the kind of people who play their game because they've already published a game like yours. They can pivot their audience to your project and your product. And then you're going to have their reach and you'll have their full attention, right? And they'll probably be so keen to sign your game because they know exactly how they're going to publish it that they won't negotiate so hard on the revenue split, right? And the recoup and all those other details. So I would say like go look for a publisher that has your niche locked down, man. That's the way to go. Regarding your other comment, Seb, I think it's worth appreciating that for this game, not Monsters, something else could hypothetically copy and publish the exact game, and I would still bet money that yours would be more successful. I mean, Chubby Puppy Bear, like, people are welcome to like copy a game idea. That's the thing is, it's if somebody can do it better, they're going to succeed. And in games, it's almost impossible to, like, you can't really you can't really patent a gameplay mechanic. You can trademark a brand. You can definitely trademark a brand and build something in a way where it's like people aren't going to, essentially if somebody looks at it and they look at your product and they can accidentally confuse it for a competitor's product, then your competitor can level a claim against you and say like, hey, you've infringed on my trademark, or my copyright. As long as they list a copyright and then take active effort to enforce it, then there might actually be something that you get tied up in court dealing with that problem. But in general, I think in games, it's notoriously hard to actually to get and enforce like trademarks or copyrights, and like game concepts. They're a dime a dozen. It's not the idea. Like you've seen it today. How many ideas have come through the chat today, Chubby Puppy Bear? Ideas are a dime a dozen. What has value is execution. It's the skills and ability to execute. It's the knowledge on how to monetize and convert. It's like all that stuff. That's what makes the game valuable, right? It's the execution. So I think you're totally right, Chubby Puppy Bear, when you say like somebody else could copy this and it wouldn't succeed. Like that might be true. It might not also be, it might be false, right? Like sometimes people can come along and execute on an idea in a way which is way better than the competitor. A fantastic example of this is PUBG, right? So Epic Games was making Fortnite, which was originally in a game where the idea was you built a fort during the day and you defended it from monsters at night. That's where the name Fortnite came from. They had the game. They were basically in the final phases of like developing it. And then what happened is out of the blue, oh man, I didn't even level the ground. Out of the blue comes PUBG with this amazing like smash hit that came out of freaking nowhere. And they were just like, wow, that game's fun. That looks way better than ours. Why don't we just do that instead? And then they did. And then, like, do you think PUBG, like Bluehole, the company that was publishing that at the time, they couldn't do anything. They couldn't be like, hey, you just copied out our idea. They have to just, roll with it because a gameplay mechanic isn't subject to that kind of protection. So yeah, somebody could come along and just like copy the game if they wanted to. But it's about the execution. How well can you do it? How well can you market it? How well can you get your Steam page up? How well can you let people know about the project? Those are the things that really actually convert to, that's where the real value is in a project, not so much in the idea, because it doesn't take like, as I said, ideas are cheap, talk is cheap, execution is where the value in a project actually lies. It's how did you actually do it? How did you actually make it happen? That's where the value is. Okay, you can't control what others do, but you can definitely set an example by being a decent and trustworthy developer, and the community will rally accordingly. Yes, yeah. And sometimes you can be a like decent and trustworthy developer and just get the wrong end of the stick, right? Sometimes it doesn't matter how good you do it. It's just you catch the raw end of the deal, people misrepresent you, you get on the wrong side of some kind of political agenda. It's like, I don't know, people are very anti-AI. I could see that happening to this game. I might be the best developer in the world. I might be a great person, and I might make the game affordable, and I might want to make it to help the community, and I might do it with a whole group of people, and then somebody decides that, I'm going to be a martyr for some particular agenda. And it's like, then it just, sometimes all that stuff doesn't matter too. It's weird. It's weird how it goes. What has value in a gameplay demo? A proof of concept? Execution? I mean, I'm not talking about a demo now in general, Madral. I'm talking about the game itself. Is like, how well was it actually made? How well was it marketed? How well did all of that stuff? That's where the value is. It's in the execution. Cornbow, 3-stream streak. Thank you, man. And yeah, that's true. No guarantees. It's absolutely true. I've got this amazing idea called Not Villas. Yeah, well, I mean, that's great. Go make it. Actually, go make it and see which one's better. That's the way that the industry works. And it's like, yeah, you should. The thing is, there are so many good ideas out there. There's so many good ideas out there. You should be able to. If you can't come up with an idea, you're not trying very hard. It's not the idea that has the value. It's how you pulled it off. How you built it. How it plays. Is it fun? Does it have bugs? Does your community actually want it? And that's why being here on Twitch is so valuable. I can actually do a lot of validation before I move forward with deciding if I'll make something, right? I think if I'd made On Point here, we would have had a very different narrative in the chat. We would have had a very different, I would have had less people going like, oh, you should add this and that, and here's a great idea, and I want to buy this. When is it on? When can I wish list it? Is there a Steam page, right? If that doesn't happen, if I go and build a game now and forevermore, if nobody is asking those kind of questions, I'm not going to push forward with the game concept. I'm not going to spend years of my life, again, committed to building some concept that doesn't earn income for my business. I just can't afford to do it, right? I put my life savings on the line to make On Point do that, and I misestimated the market. I didn't do I asked everybody who I thought knew their stuff, and a lot of people said, yeah, this is a great idea. And then by the time that we finished it, the VR market had failed to really grow in the way that it was expected to. And it's there goes my life savings, right? It's and so, I definitely want to have another shot, but I'm not going to take that risk, right? I'll do 2 weeks of a game jam, and I'll see how excited was everyone by the idea. Was there enough people this here more than anything, guys, this convinces me that the game is worth it, right? This convinces me that it's worth potentially taking this and following it into the future. This here, the fact that 48 people thought this is so cool. I think this is going to be a good thing. I want to drop 10 subs so that I get a statue in this game to show that I was one of the people who supported it from the start, right? This here makes me confident. The more that I see this, the more confident I will be that I should make this a real game, not just a prototype. This is how I'm testing the market now, guys. This is it. Is you guys being here, showing up at coming to the streams and then dropping subs. That is how I test my ideas from now on. I don't want to take risks on unknown quantities anymore. There's too much on the line to do that, There's too much on the line to build another game that nobody has the hardware to play, or that nobody is interested in playing. That's the thing. That's the thing, guys. Putting it simply, are VR games just 2 active cameras? I've never looked into it. You've never put a headset on then, because you would be looking into 2 active cameras if you had, Sponge. It kind of is, yeah. They're interesting. VR is a really interesting platform to develop for, because you've got essentially with the Meta Quest and stuff, it's a really powerful mobile phone. But also it's rendering, so it's not particularly strong compared to a computer. And then it's rendering like sometimes a 4K display, one for each eye. And so in the game, there are two cameras rendering a different perspective. They're then composited, and they do some distortion with the image as well, so that the lens like unwinds the distortion. There's a lot of there's a lot of coolness and trickery that happens inside of making a VR game work. But you don't have to deal with most of it yourself, honestly. There are like platforms and plugins, and if you choose an off-the-shelf engine, like if you choose Unity or Unreal or Godot, then the engine solves much of those, like many of those problems for you, and you don't need to deal with it. Okay, this takes way too long. Doing the like leveling ground and stuff like that takes way too long. I need to spend more time doing other assets and remember whenever I have to do groundwork that like, no, that's too time consuming. So we'll lean away from things that need me to change the terrain. And I might have mentioned this before, but what you're doing here is truly special. Thank you, Chubby Puppy Bear. I appreciate that, man. Druggy Han, let's go. You're psyched? You're excited by the idea of doing more of this? I mean, yeah, everybody dropping their support throughout the last 2 weeks, like week and a half, it means a lot to me, guys. It really means the world to me. It does. This is what I want to do with my life, and you guys coming along and supporting it means like I can take that a little seriously. I can actually do that stuff, which is really, it means a lot to me, guys. It means a lot. And you might be able to do it, and you might not be the first to do it, but you will influence how many other indie game developers will approach their development. Yeah, I mean, that would be cool. That would be a little bit cool to do that. Goldie suggested recently that at the next GCAP, at the next Games Connect Asia Pacific, we submit a talk where there's no collider on this. We need to fix that up. Is there also no collider on this? No, that has one. What about this one? Yeah, Goldie suggested we do a talk on using Twitch as a platform to promote game development, like during the process of development. I think it's a fantastic idea. I'd really like to do that talk. So when they do when they put out a call to see, hold on, all of that's been modifying the terrain. I want this object. Okay. When they put out the call, Awning FBX is those two go, no wonder. Awning 1, there we go. That has a collider in it, right? Yes. Awning 1, good. Tenement 2, we need to close some of these. We're not using them, so. Awning 1. Also, not to diminish any of the 1.4K followers, because each and every single one of them is incredibly valuable. But the way that will translate to a larger scale impact makes it pale in comparison. Chubby Puppy Bear, are you meaning to say that like the impact of the game itself being played, you think the way that when people play the game, that's going to be the thing that influences the developers? I think I take that to be what you mean to say there. I'm sorry if I misunderstood it, but I think that's what I think you're saying. And you might be right. You're absolutely probably going to be right. A panel that has streamers on it too. Yeah, no, I'm keen for that. I'm really keen for that, Goldie. If we get like Dev and Fass, who knows? Maybe even like Cray and Luther. If those guys wanted to like talk on a panel, but I feel like those guys need to be paid to give their time to talk. And so I don't know. Maybe they'd be into it, but maybe not. Probably not. If you're live Thursday, I might have to grab a statue. Cornbow, I think Thursday I plan to be live quite late, like about this time or a little bit earlier is when I plan to go live. Oh, yo, shit. I've never seen one of these yet, guys. What happened there? Interesting. We got our first missing texture magenta. We haven't seen that before. We haven't seen that before. That's interesting. Are the materials working here? Yeah, they are. I mean, I've got an issue here though. All of this needs to go up so that it's ground level. There we go. Which means this is going to get balked. There it is. Awning 1 and awning 2, they both belong in the fruit stand as well. There, and then the stand. Oh, yeah, this one's the wrong instance too, because it didn't fly up in the air. That one can go. And also I know that there's this handy way to now awning 1. Where the hell did awning 1 go? What on earth? Unless it's in the exact same spot, it seems to be. Yeah, okay. Maybe that one didn't need it. Maybe that was the right object. Yeah, no, that would be really cool, Goldie. I've only been to the convention 2 years running. I haven't seen a panel like it. No, I agree. Who do you think we should invite to be on it? Fast might do it. Dev might do it. But I don't think so. I think I saw this really amazing stream where Dev interviewed... she interviewed, what was his... Aimbok, like a game developer, came on her stream and she played his game. And so like if she does more of that, she might be an authority on the subject. It would be really cool. Penny, thanks. I literally did nothing. Hold on. What did I say thank you for? You've done lots here. You've done lots here, Penny. That's why you have your own dang amazing Penny emote. Don't say you did nothing. Never say you did nothing. That's you're optimistic about how this game will go, if not a little bit idealistic. I mean, you have to have a little idealism. Missing material pink? Yeah, that's true. Let's have another test and see if that's still there. Are you happy with Godot? I've been using Unity since 2.6 and I can't give it up. Craftish, I also have been using Unity that long, since it was in the first public beta. And I am very happy with Godot. And I'm kind of unhappy with how crap Unity has been lately about they have actually been a little bit like, I don't really like what they've done recently with their costs and billing. My company actually got the raw end of that, where our game hasn't made money and Unity is already like, we had a situation where they expected us to pay licenses as if we were a multi-million-dollar company, because as a small indie game studio, we were doing contract work for large multi-million-dollar companies. And it's like, for some reason, they treated us as if we had the revenue of our customers. And that was like, we eventually talked them around, but that was a really stressful thing. And it kind of showed me that that's the mentality that they have, and that's the kind of way that they wanted us to pay. And it would have made the company can't sustain that, So I used to be kind of like, people are they're blowing out of proportion the Unity thing and the billing thing. But like having seen some of it firsthand, I'm a little bit more like, if I do another project, maybe Godot is a good thing to learn. So I'm very, very, very happy with it, Craftish. In answer to your question, and I would give it a shot because it's not as different as you think. It's really, really similar. It's really the same thing. You can use C# in it. You can, there's some things that are even better. Instead of prefabs, you have these, like, everything is a scene, and that makes it really easy to like work in it. Like if I want to change, so it's like scenes and scenes and scenes. And so this awning, I can just click it and it acts like a prefab. And now this is its own scene, and I can modify stuff within it. And then it's like, it's just so good. It's really good. I think honestly, you're really Chubby Puppy Bear. Thank you so much. You're really an up and coming streamer who used to work as a game dev and would definitely be down to do so. Okay, I think honestly, a really up and coming streamer who used to work as a game dev and would definitely be down to do so. Chubby Puppy Bear, is that an answer to who we should get on the panel, or are you saying that that's, hold on, are you saying that that's who I am? I'm trying to, but like, it seems like you have a really positive sentiment there. Interesting question. I feel like we need a solid gamer in the mix. Yeah, I think that's what Chubby Puppy Bear was actually saying. Yeah. I'm just behind on chat. Sorry. Dev was a Samsung online cell show speaker, so she can yap about your game. True, but I wouldn't want her to do that. I wouldn't want her to do that unless she got something out of it. She didn't go yap on Samsung stuff for free, you know. That's what she does. That's her bread and butter. And I can't pay what she's worth, you know. So, you know, we just have to make a fun game, and then maybe she'll play it for fun and genuinely advertise it because she loves it. That's going to be my goal, guys, is to make something fun enough that people just want to play it, right? That's the way to do it. That's how a thing sells itself. Are you done yet? Can we test this game? Stray, I am so far from done. The more we get into it, the more I increase the scope. But I'm getting a lot done. So there's that. That's really fun. Maybe if I restart the engine, this is going to come back as... it's very rare that I feel like I actually need to do that, but I want to see if this fixes our magenta issue. Yo, Just Voyager. First time chat, man. Thank you. Hey, Happy New Year. I lost my last profile because of email. Dude, that's annoying. It's Ma. How you doing, Ma? It's good to see you. Good to see you. Welcome in. Just some Ma. Just some guys here in the chat, by the way. It's, so you can actually meet. All right, let's see if I reintroduce this, if this fixes the issue. It's in, where's the awning? Awning 1. Okay, no, it's actually just broken. How did that happen? I haven't seen this happen yet. Where's the awning FBX? Okay, that's working. I guess we just do this, and then we do that. And then we open this. Open anyway, and then we copy that, and then we close this, and we paste that, and then we put that here and call it the model, and then this can go. Goodbye. You are the weakest link. Goodbye. And then it can match the same position as the collider. That's roughly correct. Okay, that'll do. Back in the game. Did we delete it? I feel like we didn't. Why is it gone? Is it updated in the art tests? Yes. Environment. Updated over there. Okay. Let's hurry up. Get it in. Need to move on to the next thing. I should be generating the fruit, I think. That's the next thing I should be doing. The table. Definitely the table. And then definitely the fruit. Where were we? There, okay. Remove the ground and grass from beneath this box. Remove the oranges sitting around the base also. Remove the oranges sitting around the base also. We could also try and get a rep from management or power management. They would have some good stats for their signed content creators. That's true. That's true. That's true too, Goldie. I don't know, I don't know what's in it for them. What's in it for them to go and get a content creator to go and contribute to a thing like this? You got to think of it like that. That's that developer really has to do it because they want to, for the love of the thing, or they have to do it. I don't know. We got to think real hard about what they, why they would do that, why they would give their time to do a thing like that. So the streamer I have in mind has been focusing intensely on her streaming career development over the past years, but returned to Australia recently after being away several months. She's incredibly intelligent, articulate, friendly, supportive, community building oriented, and has a model streamer in mind, and has been a model streamer in my mind since she first came across her content. Hold on. I mean, okay, who do you have in mind, Chubby? Let me know, Puppy Bear. We can. So I think it addresses some of what Goldie is suggesting as well. We could possibly pull in more sponsored streams from studios, but unlikely. No, I don't. I don't think it's going to really like. I don't think doing something like PAX is going to really create more work for someone like that. That's the thing. It's like they have to actually just really love like indie devs. If they think, if we want that to work, they really have to love indie devs. Okay, that could go on the fruit stand. I'm getting quite distracted today, guys. We started with a lot of momentum and I've been reading a lot of chat. I've been picking their brains during an IRL gaming night. Crazy. Who are you referring to? This game has changed a lot in the last 6 days. Just a Voyager. I hope I hope it's come together a lot. We've added a lot of content. There's a lot of new stuff in the game. That's for sure. That's for absolute sure. But yeah, it's looking good so far, I think. Let's see. We can copy all of these. I don't know how big I should make this fruit stand. What do you guys think? Should I put another building in this corner, or should I do this? We could do this with more. What happened there? I think that's probably a good sign, Voyager, if you feel like the game's changed a lot in 6 days. I mean, yeah, it was a whole year ago. That's true. That's true when you think about it like that. Should we add another building in the corner there, guys? Or should we have should we just keep the fruit stands in the marketplace going? You know what? I'm happy with the corn. We have to clean up the terrain. There's like some gaps in here that need fixing. No, I'm happy with it. I'm happy with it. I think we can add some fruit stands and stuff here. If anything, I think more of this. If anything, I think more of this might be good. More, yeah, more. I think bigger marketplace. Bigger marketplace. I'm liking it. I'm liking it. I was talking about you picking Marcus and Fruity's brain next board game night. Yeah, totally. I think Marcus might be down. Marcus might be a person who would do this because he's created an entire YouTube channel. I think Marcus and me should Marcus should be on that panel for sure. And I think he'd want to do it too. Yo, how you doing? RT4, how you doing, man? Good to see you in here. You've been jamming a lot of Art Raiders, RT. Nice, nice. 9 hours. Oh my God, that's a lot. I'm sorry about slowing you down. No, don't worry. Don't worry. That I wouldn't be here if I didn't want that communication. If I didn't want that to happen, I absolutely would not be here. So don't worry even a little bit about that. That's totally fine. Totally cool. All right, where are we? So we need the table. Where did the table go? Let's start on that. And the other thing we need is our our fruit, our oranges. I think we should go for a shape that like, okay, we need to remove the green stems and leaves from the oranges. If we do that, it's going to convert to a better silhouette and a better model when we finally get it going. So, okay, this feels really nice. I actually think this feels really nice, this like market. So let's double down on it. And even, I think we might even go like this. Okay. Oh yeah, it definitely looks 100x better, and the mummy is not flying. Yo, nice man. It's yeah, we've been at it at like nearly a week and a half now, Voyager. So like, I think you must have been in here really on like day 3 or 4. Where's the cemetery going to be? A lot of people asking about the cemetery. It's going to be over here in this corner, right in this corner here. I think this is where I'm designating for the cemetery. That's the plan. I think the cemetery is going to be a really cool vibe. Yeah, he has a creative brain. Absolutely. Marcus is like, he's incredible. He's really cool. I lose so much time speaking with Marcus. It's the dude is like, I mean, Wanted is such an impressive project. I can't say that enough. Wanted is just absolutely a really incredible project. And him as just like a content creator and YouTuber and stuff. I think, I tell him all the time, I think he could run a game studio if he wanted to. If he ever wanted to like just do something different, the dude could definitely organize people, have a vision and passion, see it through, get the execution of the game done well. He's really the kind of person who could smash something like that. Where did that object go? Okay, in World Zero, that's probably the place I should have been looking for it. Nice little end bit to cap it off. Like that. Okay, nice. Okay, there's our fruit market. I think I want to shift it down a little. Let's go have another little run through here. Keck, I broke up and you were here on the... Hold on. Woke up and you were here on the game. Right. Yeah, he's playing a lot. That game must be addictive. I haven't played it yet, and it's probably a good thing because I feel like if I did, I would get really into it. I love extraction shooters. They're like my favorite genre of games. So, where's the spa and massage parlor going? It's a good idea. We maybe need one of those for sure. Okay, here we go. Now we're actually getting to the market. That blue one is too high, though I kind of like the uneven height of the sails. So maybe I need to like move this down but scale it up. Bit like that. Because we can't have the base floating is the only thing. Okay, there we go. Something about this part of that song bothers me every time I hear it. I don't know what it is, but oh, here's an idea. Okay, so those oranges might be ready to go. They might be ready to go. Let's kick that off. This one here, generate a similar section, but make the top flat instead of slanting down. With that, what we could do is we could like move these two parts like apart, and then that could go there, and then we can have a little bridging bit. That would be pretty sweet, I think. And that extends the, that then extends this. And we can have it like fit around here because we've got these doors. Where's our little dude? I feel like I need to bring our dude closer to where the action is. Come on, dude. You can go right. Yeah. Seb is trying to outsource his work to Marcus. Dude, if I could work with Marcus, that'd be a dream come true. We did once, and I loved it. I really, really, really enjoyed working with Marcus and the guys at Wanted. Like earlier in the project, we did some. Actuator actually did some work with them, but back then I think we were just way too expensive for the project how it was, and you know, wasn't even like a game studio wasn't a good value proposition for the YouTube video. We need to like work on. I need to work on how to do a better job of like catering for that kind of, you know, for a business at that scale. All right, what are we thinking of the marketplace, guys? Are we liking the market? It makes sense that it would be here between the residential buildings and between the farms. I think it's a cool little it's a cool little step. It looks nice. All right, good. Let's see if our little flat section worked. It totally did not. Generate another section as wide as the current one, but with a little pointed top. Pointed top with a oh, what do you call it? An arch? For the new ones here, who's Marcus? Really good question. Thank you for the question, Sanutso. Marcus, and also, hold on. I think you followed really recently, just an hour ago. Thank you for hanging in here a whole hour. Actuator, my company, did some work on the technology that enables Wanted to make the games that they do for their like challenges. So Wanted makes amazing YouTube videos in GTA 5. Marcus is the brain behind it. So him and Cray and Baz, and then now a whole big team of people. But like the whole idea, it started with Marcus and his concepts. So it's that's who Marcus is, and they are doing like really well. They're coming up on 700,000 subscribers for their YouTube channel. Their videos are getting like 2.5 million views. Like this one, like 3 weeks, 3.5 million views in 3 weeks. This video is going off. And so what Wanted does is it pulls content creators together into these like, yeah. Right? It's cool. It's a cool idea. Very, very cool idea. Like, you know, they do so much. How often do I stream? I have been streaming nearly every day lately, Madrol. But I think we've been having such good numbers with our streams on this game concept. I need to really reevaluate how often I do it and kind of potentially double down on streaming. So could be a whole lot more often, Madril. Marcus is also from Prestige Videos. That's his OG channel. I haven't seen a lot of his OG stuff. I really actually need to go check that out because, you know, he's a friend and I feel like I owe him to check out his cool content. But, you know, that was back in the day. Okay, so how do we generate the same thing, regenerate something of the same width and slightly higher? Hold on, no. I'm trying to make it into like a little arched roof. At the top of the... Generate a new version, but starting from the top of the current version, add a peak. Arch. Let's see if it can do that. I think it's not going to get the idea. This is too specific a request. And Click. Yeah, I've heard a lot about the Click House. I need to go back and watch some of that content, guys. It's like too interesting not to see what's happening. You know, what happened back in the day. I need the origin stories. I need the origin stories, guys. I need to understand where they all came from. All right, so we're gonna have tables. We still need something for this gap. Any suggestions for what should go here? I want something with a really interesting like outside. We need an anvil as well. We definitely need an anvil. Ooh, kind of, but not really. The current version without the slant. Without the slanted roof. If we just get it flat, that would be enough. Chubby Puppy Bear Click House was like a streamer house. Yeah, they were in a content house, exactly. Yeah. So Cray, Fruity, Marcus, and Laserbeam. Right. Okay, so here we go. I think this is what we want for our... So we have a table now. Hold on, I need to remember different controls. So that one's good. Let's get that in game. Because this one's going to be very handy. So we're just going to have a simple table. Table, done. The other thing that's like a no-brainer is, so this is table. Table goes here. Those awnings go here. Also that one. What asset was this? Can we guess from the... Oh, this was a different awning. No, we didn't want that. That's fine. That can go. We want an anvil. Let's get our anvil generating, because that was like when we started the stream, I was like, I'm going to turn all of the things that we haven't finished into things that are finished. So we want the anvil and we want a haystack. Both really good ideas. Okay, so from here, let's rewind. Oh, we need other fruits too. Okay, replace the oranges with apples. The other thing that we want is so let's go environment stuff. So we want like props. An anvil. I think almost the way to go is search images here. And let's go through them and find the last instance of, getting closer now. Where's our forge? There it is. Okay. Generate just the anvil from this image in isolation. Okay, then we'll have our anvil. I think we need a haystack in the same style. It's going to be another really fun one. Okay, good. Apples. Remove the stems and green leaves from these apples. I almost want to like isolate them from their crates. Might be a good idea, because then I can have one crate and then I can just swap out the stuff in the crates. But it's hard to like generate those things in an isolated way. Like to get the size of the apples right and the width and height of the apples is going to be awkward. So we don't necessarily want to do that, you know? All right, let's get our table in. There's going to be a lot of places where that table is useful. So art tests, table. Let's get its scale right. In the import settings, it's going to be like twice that size. Fast versus Crayon a Date was one. Oh, is that from the ClickHouse? No way, really? I have seen that video. I have seen that one. And then we can also scale this in a bunch of different dimensions. I think to get this right, we're going to have to like go look at use a character for scale. We shouldn't stray too far from like character for scale. All of the scale needs to come from this character, because look at that. Like that's not a table that our characters can use. So 1.5 maybe. They are kind of like weird shaped, like in terms of their height. Even 1.3, I guess. Now we're getting to a reasonable size. Okay, cool. Create a new scene. Table. Table FBX goes into it. Nice and zeroed in terms of its origin. So about there, I want to say. That's the ground. We're going to pull the model out. Oh, it's a 2D scene. Whoops. Get rid of that. Create new scene. 3D table. All right, one more time. FBX goes in. Check it out a way to like place it at 0, 0, 0. Oh, that did it just by luck. Okay, that clips the ground just a little above that. There we go. Table open. Copy that. Paste there. That one can go. And now we do all the other sneaky stuff to get the collider in. Okay, first of which is static body 3D. Generate a collision shape from that. Collision shape goes under the static body, and now we have a table we can collide with. Good, good, good. Get rid of this table because it's the FBX. If we ever need it as a, like getting to the palette, we really want this object. I'm noticing it's not clipping the ground. It's a little weird, but it'll do. Okay, in our environment now. Let's get a table in. Does that feel too small? Maybe it does. And okay, if that's awning 2, this table goes under tenement 3. Reparent to... Where are we? Tenement 3. Tenement 1. Nope. There it goes, tenement 3. If I copy and pasta, there we go. I thought that was just a fruity video, but I did like it. Yeah, just say your characters are kids and they can get away with it. I mean, I don't know if I want to say my characters are... it's a game where children get murdered by monsters. That'll go down well. Okay, cool. I also need little chairs next to this stuff. See, that feels like a good table. That feels like a good height table. Yeah, you have the monsters spawn from under a bed. That kind of works, actually. That kind of works. Okay, fruit stand gets a table. And then before we know it, the table go and have fruit. Just like that. We can have all sorts of stuff on these tables too. It can be weapons and who knows what. Okay, that's the height. Now, fruit stand 1. I don't know if we're going to have more than one fruit stand here, honestly. Maybe it will feel nicer. Oh, we still have to do that middle section. We haven't finished generating that. Remove the stems from these apples. Oh, okay, no. This did not go well. That's not the style that we want. This one can straight up get deleted. We need to go back. Yeah, so that's the wrong look. Maybe the monsters are the kids. Yeah, you could do that. You could do that. That'd be pretty funny. That'd be pretty funny. I'd be into that. All right, let's just try this one. Generate a anvil from a forge in the style of this art. Without the slanted roof. This roof has a slant still. It needs to be completely flat. That's going to be a weird thing to generate. I don't know how it's gonna handle that. That should be really that'll be interesting to see. That'll be very interesting to see. Okay. Should I remove these two? It'll give it a little more dimensionality. Because there'll be like 2 sections. I can do something like this again. Hold on. Awning. Copy, that goes there. If we do it, we have to really shorten the whole thing. Maybe you just, nah, I liked it before. Maybe just do it like that. If we can get the flat sections in here, then it'll be good. All right. What do we all think about orange box? Those are very sparkly oranges, but I don't even care. We'll mesh smooth them later. Yep, I'm into it. I'm into it. Create a folder, orange crate. That's what we'll call it. Elton John oranges, exactly. So spiky. Sponge, you spent 2 hours arguing with AI today. It kept telling me the best option for what I was working on was an argument that doesn't even exist anymore. What were you, can you be more specific, Sponge? I'm always really interested with that. Like you can tell it, you can just like straight up tell it it's wrong and it'll be like, okay, I'm wrong. And then, you know, it'll like, even if it's right, you can tell it it's wrong. It'll be like, okay, I'm wrong. Like 99% of the time, unless it's like ridiculously confident, which it very, very rarely is. If you just tell it it's wrong, it like has an existential crisis and changes its mind immediately. Orange crate. Let's get that importing. It's a W for me. Nice, nice. Here's the thing though, it's like, it's a lot of, as happens with any spheres, Goldie, look how many, there's a lot of polys. There's a lot of polys in this. It's like, it's a decent topology, but I don't know. I think if we optimize it, the oranges are going to be one of the first things to go. Let's just be real. Let's just be real about that. Okay, orange crate. Oh my gosh. That's a big crate of oranges. That orange is like the size of his head. It's very rare that we need to scale down, but like this one needs to be about 45, like 75% of the size. Even less, I think. I mean, that kind of fits, but do we want like, I feel like we want 2 to fit. So maybe even like half the size. Nah, it needs to be bigger, honestly. There's that too many, the reason is this. Too many polygons. Look at that. That's just like straight up fucking YF. No, 0.75, please. At very least. At very least, it's like, I'm annoyed by this. That's too many polys. It's fine. It's fine, Seb. Let it go. Okay. Orange crate. Nah, it's a GMO orange. Yeah. Yeah, too many verts. I was generating JWT tokens for a specific file manager. I decided an option I needed wasn't real, and it wasn't. I asked for proof and links to actual documents, none provided. Told it was wrong, and it kept persisting. I mean, maybe it's right. I don't know. Sometimes it's just right, but you can tell it it's wrong, and maybe it should be able to give evidence. Then, right? You could if there's an error, like copy and paste the stack trace and be like, here's your using statement not found error. It's definitely wrong. Find me something else, and it'll go do that. That's annoying though, Sponge. Definitely not right. Okay, all right. Noob of the Linux. I asked AI for some help with my Python code. It immediately updated my file without permission to, and then it deleted the main function. You need to like run that shit in a sandbox and give it limited permissions, man. Or at least use Git in your project. That's the way to go. It can have free reign as long as Git is in the project. That's really the best way to do it often is like protect your stuff with Git. And then it can have free reign. We need this model to be low poly. Can you please make the apples look a little lower mesh density? That's still a slanted roof. Completely flat, please. Change the camera angle if it makes it easier to generate the image. How do we go with our anvil? Yo, cool anvil. Cool. Remove the tools, ingots, stones, grass, gravel. Just leave the anvil. Sandbox and Git. The power of Git for you, Noob of the Linux, is that when you have Git, as soon as you get something working, you can stash your changes and commit, like, if you've got a work in progress, and you can commit them every time it works. And what that means is, like, Sandbox says, like, you don't have permissions to do this thing. Like, only discuss it. You don't have permissions to write. Ask me every time you want to make a change, which can get really annoying. The way to get around that is to say, Sandbox is, you can only change things in this particular folder. And then additionally, that folder should have Git source control in it, because when it makes a change to your file, you will see exactly what changed. And if it decides to completely break everything, you can just go, oh, well, delete changes, and you're back to where you were before it broke everything, right? That's why I think I would recommend doing it like that. There's a fire special effect here, which needs to be removed. Remove the hammer also, but reintroduce the wooden stump beneath the anvil. It just can't get this right. It just can't do it. It doesn't know how. All right, I'm gonna just like, and that's also just very similar. That's the same. It's just a different number of apples. I might just use the same mesh we already have and change the color later. That's probably totally fine. Okay, orange crate can go in. Hold on, we already did our orange crate. Environments or art test, orange crate. Did I change the name? Okay, yeah, I did. Hold on. Orange crate, CRATE. Orange crate. Orange FBX goes in 000. You go up a little so that you're in line with the grounds. Art test orange crate goes out and our scene goes in. Orange crate out, scene in. I'm really concerned about the number of polygons on these oranges, but whatever. And now environment can get orange crates. And this needs to go under reparent under fruit market. What was it? Fruit market. I need to organize the scene a little. I really do. In fruit stand. We're going to do that. Oh, there's a second table hiding there. Get out of here. You know what? We're gonna do that. 0, 0, 0. Like this. Yes, good. Good. Though if I'm honest about it, when I run this, he's going to be like, these oranges are going to be eye height, which is an issue. Have you genned some strawberries yet? I would like to put like, oh no, it's not too bad. It is eye height, but I think we can make do. Like stamp on them oranges. Get wrecked, oranges. I do actually think that whole table can go forward. We're gonna make orange juice. I have concerns about the number of polygons that it will take to do these oranges. Are you as afraid as I am of this, Goldie? I feel like there'll be as many polys in these freaking oranges as there's going to be in the whole damn house. This is fine. This is fine. This is okay. I don't mind. It's not going to work. Why would it work? All right. Static body, not 2D, static body 3D. And then we're going to add a collision shape 3D. Collision shape 3D. It's a box. That box matches our box. Dragon fruit, nice. Strawberries is a good idea. Dragon fruit could be very cool. I also like dragon fruit. We'll need a lot of variety of fruit. I'm gonna just like start with oranges and then we'll add other stuff later. I think I'm quite concerned about the number of polygons on these oranges. I need to maybe like choose a less round fruit. Anyone have ideas for square fruits? What square fruit variety can we make? Because oranges is too much. More than we can generate, honestly. I think I have real concerns about our oranges. Dragon fruit has no taste. It has some taste. And it looks really interesting. There might be a touch too many. Yep. You're not wrong, Goldie. I mean, there we go. Now we can run on the oranges. And get on the roof. Yay. Take that. That felt like I was running faster on the roof. That's ooh, cubic watermelons. Watermelons is a nice idea. Definitely running faster here. I don't know why. I think we're getting some like surfing effect going on. You know, remember those surf maps? We've got some surf map stuff going on right here, guys. The character controller really needs some work. All right, shit, we have to redo the oranges. We can't actually ship with these oranges. There's too many polygons here, which is frustrating because it means there's an asset that we got all the way in the game that has to get undone. There seems to be some kind of reflection that's orange at the base of the anvil. Can you please remove that? Also remove the rocks. All right, we're gonna have to go back to our images and get rid of the oranges. Oh, we need something better than these oranges. Can you remove the distinct shape of these oranges and imagine that they are a low poly 3D mesh? Blend them all together a bit so that when geometry is created from this, it won't take so many polygons for all of the spheres. Any fruit can be square if they grow into a square container on the branch. That, yeah, you don't taste dragon fruit, to be honest? Oh, okay. How about a pickup of, what's that word, Sponge? Surströmming, when opened immediately, makes monsters show themselves? What's surströmming? I don't know what that is. It's a weird word. Corvo, you had a question here. Are you going to make this game open world? No. I'm going to make it a fairly large, like there'll be different maps with different like city sizes, but the world is going to be enclosed. They're going to be like, the players will be locked into an area where they'll have to like run around and explore and do stuff. So it's going to be an enclosed world, Corvo. That's the answer to that. And I think it's really important for gameplay that we do that. You know what? I can't even be bothered. This is fine. And the other thing we haven't been doing today, which we need to do, is this. We need to bring our assets in so we can get a good sense of what is in here and isn't in here. Because we're really going to be using this palette as we build the world in future too, guys. So, wanted poster. We generated those buildings. What more did we actually generate? Like new stuff that... okay, that's going to be way better. Let's get that cooking. So there we go. If I change that to red, then we'll have apples, which will be good. And then... oh, it's a stinky fish. Right, it's the Swedish gross fish stuff. I've heard of that. I enjoy dragon fruit on SQ flights. What is SQ? I don't know that word, psych. In Red Bull, that's pretty cool. Fermented fish can, yeah. It's like the super grossest food ever. It's like somebody was like, what's the grossest thing that we could ever trick people into eating? And then they came up with that like rotted fish, the fermented fish. Ugh. Corvo, fermented herring, and it smells the worst. It clears out buildings. Yeah. I don't know why people choose to eat that. No, that's Danish, not Swedish, Danish. Gotcha. Pretty weird custom to be eating that. Really weird choice by them, by the Danish. Opening it in a car, do not watch it. Oh, Singapore Airlines. Yeah, I've flown with them. I really like them. Hey, they're really, really good. All right, anvil in. We need, here's one, shade sail. Let's keep that cataloged. It's going to be in with our props. And also there was a table. Though I have to make sure that I'm not down-resing our image here. That small one, down-resed, I can tell because I didn't have to scale it. And then there was another variant, which was this one. Really, this was pretty lazy of me, but I did modify the, I could have used that and just changed the texture, but I did modify the bracing a little, so at least it's another variant. And then we just really need to pull up our images and consider what else we've put in that I might have missed. That's a cool angle too. I could scale these and stick the boxes directly in the, that's a cool design. I'm tempted to actually just do that. So hold on. Orange. if I do it like that? And the cool thing here is when I update this with the low poly one, if I have done this right, oh, I've named this wrong. Create. C-R-A-T-E. Back to environment. We don't get a fixed name, annoyingly. Hold on. I think I want to put these under the actual awning. So those two. Awning 2? Yeah, okay. Awning 2. I feel like they need to be on a table now, though. So we don't need 4, we need 1 less there. That one goes. And then let's get our table again. So under awning 2, there's our table. Stick him at 0, 0, 0. Rotate him 90 degrees. Get rid of these oranges. Move these other oranges up. And then a little bit down. And then I guess they go under that table. We want them a little bit back. And then we want more tables. The whole thing can go forward. Or actually, maybe the whole table goes wide, though it looks like it should be heavy. So all of that goes up there. That gets copied and pasted. Copy pasta. Then that goes there. This goes there. Now we got a fruit stand, guys. Now we got a fruit stand. That's what we want. I don't think 2 oranges right next to one another is a smart sales decision, but we'll make do. Where's the counter? Like, where are people going to actually, like, be buying this stuff? Like those 3 can go under that table. Those 2 can go, hold on, those 3 go under, is it this table? No, the other table. That one, that goes under that one. There'll be one on the end. Be like this one. Move that across. Yeah, okay. There we go. And maybe this other one's a little more on this table. Cool. The reason I do that is now I can kind of like move these objects around and they'll stay together like that. Okay. Let's give them a run around. No weirder than a sentry egg, to be honest. Like the sentry egg is bleh. Also, I think that's also a gross concept, if I'm being completely honest about it. Can you briefly show/explain how to turn 2D into 3D? You can, yeah, you can, hold on. Let's see. I'll recommend a really good free one. So Hanyan is a good one to try, but jump into hold on. To get started, try this one with where is it? There's a Google one. I'm having trouble finding it at this moment. I've been using Hunyan AI right now. Give that a Google and try it out. There's also Meshi AI. I would check out Meshi AI Sanutso. Sanuso? Yeah, Sanuso. That's another one that has really, really, really good results. No, hold on. Try Copilot 3D. That's another one that works quite well. So here, essentially, you'll be able to like, from here you can get 3D models and you just provide it with provide it with an image and it will spit out a 3D model that you can use and take into the game engine. Like give that a shot. Give that a shot. I need to try that one a little bit more too. So we also need, before I get too far off course, so here's our anvil. Let's give it a shot with the anvil actually. Hold on. Where is it? Copilot. Let's try this Copilot one. We haven't done that in a while. I haven't done that in a while. You guys haven't even seen me do that, I think. Where are we? The Copilot is a good one. Let's try. Upload image. I'm going to save that as... Put it in our downloads here. What have I done with it? Where was that tab? I had it, I swear. There it is. We'll see if we get a better result with this. I'm find it unlikely that we do. But let's find out. So these oranges, I think, are going to generate a much, much better result. And I'm going to swap out the model that we just had with this one, guys. I think this is going to be way easier on the engine, like way, way easier. Isn't that way better? Don't you think that's heaps, heaps, heaps better, Goldie? That'll work. That'll work. All right, cool. So anvil, do we have that in? The haystack is going to be another very interesting one to get. Yeah, I think that'll work. I'm with you. Let's swap it out. So first thing to do, we're going to go to our engine in here. Our first thing will be, let's open up the orange crate. This one is going to need those collision shapes and the orange. Oh, not the collision shape, just the orange. That needs to go. If I save this and then go back to the environment, all our oranges should disappear. They have, good. The orange crate then, if I delete all of this, will be gone in the high resolution version. We should then be able to pull the low res version in. Orange crate comes in. Okay, have you ever seen Idiocracy? I love that movie. It's pretty funny. It's really funny. And it becomes more and more relevant as time goes on, don't you think? Um, let's see. What happened to common sense? What article are you guys referring to? Um, I think Idiocracy, I don't know if we're headed in that way. I do think we're getting better. Oh, hey, yo, it's Ober Gober. How you doing, man? Good to see you again. It's been a minute since you were in here last. Good to see you, dude. Um, let's see. It was supposed to be 500 years from now, but it seems the timeline's accelerated. Yeah, true. As far as I know, Powerade isn't going to crop. So, you never know. But it gives you electrolytes. It gives, but like, how do the plants get their electrolyte sponge? How are they going to do it? We should be giving them Powerade. Plants need electrolytes. They've done a great job with the designs. Craft, what were you referring to with designs? The prevalence of Crocs. Yeah, like, do you guys know the story about that? Psych is referring to Crocs appeared like for the first time inside of the movie Idiocracy, because the person like the person who's like wanted to make the movie was like saw them and was like, these are so stupid. This is like so idiotic. Nobody's going to want this. Some stupid like dystopian future will be an instance where people will actually want to wear shoes like this. And then he put them in the movie because he thought they were so stupid. And then what ended up happening was like they they actually became popular. And I think it was in part because of the movie. Which is crazy. All right, Orange Crate, bring it in. Come on, Orange Crate FBX. Friends don't let friends wear Crocs. I don't wear Crocs, but my friends wear Crocs. And, you know, who am I to tell them how to live their lives? Who am I to do that? This is interesting. This is 100% the wrong mesh. If I open this up, this is the low poly one. Re-import it. There we go. Thank you. Thank you. That's what you were supposed to do. All right, let's put it here. We're going to save Orange Crate, head back to our environment, see how the crates look now. That looks better. That poly count, way better. Way, way, way better. Does the scale need tweaking? I think it honestly, it does. They are too large. Here's our character next to some of these oranges. He can't even see over the top of them. And we knew that the table was maybe a bit big, but these oranges on top of the table, that's an issue. That's an issue. So we're going to change our import size again to 0.9 or 0.8 of that size. Re-import it. And then put that down there. Let's go have a look at our environment again. It still might even be too big. Bigger than it was before. So 0.7. I think we had 0.75 previously. Okay, there's our art test. It looks more reasonable in our art test environment. Looks more reasonable in our environment. All right, let's do. Look who showed up. You can finally ask about the statue. Oh, yo! F8 Photo, dude, how you doing? We've been hanging out for you. We've been waiting for you to show up, man. We've been waiting. Look at this. This entire time you came along and you dropped 10 subbies just like that. You came in and you threw 10 subs and I asked you, what do you want? You've been here, like, dude, thank you for being here. Thank you for hanging out. But when I asked you what you wanted for your statue, I'm sorry, this is on me. I got really distracted, I think, as Loserfruit came through and we were like locked in and doing Loserfruit stuff. But what we did was we lost the chance to to ask you what you wanted for your photo. Well, I think when I not photo for your statue, when I asked you, I think the thing that you said at the time was think fate. And so that's what I have as a placeholder here, but I've been hoping you'd come back through the stream so that I could get your statue right and make you something that's perfect for you. So thank you again for the 10 gifted subs. So everyone knows if every one of these statues that we have in the game has been from a person who has gifted 10 subs. We've had a huge amount of support recently. And F8 Photo was one of the people who did that. So you can see all of these different supporter statues. Absolutely incredible. At the moment, there's a gap way down the end for F8 for when he's ready to come up with a concept for his statue. So what would you like, F8? Do you have something? Can you tell me a bit about yourself, and then we'll riff on that. This is the space for you. This is your space right here. The Grim Reaper, no face, hood hides. Oh, it's perfect. That's really, 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 really cool. Really, 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 really cool. Absolutely. And that means we can do this. We can bust out our supporter statues chat. So where are we? Supporter statues. Statues to huge, 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 huge. This one will probably do the trick. Let's see what we've got. Okay, yes, this one will do nicely. Okay, so did we ever get this one in? I need to confirm that because, oh my God, we've actually got 3. Oh my God, I've been slack, guys. I've been slack. We did get that one in, but there's more that we have to do. There's definitely more that we have to do. Death is fate. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Okay, so in the style of this time should be a statue of the Grim Reaper, no face. All right. Let's send that. Send it. Let's get it in. Okay, we were cooking something over here, weren't we? Where was Microsoft's the Microsoft solution that we were trying? Okay, these need to get combined and collapsed. All right, nice. I'm out of here. Yo, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for hanging out, Sponge. It's been really good having you here, man. I really appreciate you hanging out and joining us for all this time. Hope you're still enjoying your vacation time. God of War, welcome in, man. I am, man. I am. I honestly, I really I know it's vacation time, but this is my chance to create something. Dude, it's coming along so well. It's coming along so well. The world we're building is starting to really come alive. It's starting to really, really come alive. There's a lot more I still need to do, but look at it, dude. Isn't it looking fantastic? I really need to fix up this building to the left. That one's too jank and it needs regenerating. I have another shot at it. We'll get it. We'll get there. But yeah, it's starting to feel like something. It's starting to feel like something. The irony, you know me, guys. I like to lock in and get things done. I do. I can't help it. Can't help it. Maybe. Okay, so here's the Microsoft solution. I think if I go to poly count and if I look at this, the geometry is a little bit high. What we might do, and it might be a faster pipeline or a more efficient pipeline, to use one of the topology tools to actually, this to generate the mesh and then retopologize using a different system. So what I could do, So let's download this as a GLB. And then see how it goes retopologizing that. So model to 3D. Let's have a shot. All right, so the fruits, let's just quickly, while we're on the fruits, before we move away from them, I think some fruits on this table might be good. So that awning, and that gets a table, and the table gets a fruit, and it gets a second fruit. There we go. And then also, I don't know, actually we should do a different kind of fruit here. But that's starting to feel nice. So honestly, the next thing, probably, I mean, we can fill this out with like other fruit later, but let's see. That goes there. I should copy both tables next time. So we'll do that here. That awning gets both. It's really nice that you can do that, guys. I have to think about what this, like, what effect this will have on gameplay. Because if players, like, now they can kind of get trapped here. We need more fruit because not, you know, this town doesn't want quite that many oranges. But let's go see how this feels. Yo, Flame Archer! Doing good, man. Okay. I mean, that's feeling okay. We need a much greater variety of fruit for sure, but that market is starting to feel quite cool. And we're going to need some other stuff, right? I think as we generate the world, we need to be conscious of making the props modular, because then we can just like, we can make the market feel alive with a bunch of really weird and cool objects. I mean, what other adornments do we have right now? Ooh, yeah. I got some ideas. I got ideas. This could... oh, whoops, sorry. I didn't mean to move that whole fence, the whole gate. This has... Where are we? I hate the selection. Why does the selection suck so much in Godot? That's the one complaint I have about this engine. It's like, if I click on this thing, I'm obviously clicking on this thing. Like, why is that not the thing that gets selected? So yeah, I am doing well. I'm doing well, Flame Archer. How are you doing? You having a good time, man? Okay, this is going to be the sign. Hold on, there's another sign, isn't there? Oh, yo, we didn't even think of adding this. From our art test, we have another asset that we haven't even used. We've got barrels and buckets and chairs, but we don't have this. Oh, please let me select. Maybe that's the way to do it. The signpost. Okay, signpost. We need to find that in here. Show in file system. We need to create a new scene for signpost. Signpost gets this object at, actually, if I drag it in and hold control, I think I can use that to get it to 0, 0, 0. And I really just want to like that, do that. Then it should go a little into the ground just to make it easier to place it. Okay, signpost. Art test. Then that goes there. And then the other one can go, you're out of here. Then this can go, and kind of need to select nothing for this. This is cool. Now that's quite good. Oh, yo. Guys, also. At intersections, maybe? To name the streets? I'm not so sure. Let's place them and see how it feels. You're doing all right back at work this week, so it's a bit meh otherwise. You're all right? Yeah, that's fair, man. I was back at work today. Okay, I think we need to be smart and integrate this into like other things. That doesn't feel right. Those don't feel good. Those don't feel good as they are. How does this one feel? It feels all right. It feels a little small, if I'm being honest. And it doesn't have a collider either, so I need to fix that up. Okay. Delete that. Delete this one. Yo, thank you. Who's this? I'm going to call you Ski. Thank you, Ski, for following along. I really appreciate you. It's been fun doing this, but oh my God, the follows have really made it very, very exciting and worthwhile to me. So thank you so much for being one of those people. I really appreciate you, man. How are you doing? How are you? How are you finding the content? How are you liking what we're doing, man? I feel like oh, two is too much. Ooh, is it too much? Maybe it's not too much. Maybe I actually like that. Howdy, the game looks great. I'm learning Godot myself. I'm learning Godot. This is my first Godot project. I've been working with Godot like a week now, a little more. Sorry, a week and a half is how long we've been doing this game jam. And that's all the Godot experience I have. I've been really, really loving it. But I have a lot of experience using other engines. So it's been pretty good. I'm learning Godot too. Yeah, I think everybody ought to learn Godot. It seems like the way to go. Hey, this is the game, this is the future of game dev. It feels like that right now. It feels like that. This engine is nice. It's real nice. It it just feels fast. It just feels fast compared to like Unity. I'm used to everything like importing forever. Everything just take forever to import, and it's like rebuilding the asset bundles and all that. Like, this is good. 5-stream streak, still going. Game dev, yep, still doing it, man, still doing it. It's still going strong. Let's see. Where else could people want directions? I feel like this is the kind of thing I need to like. If I was looking for directions, where would I like? Would these little alleyways have signposts or not? That's what I'm trying to like figure out. It's but some other things that would be really cool is. I mean, let's leave that for now. Oh, that's interesting. So we were able to retopologize our 3D model, right? So we had I'm trying a new pipeline here. I'm trying a new workflow a little bit. I'm trying to go from this model that's done by Microsoft's generator and to retopologize it here into, we can retopologize it, but what we completely lost is our, how much poly, what's the poly count and what's the retopologized count? That's something I'd be very interested in. Like, why doesn't this just have why doesn't it have a way to see the mesh? Like, such a basic feature. It's such a basic feature to see a wireframe here. But I don't know. I don't know. So let's just try to see how this goes if I just, whether it sticks out like a sore thumb or not. We're going to go anvil. And then here this goes anvil. To process, we'll put that there. Anvil goes in here and we'll see if this comes out like okay or terrible. So we know we want the anvil like right here near the forge. Let's put this bucket up there on the table. And then, that's not good. What the hell happened to the lighting? Okay, we're gonna have to work on that. I shouldn't be putting that directly in here either. Let's get rid of that. Art tests. Let's go in here. It's where we're supposed to be working. Let's take this anvil, stick it there. The lighting looks really off. So let's see if we can correct it in a material. Anvil. Oh, what am I doing? Not a folder. I want to add a scene. You could make a single arrow signpost for laneways. Yeah, totally a good idea. Totally a good idea. No, mainly intersections. Yeah, I think the laneways in a single signpost is a cool idea. We'll do that. We'll do that. So this is anvil. You know, the mistake it's made is it's baked the light into the... Has it? See the light like freaking out here a little? I don't know what's going on with that. I think the light is baked into it, which is not what we want. So... And it might be a bit too stylized. It's kept too much of the style, which is bad for us. How does that even happen? I mean, it's a different tool. It's a completely different tool now, Goldie. What I can do is we can just see that one thing that might really help here is if I just get rid of the, if I create a new material and it's like just deal with that. So let's see. Shadow mesh, what on earth? A standard material 3D. Oh, what's that done? Standard material 3D, and then in that material, if I go albedo, all it gave us was an albedo. That light's a little better, but the lighting is just like it's just in the image, which is a no-no, like if I wanted baked lighting, I would have asked for it. I think this dark side here, it's an issue. It's Does that mean we can't use this? I mean, one thing I could do with it is we could like, yeah, it's ass night to, it's a hassle to reassign the textures, but the real issue, Goldie, is that if we bake the texture, it's going to limit the spaces that we can actually use that asset. Yeah, look, like this will work as long as I like rotate like that. And then even then, I don't think it looks as good as the other stuff, right? Because we'll have to relight it here, and it's going to stick out as like wrong. I mean, even then, this is just like straight up white. I can't adjust the color very much from here. No, not much I can do here. And then the other thing is, look at this. That's a lot of polys. It's a lot of polys, even for flat faces. And internal geometry, that's just interesting choice. I mean, don't get me wrong, it looks good. The texture looks good, but like, I need to go into the texture to change its brightness. It should get the light from exactly, yes. It should be quite neutral lit, and then the lighting should not be baked into it. But what we can do, I mean, I really just wanted to test that other generator and see if it was at all feasible to use art from it. The fact that it like bakes the lights into it might really make it suck. I mean, what else do we have? I mean, this one didn't do it. It also didn't get as good a, like this one's a much better result. I think also what we can do here, we can do this. Let's give this a shot. So, oh, yo, photo, how good does this look? I'm into that. That's cool. I like him. We can finally update the board. Let's do that. Let's get that done. Where are we? All right, cool. Yeah, the other thing here is like, we can try this again with, let's see how that goes. All right, where else were we? What else were we doing? Let's go back to our images. Holy shit, that's nice. Racing Girl, you're liking the statue? I think that's sick. I think that's a really cool statue. I'm excited about that. The other thing we can do here is like, we've got a lot of lighting in this texture. Can you please make it unlit? Image. Imagine this is going to be a modeling reference and it needs to be unlit. We can have another shot and see what happens there. I mean, yeah, that's kind of garbage. It is unlit, but now it's too unlit, right? Maybe we can give it a shot. It's certainly not bad. You love it? F8 photo? Nice. Glad we got that right. Good, good, good. All right, in engine. Let's go statues, F8 photo. Take our GLB in. I bet this is not going to work. I'm like really confident this is not going to work. Let's go to our art tests. F8 photo, you were between, yeah, you were right here. This is your spot. Okay, where are we? F8 photo. There it is. Oh, that's not as bad as I thought it would be. But it's also not great, right? That lighting just kind of looks off. Compared to the rest, I'm just like, no. I think this is just a no. We're not doing it. We're going to go with a different approach. Yo, another follow. HB, thank you, man. How's it going? How's it going? Welcome in. Wouldn't it make sense for the tags on the statues to have the Twitch names? Yes, Ducky down under it 100% is going to. We just haven't got around to putting the little so each of them is going to have the name. But what I don't want to do is have the name in the mesh. I want to use Godot's text system to do that. So we're going to replace each of the names with the names of those people when they go in, like in the final version. There's also a lot of cleanup that has to happen with those models. So we'll be doing all of that too. It's not consistent with the others. No, it's not consistent with the others. Hey there, how did you start this AI gen thing? Did you get an image and ask the AI to generate the things based on the image style? I mean, the first one, how was it? Yeah, it's a really good question, Kendra. I started with a lot of like stylistic reference and a lot of prompting to get a base prompt. And then once I had that base prompt, I reused that prompt in order to get artistic consistency with the rest of my images. And then I generate my 3D models from the images. And so that's how we get consistency in visual style. We have a very clear master prompt that we use over and over and over before we prompt any specifics. So we use the master prompt for architecture, for characters, for look and feel, for color palette. It's like I really explored a lot and then use that master prompt as the guiding light for how it works. Often I think it's very useful to anchor it all around one specific image. For us, that was like the whole game went from this concept, not monsters. I expanded out into into key art, like what I'm calling key art. And now this acts as like everything points towards this. All of the different art that we make, it's trying to hit this like visual style. And, I'm trying to hit on that stylistically. And so then, yeah, you generate all of your prompts and stuff onto like, we kind of like extrapolate out from that into all the different things, all the different directions that this can go. And from there, we generate our 3D art from like, you wind up with, this is the prompt, and then you wind up with your character that looks very similar in terms of like making a 3D model. So that's the process. That's the process. Well, you have some interesting tricks you use right when I thought I was using AI for neat tasks. Thanks. Yeah, no problem. No problem at all. That's awesome. Yeah, no, all good, Kendra. All good. I'm glad. I think a lot of people haven't seen these techniques before, so I'm really happy to be educating people as a part of the process. They're not entirely AI generated, Oxrelf, but yeah, a lot of it is. A lot of it is. I'm kind of using, and there's a lot of technique that goes into getting the models in the first place. But yeah, it makes a big difference to be able to quickly generate and have these assets. But yeah. So let's see. So let's get moving on. What was the next asset that we were trying to do? We were going for... I mean, we can try this. We can try this, but I really think this... Nah, it's just going to suck. It's not even worth trying. I did a good job of making an unlit version of it, but I think I gave it the wrong prompt, honestly. I shouldn't have said unlit. I should have said a neutral lighting, because this is too much lighting, and then this is just like, this is actually unlit. It's like there's no material on it. It's just a color. So I needed to... it needs to... modeling reference, it needs to have less lighting in it. Make sure that the lighting is neutral so that you can't tell from what direction it's being lit. If I get a decent prompt from that, then we can see how Microsoft's system works for this. Yeah, that'll be a plan. Let's see. So, overcast light or diffused light? I think diffused light would be the right way to describe this, to get the outcomes that we want. For sure. I think we need to describe it as diffused lighting. I mean, that's a little better. It's a little better, but it still has shadows. It's neutral. So I want it generated without much ambient occlusion and no shadows. What I'm saying with ambient occlusion there, guys, is like that's a rendering term to be like the kind of shadows that you get in between grooves. And so if I tell it no ambient occlusion, hopefully it will understand that that means all the little like light and detail within it might not, shouldn't be generated, because the engine will handle that. Okay. Statue coming along. Did I completely bail out of our Microsoft one? I probably shouldn't have. So I'm really curious to see if the Microsoft one can work, which is why I kind of want to persist with this a little bit. And I'm giving it more of a chance, even though I know like Hanyan is getting a way, way, way better solution. By the way, you're planning to support Switch? It's a good question, FA. I think at this point, I just want to get it out on Steam. And the way I kind of deal with this, and it's the way I'm going to deal with it with On Point, the last game that I put out, is if the game generates enough money to justify going to a new platform, then we'll go there. We'll try first on the platform that I think is most likely to succeed. And after it succeeds or fails, then I'll switch and change direction to a different platform, right? And so, yeah, it's like maybe. I think the plan is no, unless the game succeeds, and then yes. Yeah. Because there's a lot of work that needs to happen to make a game run on Switch. We're doing some things here that are like, there's going to be physics in the combat. There's going to be a lot of geometry here. So a game that looks like really, really like high, it has a lot of polygons and stuff like that. You need to optimize the crap out of your game to make it run on Switch. So we can avoid all of that optimization problem if we don't worry about, if we don't worry about having to do that essentially. So yeah, that's the long answer, I suppose. Okay, where were we with our, we got our oranges. We need more fruit, unfortunately. It seems like it'd be great as far as controls versus mouse and keyboard on Switch and any other consoles. Yeah, it is kind of designed to, it is definitely designed to, I mean, okay, this has still got too much lighting. Is this let me go see the conversation. Open in chat. This is definitely not the chat. Open in chat. It thinks where? Well, what the hell? One of two? Oh, okay. I guess this is where I did it. There's still a bit of directional light. I can see in this image, it needs to have neutral lighting with no shadows or ambient occlusion. I think if it can't get this, then it's just like straight up no, we can't generate a model. It needs to be the 3D converter that interprets the shadows for it to work well. Yeah, so the other thing that we should do while we're at it, we got the anvil done. Let's go find... I think something like this one might be a good starting point for, with the same look and feel as you've achieved here, we need a new 3D model. This time, please make a pile of hay. It should be large enough for a person to hide within. Okay, where are we? I think, yeah, Switch would be a great console to add this to, but there's a lot. Seems you gave them colors. How are the statues going? No, we've got no colors in the statues. The only exception is Goldie, because he's got a gold beard. He's just like pretty amazing with what he supports for the channel, but you can see they're all fairly similar in terms of their color. Different colors is in like the amount of variation that you might see in different stones, but I think what I'll do at the end of this, potentially, if I don't want inconsistency, is I'll redo the textures and just like rebake the lighting for all of them, which is very doable. We'll just like use like bake lighting in Blender and get that right, and then add a rocky texture to it. Did you decide whether you want to have market outskirts yet, Seb? Chubby Puppy Bear, I have got... When you say market outskirts, what do you mean? Because this is the market that we've got so far. Here's the market as it's looking. If you're considering putting any animals in the game, yeah. I do want to do that, Chubby Puppy Bear, but not for a while, because they should be animated. If I add the animals, it should be animated, and that will take a lot of time. I was thinking it could perhaps be food or animal space, like hens, or that type of crows or goats or even horses that need to be appropriately stylistically rendered. Yo, I would love to put like, I would absolutely love to put in like Zelda Ocarina of Time style chickens. How cool would that be? To get some chickens in, I think that'd be like, you know, the ones that like run away from you would be so sick. That'd be really, really cool. But again, we just need to lock in and get the, you know, before we add more things that need like game logic and animation, we just need to be careful with what we're actually doing with the game. I think that like we need a lot of other features in first. So Mandrill, you've been so active in the chat. I did not realize that you are active in the chat, but you hadn't followed along. Dude, I really appreciate you doing that, man. You're going to lurk mode. No, thank you, man. You hit that follow button, and I gotta thank you for that. I really appreciate it. The struggles I had with them. Hold on. Those chickens, yeah, they were fucking like, forget fucking Ganon. Those chickens were OP as fuck. Never piss off the chickens. Rule 1 of Zelda. Don't fuck with the chickens, excuse me. We need the swear jar for that little rant, but I feel you. I feel you, girl. I feel you. That's some hard times right there. That's some hard times. Those chickens are difficult chickens to deal with. Now that these are all undercover, I feel like this is awkward now. The amount of the amount of, I mean, we need to get rid of one of these tables, I think. That table goes, and this table gets centered. That table gets centered and pushed a little under like the others. There we go. It's not as prevalent, but oh, now I like it again. I'm sorry, I changed my mind. Double changed my mind. That was very necessary. Hashtag never forget. I feel you, girl. That's yeah, that's full on. Those chickens are the hell spawn. They are hell spawns. Satan's chickens right there. Okay. How did we go? We were trying to... Okay, this is working. This is working quite well. I need something like up the top of the... up in this gap. Maybe we don't even need that. Maybe this is just fine like this, honestly. It's kind of cool. I should put another one of these down the end, though. And this time we're going to make it a blue one. So that awning... I mean, we could do it. We'll do this one. That awning. And it goes under our fruit stand. And then we're going to slide that across here. Rotate him 90 degrees. And then slide him here. All right, excellent. Not bad. I have chickens. I want a real image to base one off. I think even if we based it off a real chicken, it would wind up so stylized it's going to look like the look and feel of this game. I think, yeah, I really appreciate trying to help out with the modeling reference, though. That's really nice of you. Oh my God, please send eggs. Yeah, totally. I miss having chickens. I had chickens when we were kids, and I freaking love the eggs that those chickens made. It was very, very handy to have that. All right. Have we got F8 photo around? It's time. It's time. Boom. Fear the Reaper. There's his model. Yes, that's for you, buddy. Thank you for the 10 subs. I really appreciate you. I'm sorry it took so long to get around making this. I hope it really represent what you were after. I hope it nailed it for you. Very cool. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Love it, man. Love it. All right, loving that. So F8 photo, let's get this model integrated. Let's get it into the art tests. Way down here. And I mean, luckily, let's see. So F8 photo. It's a process. And extract that. Okay. Okay, what kind of game are you making? You know what? We haven't done the pitch in a really long time, so let's go do it. Let's go do it. Thank you for the question, Doodle. Welcome into the chat, man. Welcome in. We're making Not Monsters. I'm just like trying to game jam it to test the concept for 2 weeks. And I'm about a week and a half into development. I'm trying out a new game engine that I've never used before as well. It's called Godot. If you're into games, like I'm loving it, I should recommend that you check it out. This game is going to be a social deduction party game. I want it to look a bit like Fall Guys. I want it to play a bit like Party Animals with physicsy combat. And I want the core mechanic of the game to be like Among Us, or really, truly, I'm trying to reference that game Werewolf. So the core idea behind the game is that people play as either monsters or villagers, and it's the task of the monsters to kill all the villagers, and it's the task of the villagers to discover who all of the monsters are. And so the game will play in phases where it goes from day to night. You'll be assigned a role randomly, so you won't know who you're going to be until you get into the game, and you won't know who the other players are, whether they're monsters or villagers. And then you have to go around the town and complete tasks to prepare yourself for dealing with the monsters and prepare yourself for the next day. So during the night, the monsters can sneak out and players can sneak out to do different things and interact with one another, but they risk being killed by the monster. But in the morning, a town meeting gets called and everybody gets pulled together. We're all going to gather around the bodies of the people who were killed, and there'll be a phase where people discuss, like, okay, I witnessed this person, I saw this person here, it can't have been that person, because when he died, I saw this person over there. So think like Among Us style gameplay. But instead of voting, you vote with your fists. And so you get into teams, and then people have to beat one another into unconsciousness. And then when that person's the first person to get beaten into unconsciousness gets lynched. And so they'll wind up going up on the gallows and being strung up. And then the game continues either until all of the monsters have been discovered, or all the villagers have been killed. So that's it. During the combat phase, the monsters will be able to activate full beast mode and go like monster mode and fight back. But most of the time, it's going to be the monster's task to sneakily kill people without being discovered. And so they don't have too much an advantage during the fight. But so I'll show you a bit about here's the game with some of its art assets. This is the staging area for new assets. This is kind of our art test area, but the game itself, we're really coming together, like building the world. I'll give you a bit of a tour. Now that it needs a dead end road for a home. Hold on. F8 photo. Oh, you mean your statue? Yeah. Yep. So this is the world we're building. We're kind of assembling all of that stuff into this. You'll notice you can go from a few assets to a really, really big and interesting world. So we're in the process of kind of constructing this. Today was about adding buildings. And we've done a lot of that. We've added a whole bunch of buildings and a whole bunch of decorations to the world. So I hope that answers your question, Doodle. I hope you're excited about that. I hope you decide you want to follow along and see the game develop as it goes further, especially over the next few days while I finish up the prototype and decide if I make it into a full game or not. But that's what we're up to. So anybody who hasn't followed, I really have been appreciating the follows over the last few days. We've gone from... over the last week and a half, we've gone from 1,100 followers to 1,400 followers, which is really huge for a little channel like mine. That's a really good rate of growth, so I'm very excited, and I thank every single one of you for doing that. Plants, you've got a question. When the monster goes full monster in Brawl, they kind of blow their identity at that point. Yes, they do, but maybe they'll take a villager or two with them, and also maybe if they go full monster mode, there'll be enough monsters around to take down the rest of the villagers. That's the so you kind of want to there's no point exposing themselves if they don't think that they can win, but they may as well it's like a reveal. It's like, he was a monster. Oh my god. Yeah. All right, F8 photo. I think we have your model ready. Let's bring this thing in there. It's been waiting a long time. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. For all the people who've been supporting the game as well. That's been amazing. So what you're seeing here is everybody who gifted 10 subs, they get their own statue in the game, which means a lot to me. And I hope it means a lot to you guys, because it shows, it's a way of showing, visually showing the amount of support that the game has had. In just a week and a half to get to nearly 50 different statues is insane. I think we're going to have to probably change the game up. Oh my god, there it is. There it is, F8 photo. I think that looks so sick. And it plugs a hole. It plugs a hole that we had for a while. I need to really circle in and get more done. Get more statues done. Because honestly, it was so amazing to have the support of everyone. We're going to have to make them more too cool. Fuck yeah, F8. Thank you again. I'm gonna have to like make them more expensive down the line. So I think as soon as the game jam ends, if we decide to continue, I'll be upping the prices of those statues. But for now, it's amazing to have the support of all these people, even even though they don't know for sure if the game is going to be a full game or whether it's just going to be a game jam. It's really, really, really cool. Very cool to see. Okay, so the other thing that I want to be doing now is, so we're going to need our anvil. We're going to need, I don't like this anvil. That one kind of has to go. Where is it here? There it is. This model, anvil is going to be way up the top and not in statues, but in props. Anvil. Yeah, we'll need to update that anvil. And let's see. All right, that anvil has its texture underway. We need more variants of fruit. And I think we need one more building. Wouldn't you say, guys? Probably, if we're going to finish off this, like, at least like the outlines of this section of the map, I think we still need one more thing like here. And I don't know exactly what it should be. It might even just be like a normal residential building. Okay, this one came out cool. Again, it still has lighting in the texture, which I don't like, but see how much more neutrally lit it is? That neutral lighting makes all the difference. It makes all the difference. So we need to get rid of this old anvil. So let's go into anvil. We're going to get rid of both of these things. And then these can go. And then we're going to import this model, anvil, extract that. Maybe that light can just be dust and dirt. Yeah, I hope people will look at it like that. Anvil goes in here. You're going to catch some Z's. Good night, Goldie. Sleep really well, dude. Thanks for hanging out in the stream. Incredible seeing you, dude. Every fucking time. This man never misses a stream. I wish I knew the full stream streak, like the actual stream streak, dude. That would be so cool. Because it's a big number, man. It's a really, really, really big number. Okay, display normal. I think that works way better. In our art test, let's go have a look. That anvil can go here. This anvil actually looks so good. I'm tempted to like not hide it here with all these other assets. It needs to go somewhere quite prominent because it's beautiful. It's beautiful. Maybe what we do is, if I select all of that and that, and not this, it's a lot of cobblestones. We do want the Palisade Tower. We do want the... Okay, we got lots of stuff there. Let's do that and then shift select all of that. And then shift select that. Let's go to a new... This is going to be a new 3D. This is going to be a new node 3D. This is going to be statues. Absolutely freaking incredible. Guys, that's so many people. That's so many people. That's just exceptional. And now we don't have to go quite so far to see it all. All right, very cool. And then all of this stuff. The drag select actually goes way better. The one thing that doesn't go so well is the individual select, but drag select in Godot seems much better than other engines, I think. Okay. I do need a wall segment like that. We can move these back against the wall. This is going to keep our art tests a little easier to manage. That also means our anvil will have a nice space to be in. There we go. Our chair and our table and our oranges. I think we're gonna have need way more space for characters, so let's move some of this stuff. Okay, move some of this stuff away. We'll have all our characters in one space. We'll have all our props in another. Okay, what's that? Signpost. We need to do a signpost with just one direction to point the streets out. Let's not lose our bucket. And I guess that can stay. And where's our little farmer dude? I guess farmer dude goes back here. I really want some of the controls I get in Unity where I just orient a thing to a particular location. That'll be very, very handy, but how did this guy get under the... What are you doing there? What are you doing there, little guy? That's our townsman 1. Standing under the gallows. What's he doing there? Okay. Which One Direction singer is he going to sue you for? Which One Direction singer? Who's the One Direction singer? Hold on, I don't know. I don't know that person. I don't know that person. Okay, how are we doing? How are we doing? We're doing pretty good. Pretty good. This is actually a good prop. This is a good prop to use here in our environment. Let's save our arts tests now that we've made some changes in case something goes wrong and we get a crash. What if I just paste that and then from here... Hold on, was I finished with the anvil? I feel like I wasn't finished with the anvil. We need to go here. We've got the new asset in. Needed to move it up. Save it. We've got it in our art test. Make sure it's in the right place there. It seems to be. It can go down so that it looks okay. And then we also want to make sure that it's good in our environment. There it is. Looking much, much, much better. Though it needs to go up a bit. Let's just go and have a run over to it and see if its scale is there. You said you need to make a One Direction sign. Oh, I get it. I get it. I see what you did. I see where, yep. That's pretty funny. Well played. How big is this thing? It's still too big. I think the weird proportions of our characters make it awkward to get the sizes right. So anvil import 0.8 of that, I think. 80% of that size. And then a little lower. There we go. Environment, does this feel better now? Yes, that feels better. Okay, cool, especially since it's the same height as that bench. Excellent, excellent. One cool thing I've been wanting to do. Let's just give me the sign, please. Just the sign. What about that? Oh my God, no. God, I like the sky in this. It's beautiful. I'm always going to notice this. The seam here, where I like Photoshop the seam in. Nobody else is ever going to notice it, but I'll notice it. And that's annoying. Okay, one more thing we should do. So let's update our board. See where we're going with this. Here we go. Anvil becomes a done asset. Haystack. That's what we need as well. We said we were going to do it. I think we even generated it. Let's go have a look at our actual results. So, where are we? Here it is. Haystack. Okay. This haystack needs to be a low poly 3D model. Let's give it another shot. Oh God. I calculate on Twitch Tracker, I'm on a 134 stream streak, and that's how many streams you've done. Holy crap, Goldie, that's insane, dude. Thank you. Sleep so well, man. Sleep so well. Insanity. That's a lot of streams, and that's a long streak, man. I appreciate you. Yo, thank you. That's so good. That's so good. K-pop love. I'm glad we unlocked that emote. This silhouette has it with way more parts. It needs to be one large shape rather than many small shapes. Change the topology so that it's a low poly 3D model. Okay. Oh my God. Was that the way that I was talking to it, or we're lolling at the little hearts, or or oh my God, because of a 134 stream streak. That's yeah. That's the most impressive. That's the most impressive by far. Okay, come on, finish your generating. We should probably generate more of those statues just to get them all polished off and finished, eh? That might work. Get rid of all the little bits of detail. Oh, actually, maybe we don't. There's a lot of stray bits of hay around the base. Get rid of the smallest ones. Hay is going to be a really cool asset. I think we'll be able to put that in so many different places, and it will take up so much space and look right that it just, yeah, it's going to be cool. Especially here towards the side of the, I mean, hold on. Here we've got another thing that we need to just do. So, terrain, we're going to set the height of the terrain. We're going to pick this point here. We're going to change the size of our brush, but not too much. Maybe like 5 meters. Yep. And then we're going to paint some flatness around here. And then we're going to put some crap around the bottom of this, because if I rewind. All right, hold on. So let's go art test a barrel. Environment. Oh, please select the thing when I click it. Why isn't it doing that? Oh, hold on, because it's set terrain just now. There we go. Windmill gets a barrel. Barrel gets 0, 0, 0. We need to like put a bunch of this stuff around. 1, 2, 3. Maybe we stack the barrels a little. One more to the other side, or even just like 3 looks a little haphazard. That looks good. So what else can we have? Ooh. What about well, definitely this. Okay, hold on. Just the amount. Also, the emote is cute. It is. Now we need to add tasks for the player. Jump into the hay pile from the tallest building. Linux Snoop, that's a really funny idea. And we just play the eagle sound and have them go, yeah. That would be actually really funny. The plan was to use the, I do want to actually use the hay piles as a place where people can hide. So I want people to be able to like run and hide inside of the hay bales. That would be really, really cool. So yeah, that's the plan for that. Okay. I'm very curious how this game's going to hold up when we run this on a computer that isn't this computer. We're about to find out. Like, we'll find that out soon enough. But also, it's doing fine so far, so maybe it'll be all right. This actually looks really cool. We'll put one over here as well. We're going to need some more, so let's go to the ground. Where are we? Terrain 3D, and then I need this brush. One I've found works really well, surprisingly, is this square. Though I'm going to have to be like much more careful with the size of it. I don't know why the square works so much better than the other materials. Do the blades have collision? Otherwise, the players will be able to jump onto them. I don't think they do. There's no collision on those. But I also, like, maybe I think there'll be certain types of monsters that can jump onto stuff. But most players will not be able to jump that high by any means. Oh, I see what you mean. From the barrels. from the barrels up onto the that's a cool idea. I mean, we'll have to go try that for ourselves. Okay, come on, more strength, more strength. Any minute. Oh, it stopped. That's annoying. Whoops, not that one. This brush. Maybe I need a way to like blend them in. I should be just selecting that like really harsh one and then blend it in from there. I mean, this feels like it needs blending. It's like in here. All right. Now that's looking a lot more like a believable windmill. That's a lot more believable windmill to me. People doing stuff. People getting busy with that windmill. Here's another cool thing we can definitely do here. So let's see from there. We're going to, what if we just do this? We'll get a cart. And then from there, 0, 0, 0. I feel like this can actually go somewhere like this. Actually, you know what? It wouldn't be there. It would be like down here. And then maybe turned out of the way. Maybe I'll turn it towards us since we do want to like... We want this kind of like visible. Let's have a run around there. You have an old Ryzen 2600 with 8 gig of RAM and 130, 1030 in storage if you need a playtester. Yeah. Potentially we will. That looks terrible. I didn't rotate that. I think also I need to make the ground match here. That is definitely going to be like, I think maybe even on the far end of the low, like the low poly count. I think that might be too much. That this game might be too much for that computer, maybe. I don't know. When I'm done, it probably will be. But we'll see. Okay, flatten the hideout. I want to still keep this cliff, though. All right, cool. And then while I'm at it, a bit of smoothing here. Okay, now that goes like this. We want the local axis for this thing, and then we're going to tilt it. Oh, not roll, tilt. So that it's resting against the ground there. Bit like that. Okay. Making the farmers toil to the windmill way up the hill with their wheat seems like a dickish move. Yes, Hansblah, but important feature of windmills, they need wind. And the higher you put the windmill, the more wind you get in certain areas, especially like this, right? where you've got a town and there's lots of like cities. If this was down on the ground, like on ground level, then the farmers, like, you know, they wouldn't get the wind that they need, and they'd have to move the grain from, like, you know, but they actually do this in real life. They actually do this in real life, Hansbla. They'll like build up mounds and then they'll put the windmill at the top of it. I know this because, hello, I'm Dutch, and I went to Holland one time and I learned all about windmills in the motherland. So yes, yeah. I see the grass went well. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with it, Blaze. I'm pretty happy. Welcome back, though. Welcome back. I do think it's not bad. It's not bad. It could be better, and it will be way better when we finally introduce. We're gonna finally introduce some actual like grass geometry, and then Hansbla. Okay. So, do you think? What do you think? Is the windmill, like, should I not put them up here? Should I put them down somewhere else? Give me your opinion. Give me your opinion about that one. I wouldn't mind some tulips just to make it a little more Dutch, but yeah, give me your thoughts. I mean, at this point, I've put too much effort into the hills, and they're an interesting feature. I don't know that I can even change them, honestly. Like, I can, but it would be too much effort. Maybe to change that. I'm not sure. But if you think it's good, we'll keep it. If you think it's not, I'll think more about it. I'll give it some more thought. All right, that flattening is probably going to be good just from a gameplay perspective. Let's see if we can jump up on the windmill, if there's enough height to get up there. I mean, he struggles a bit uphill, which isn't a bad thing. Oh, we don't have any colliders on the windmill. Do we not have any colliders on our barrel? Surely we have colliders on our barrels. These barrels will collide. I'm sure of it. Usually only the water draining windmills are up on a hill, but this looks better. Okay. Maybe, all right. Maybe we need to tweak. I don't know, yeah. I guess it's all about the looks. Okay, what the helly? I'm standing on that barrel. What's going on? Does our art test barrel, is that not the real barrel? This is why we make everything in our art test work when we import it. Barrel, open scene. Damn it. Okay, that was my mistake. Barrel, you're out of here. We need the real barrel. And now this means I need to go into the environment and fix up these barrels to be the real barrels. Let's see, where are we? Select. Whoops. Not terrain. Okay, those barrels, the windmill barrels, we need to, child is barrel. Apparently that's case sensitive. 2, 3, 4. Those can go here. Old imposter barrels can go out, get out of here. And now we should have physics barrels. I hope. I wonder if we can replace the splash screen with our Not Monsters logo. What the actual fuck? I need to fix that jump. Corn farm. I didn't select no corn farm. Maybe I did. There's a barrel in here somewhere. Okay. What? I did it again. That's what I should have done. barrel, 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 barrel. They all go lower. And then they all go under the windmill, and then all of the other barrels can get out. Get out! Get out of here. Okay. Is SAC? Yeah, SAC actually works. It's got good collision shapes. So we don't need to worry about that. Let's just 100% confirm now. Table adds collisions. Okay, let's give it a run. I don't think I like that it's slower running uphill. It's too much. It's too much. Let's tweak it while we're here. Let's tweak it while we're here. In the character, we need to... Rotation speed, root motion speed. These are all our up direction. Motion is grounded. Let's just try this. Just give it a go. The hills are just on the... Okay. That's not working at all. Bummer. So we'll undo that. Okay, we want grounded. Slide on ceiling. Wall min slide angle. $15 only affects. Constant speed. Snap length. I don't know. There was some other setting somewhere else. I can't remember what it was. It wasn't an input. I don't remember where it was. Physics interpolation? No. Where was this? All right, we're going to leave it. Not get too sidetracked. Okay, we're going to try and see if we could jump anywhere near the windmill blade. We'll see if our how it works. The hills are just hills to make sure they hit the daily steps. Yep. There he is. There who is? Who's where? Who's well, Raisin Girl? Okay. I think you actually might be right. Oh my god. Did I not put collisions on the... We've got no collisions on a windmill. We have to sort that out. So, of course, we're not going to collide with the blades. It would be... I think it would actually be really cool to be able to jump onto the blades. That might be possible. That might be possible. We're going to leave it in. We're going to leave it in, guys. Just cause. Some other props that we don't have in here, but we do have in the game, are these rocks. These rocks, I think, are beautiful rocks. Very happy with them. I bet, though, we don't have... Yeah, we don't. We didn't. We did it again. Oops, we did it again. So... Rocks, rock medium gets its FOBX. The FOBX, 000, a little up, good. The other thing we'll need to do with this is Open that, copy that, get rid of that. That goes there. This goes there. We do the whole dance with our static body 3D. And then we generate the mesh collider for this. And then that goes under the static body. And then this goes to model. And then we have collisions on our rocks. Voila. Let's get some rock in the scene. These rocks are gonna rock. Ooh, that's gonna be a fun asset. Just think, we can do so many cool things with this one. What have I... Oh gosh. All right, annoying. We can align with the view and then get rid of its rotations. And that brings it over here. I feel like this can go in so many places to just like make stuff better. And this is definitely one we're going to rotate and scale a bunch to do things with. Though we got to be careful with how we use it. Because we got like, you know, surely they'd clean up a lot of these. If there was too many of them, it'd get cleaned up. You do stuff with it. A well-maintained town is not going to be covered in rocks freaking everywhere. This is more like a thing that you find in the wild. But sometimes you're going to find it in here, right? And we get this nice little effect where there's the... Okay, so hold on. That's going to go as a child of the city gate. We'll get it up against the city gate. And then we can reparent to city gate. City gate. What we can do is... I wonder what the way to scale this on all axes is, like with a gimbal. There we go, that's looking cool. That's what it is, guys. Lots and lots of little details. Lots and lots of little details. That little mummy guy, he's so cute. Thank you, Raisin Girl. Yeah, I see who you're talking about now. He is. We're gonna need more such cute little monsters. I'm glad you think he's a cutie. Okay, that can collide there. All right, we'll need stuff like this everywhere, like a lot of it. I almost feel like this is something we should paint into the terrain, maybe. Like painting rocks on the terrain will be a smart way to get through a lot of this. Oh, should we finish the boundary of the town so that we understand the scope of the task? Because honestly, like, this has been a couple days work to get to, like, we've got detail now in this section, in that section, and to be fair, also this section. There's a lot of work to go, guys. All right, finally uploaded a profile picture. Hold on, Gorky. Hold on, Gorky. Give me another message. Or maybe I need to refresh this. We'll refresh this. The base chat getting a refresh. So we can see the Gorky profile picture. There we go. Is that our favorite fork? Is that Corky Forky's profile? Very cool. What is that actually, Gorky? Is that Elvis? It feels like that's Elvis. I think he uploaded a profile picture, Raisin Girl. Good night, noob. Sleep so well, dude. I think I'm gonna go to sleep soonish too. Though I say that every time and it never happens. I feel like a liar every time I say it. Alright, let's try those rocks. And we're gonna put those as a child of in3. 0, 0, 0. So we got all of them in the same dang spot. We'll make the rotations worldly rotations. I feel like these are going to go around the base of our castle quite nicely. Now that way, medium rocks 3 over here. Not bad. Not too bad. Yeah, that's the game, guys. We've got to make lots and lots and lots and lots of little changes. Have we got this wall sign? Sign frame 2. We didn't do it for sign frame either. All right, sign frame, you are getting a new scene. Sign frame, and then this goes in, and then this goes to 0, 0, 0. And then you get to go upsy, which means our other sign frames aren't instanced either, which is unfortunate. That's all right, we'll make do. And then open anyway, copy that, close that, paste there. Sign frame also honestly needs a collider. So static mesh, static body 3D, and then we're going to have a child node of a collision shape. And then that gets to have a box. That box, it'd be nice if there's a quick way to match the size of the box to the bounds of the object. That would be a good UX experience here. All right, collision shape 3D. I think that should be enough. Just enclose it all. We don't need like a mesh collider for this one. This will also be nice, like it'll make it nicer, like easier to jump on this thing. I don't think that's a bad thing necessarily. All right, there's our sign frame. Let's go into our art tests. We're gonna instantiate a child node. Sign frame, there we go. That can go there. This one's our FBX, so it gets deleted. Delete that thing. That's another FBX version. We get rid of that too. That's our sign frame. Let's get rid of that name there. And then, all right, now we've got a new palette item to use in our world. So sign frame. You've got a run photo. No, thanks for coming through. Thank you for giving me that info about the model. I really appreciate it, man. I really appreciate you coming through and doing that. It helps me a lot. It really does. Soonish, You have not hit the 8 hour stream yet. No, I haven't. 7. I'll probably hit 8 hours and then call it. You're probably right. I think that's my pattern. That's my pattern, God of War. It's my pattern. I tend to do I'll do like a work day's worth of streaming, which is a funny, funny that, but that's how I go sometimes. I think it's a good time. Like it's a good time as in it's fun, but it's a good time amount to stream, if that makes any sense. Okay, this guy knows about his product placement. This innkeeper has put his inn sign right where everybody could see it. Right here. That seems like a good place for it. Unfortunately, that means these signs. Sign frame 1 is there. Where's the other sign frames? I've got more than one sign frame in here, I'm sure of it. Dining tables and crates and everything but the thing that I wanted. Oh, please just select it. Surely it's got the right name. How can there only be 2? Well, I guess my guess was based on the watch streak I currently have. Yeah, yo. What watch streak you up to? How many are you up to now, God of War? That's really cool, man. Thank you for watching so many streams in a row. Where is this stupid thing? What if I select like this? Surely that has to get the object. This is the one thing that I'm hating about Godot. It's just like, let me select this thing, please. I think I have to Google this. As silly as it seems to Google something as simple as selecting objects, it's like... all right, hold on. We're gonna go function alt left to go home, and then okay. In Godot, how can I select objects? Often I'll select them and it works, but many other times when the object is small and surrounded by larger objects, I can just simply not select them. Surely there's something built into the engine to handle this. It shouldn't be so hard to select something. All right. How are we doing? Yo, GY, how you doing, man? Thank you for the raid. Awesome. How are you doing? How was your stream? What'd you get up to, man? I saw you were helping Danzy with her stream setup. She did an IRL stream and you were hanging out there. That's really cool, man. That's really cool. Congrats on that. Yes, exactly. Was it the same stream setup that you had at PAX? You got it all working? Dude, that's so good. That's so good. One of these days I'm going to do an IRL stream and I'm going to need some help. Thank you for helping her out, man. That's really awesome of you. That's really good. How was your stream today? How was golfing with friends? Oh, you mean like golf with friends, the game? Or actually going out to play golf with friends? Because I would believe either from GY. I would believe that GY did either of those things. That's... How did you do? Okay, there's our reference image. That's actually very interesting. Okay, I'm realizing something pretty interesting now. You can actually get to your reference image in a way I didn't expect. Where are we? Took 8 hours to set up because her end, oh man. But yours should only take an hour. But her setup works really sweet now. Yeah, crush the golf games. That's really good, man. That's sick. That's sick. Do you want a quick tour to see? Have you had the pitch of the game yet, GY? Have you seen what we're making? Do you have an idea of like what the game is going to be? When was the last time you tuned in? Please show. Okay, I'll give you the pitch. I'll give you the pitch. I'm going to be so practiced. If I ever approach a publisher, I'm going to be so ready to just like smash out a pitch and have people be like, oh, I know what that is about. Okay. The game is going to be called Not Monsters. It's going to be a social deduction game. So I'm going for an aesthetic like Fall Guys, but set in medieval times. I'm going for physics and movement and combat like party animals. I'm going for, you've got the speech down. Nice. I'm going for gameplay like Werewolf. So the mechanics of the game are going to be like the game Werewolf. You might also know some of those mechanics from Among Us. And then this is it. This is what the game looks and feels like. This is kind of like the key art. It's going to be, different villages, and some of those villages are going to be monsters, and it's the job of the villagers to discover the monsters, and it's the job of the monsters to escape the villages and kill them all in their sleep or in the night or in combat, which is a thing that you can do with the game because your role will be assigned to you at random. So you'll either be a villager, a monster, or sometimes you'll get a special role like the king. And during the night, you can go and make preparations to fight the monsters. Like you can sharpen your weapons. You can go and cooperate with your other townsfolk at night to investigate and to prepare. So for instance, you could go to the blacksmith and get your weapon upgraded, or you can go to the farmer and get some food to recover your stamina, like that kind of thing. And then while you're out doing that, the monsters can also sneak out at night and murder people. They can murder people in secret if they, if the person's nice and isolated and another person's a monster, they might actually go like, okay, full monster mode, and then go kill someone and try not to get caught. But then in the morning, what happens is everybody gets called together, and the people murdered during the night are brought forward, and then people have to discuss like, oh, this person, I saw this person in that place near where the body was found, or hey, like John the blacksmith is not done. He wouldn't fix my weapons, or he wasn't home when I went to get my weapon sharpened, and that's why I think he's the monster. And then instead of voting with clicking on characters, it goes into a combat mode. So you vote with your fists, and people beat one another to death. And so if you get beaten to death where you've got no health, then it goes like, all right, it's over. Somebody's been beaten to death. People can stand up and fight. There might be factions and fight, but the first person that gets knocked out gets lynched. So it goes to the angry mob fights and picks someone, or they fight, and then it goes to a gallows where the person is hung or decapitated or burnt at the stake or whatever the cutscene is, and then it goes to the next day. So that's the game loop, is it goes to the next night. So you need to kind of survive the night, you need to fight your way through the day, you need to argue your way into like either discovering the monster or argue your innocence. And then the game is over when all of the monsters get killed or all the players get killed. So that's the broad strokes. That's the broad strokes of how the game is working. And yeah, we're kind of we've passed the ideation phase. Kind of, we're starting to, like, right now. This is what I'm working on. I'm building out the town, and so that's what you can see here is the beginnings of the town. That way you can sneak out and do a task drunk. You'll be able to get drunk with I think we're going to have cool things like getting drunk. Yeah, I do think like that will help make the game fun. Adding a lot of stuff like that for sure. But yeah, you can kind of see we're building the world out. Today we did the markets. We've added a lot of props. We've added some more farms in. We've added some buildings, so you can have a look at the architecture of the town. We need to make this more busy and interesting for sure. So I'm realizing we'll need some more clothes in that section. But yeah, it's kind of coming together. It's coming together, GY. We're making cool things. we're making cool things. So yeah, that's what's up. That's what's up, GY. I hope you and your audience really really like what we're doing. I would love to play this with you one time when the game's finished, by the way. If you get to the point where, if we get to the point where the game goes out, it looks great. Thanks, man. Thanks. It's I know it's a little bit janky. A lot of the art is still really janky. I'm trying not to spend too much time polishing just yet. I want to really test the I want to test the shape of the game first and get it right. And then yeah, we'll take it from there. We'll take it from there and see what can be done. But yeah, so far it's definitely been exciting. I've really enjoyed the process. We've generated a ton of different art. So it's yeah, it's a good time. It's a good time. It's been really, really, really fun. So what was I actually doing? Okay, there's a few things that were works in progress that I need to move to done. So this I think needs generating. We need our hay. That's going to be a good one. Let's kick that off. I would love to play test it. Like hell yeah, GY. I would love to have you test it. I have been doing this on a very fast computer so far, so I need to stress test this on lower end machines to get a sense of what actually can and can't run the game, which is that's pretty important. But dude, the game has been so good for the stream. Like a week and a half ago, I was at 1,100 follows. We're now at 1,400 follows. So it's like, it's been getting a lot of traction. It's been getting a lot of traction. People are really into the concept, which I absolutely love. Absolutely love that. I think at some point I'm going to have to get the game up and get some wish lists going, because the longer I stream this and think it's going to be a thing, and then don't do that, that's a wasted opportunity, man. It's a wasted opportunity. I really have to get it right. And, that's how it goes. That is how it goes. Of course. Yeah, I know. At the moment, it was supposed to just be a fun project I did for in my holiday. But there's so much traction, so many people are into it that I might have to do more. Can you replace the oranges in this crate with corn instead, please? Okay. Where are we? This is where I want to be. This is what I want to be. So I might need to, it would be really interesting to redo some of these, to redo these tiles with different geometry. That's going to be a task. We need more. I mean, that'll be a whole stream just getting plants in, doing flowers and plants and grass. That's going to be an interesting stream for sure. I'll have to think more about how we do that one. Because that's always an interesting task, getting, because that needs animation, and I want shaders. I want shaders to animate our grass. We can at least get the haystack in. A wanted poster is going to be a good idea, but maybe I'll actually drop that for just a minute. Just so that we stay a little on track. Another thing that would be amazing to do is generate this character. This character is going to be a lot of, it's going to be fun, but it'll also be interesting to rig and animate. The rigging and animating for that is going to be really, really crazy. But we'll see. We'll see. We also need more elements, vines for the sides of buildings is going to be huge. I think, yay, Fitz, how you doing? Good to see you. Also, crazy, how long have you been here? You've been hanging out for a while? About the beware posters with pictures of monsters. What about? Okay, I'll get him back. I'll get him back. We'll do it. We'll do it. Okay, that's actually pretty good geometry for considering for the grass, for the hay. I think that can actually work. I'm not unhappy with that. We'll definitely kick that off. So let's draw an inspiration here again. So barrels and boxes, single chairs might be cool. A single chair. These little scattered rocks are going to make a big difference. I think I'll put them into the terrain. Also little plants and stuff like that are really going to help. Lantern. Lantern is an absolutely essential one. Okay. In the style of this image, please generate a lantern. Hanging wall. And then that's going to be our mesh. I think that's like so simple that it can, yeah, it can actually work. There's like almost nothing in its, in the texture, but that's going to be good. So the hay, the straw pile, I think that's what we're going to call that. Straw pile. And that's going to be here in our props, straw pile. You know what's going to be really cool? A hay bale. Hay bale is going to like the hay bale, I hope. I hope hay bale likes that. That'll be pretty funny. Straw pile. Let's get that in. So, art tests. Here we go. Straw pile. Straw pile comes in. And then we may as well go straight to a scene. Straw pile. Then that can go to origin 0, 0, 0. Let's put it up on ground level. There. Sign frame can go. Rock. Is this how a rock... Yeah, that was stupid of me. That's going to throw all our rocks off. Get your rocks off. Okay, that means this rock needs to go... Oh, this rock's the wrong rock. Rock medium. Get out of here. Rock medium needs this. And also environment means all of our rocks are going to be off. There they are, floating. Those can go down. So can these. Because they're now floating. There we go. And now our hay pile in our art tests. Let's see, straw pile. We'll take our model out. Straw pile, this is our model. And we're going to not have a collider for this one, which I think is should be fun. Should be fun. This means we'll have a thing that people can actually hide in. So let's get it in the art tests. And then what more fun than putting that in the back of a cart? I think that's going to be really cool. Okay, too small. I think that means, yeah, we've still got an issue here with the size. So like 3 times that size. Yep, and that makes sense because maybe I ought to not do that change. One change I tend to do is get rid of the everything but the model. But that means if I make changes to import settings, it's not going to affect the objects. And that might be a bad approach, right? My God, even bigger? Where's our import settings? 5? Oh, that's a lot bigger. Let's try it. That is so much straw. That is way too much straw. 3. That's probably enough for a person to hide in. That's a rather large prop. That's very good for us. Where did that go? Hold on, that's the GLB file. I didn't want that. I don't want that either. What's going on with this thing? Oh, is it under the ground? It shouldn't be. I think it's under the ground right where we dropped it. Yep. Oh, that's so good. That's so good. I find it funny that I get so excited about, hey, just pat back on. You're still at it. Nice. Thank you, correct. The anvil came out nicely. Yeah, look at it. Look at it. Here it is. Here it is in situ. I think it looks pretty cool. Could you maybe add an animation layer that puffs out some leaves or something when it collides with the pile? Abso-freaking-lutely we can do that. Yeah, I'm definitely keen to do something like that. Yes, that is the short answer. You can't do an orbit. You have to do one specific axis, which means if you want to do 2 at a time, you can't use it relative to the camera, which is a bit unfortunate. But that's fine. That's fine. Okay. That needs to be a child of this windmill. So it's just straight up windmill. Reparent. Reparent windmill. That one. I think also this cart should be that windmill, the wagon. Reparent to the windmill. I think now the cool thing we can do with the straw pile also is like duplicate and have many of them. Like this. I like assets that take up like relatively low polygons, like poly counts, but take up a lot of space in the world. Especially if they look good. If they look good, then I'm really into them. I'm gonna pick that point. I'm gonna flatten it out so that these objects have a bit more space to occupy. And then that means the size is going to go to like 5. Set height. There we go. And then I just need to be able to select that straw. that's the one. You can rotate a little that way so he clips the ground. And that really fits with the wagon, I think. The wagon being next to the straw like that. God of War, maybe put a small hay bale. Oh, yeah, I like it. I like it. That's a good call. That's a good call. 0.5, and let's go to his... So local space-wise, hold on. We'll rotate it that way. Just so that the z-axis is... So that's going to be 0.8, and this is going to be 0.5, and this is going to be 0.5. Let's keep it tall. So it's all like really piled in there. That's a good idea. That was a good idea. Maybe a little more narrow. And maybe not quite so long. That's cool. That's cool. Good idea. Good idea, God of War. Good idea. Correct. If you don't mind yet another suggestion, no, dude, that's why I'm here. I'm here to work with you all to build this thing together. It could be fun. Hold on. That needs to go a little bit higher. Because I don't like the way that straw is clipping the... is clipping the edge there. That's better. It could be fun little mini game walking up to a murder of crows sitting on a wooden fence, and you could choose one to give a shiny coin, rock, anything, and if you guess the lucky lead magical one, it gives you a hint on a monster. If you guess wrong, a penalty, slow running for the day. Yeah. Bonus if you talk trash about the scarecrow in the garden. Yeah, good point, man. It would be pretty fun. It would be pretty fun to do things like that. I think we have to get the basics of the game down, and then we can start to add a lot of like bells and whistles and cool features like that. Because if you put the hay on the ground, it would be obvious that it can be a hiding spot, but you can put it in the cart where it belongs. Yeah, totally. Here. But look, we can also do this now. Here's the cool thing about this, right? Boop. Hiding. Isn't that cool? Can have his like little head poking out. That's cool. So now this will be a place to hide if you want to run away from the monsters. And so every time it collides, we need to have like a little particle effect that shoots hay away. That's going to be fun. In fact, I think I need another one of these elsewhere. That's too cool. All right, so what's KPO? I don't know what that shortcut is. I don't know what this wagon is doing over here, but it's living its best life. We could also have a bunch of, where else would you want to put hay? There's an obvious spot. Near the granary. Local rotation, please. Okay, I'm going to level the ground out there just because it seems to make sense for what we're doing here. Where are we? Terrain 3D. This one, pick the ground height. That location. All right, that's pretty cool. And then we're going to need like a baker. Maybe that's what we put in this space here. We need a baker. Oh, okay. KP0 is numpad 0, I would guess, from Googling. Thank you, Fizz. Nice of you to add that. That would help. If only this is my keyboard. So no numpads for me. Won't be useful for me, unfortunately. Yeah, for sure. Basics first. The idea came to me and I wanted to get written out before I lost it in my skull. No, correct. It's a cool concept. It's a cool idea. I think we need multiples of them around the city. Yeah. That cart filled with the other thing is here, look, the cart is such a cool prop because you can fill it with so much stuff, right? You can make it interesting in so many different ways. The cart's a really, really cool prop. Yeah, for sure. We've got so many different ideas and options for filling this world and making it feel big. I'll keep at it. There's something weird going on with the collision on the on these roofs too. You can kind of slide on them. Oh, hello. We got to fix the collision a lot as well. There's some issues with that. I don't want people getting stuck, ever. So I need to change something about the character collider to do that, to fix that. We have to fix this ground level right there. Terrain, set height, pick height. Let's go with that height. And then, there we go. Especially on this front edge, so much attention goes to that. Change this to 2 meters. All right. Or a big bathtub with foam on top to hide in. Yo, yeah, plants. It'd be cool to have something like that, especially in the classy part of town where it's really nice. Something like a spa with a bathtub. Wouldn't that be cool? I don't like how hard it is to run uphill right now. Oh, and we have to do the colliders for the. Let's fix that while we're at it. We're right here, right now. Let's do it. Windmill needs colliders. Windmill, open, please. Okay, that's a node 3D with the sails. That's a mesh instance 3D. This is the actual mesh. There we go. So add a collision. Sorry, hold on. First, we need a static body. Then this mesh, we're going to need open anyway. Create a collision shape. Create. That can come here. and go there. Zero that out. Now we'll collide with the windmill, and we don't want to save any of that. All right, let's go confirm that we collide with the windmill. The grass is going to make such a difference, guys. All right, these are not real windmills. They're fakes. Lies. Though it's weird that the... Oh, undo that. What was I doing? I was changing height. We didn't want that. That's why I couldn't select the windmill. Oh, okay. I see what I did. There we go. They weren't liars. I just configured them wrong. Well, if you find a tricky collision spot, just put a small tar pit or puddle there to justify the collision. Yeah, though the problem is, like, players get annoyed with, oh, look what the hell happened here. Hold on. Undo, 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 undo. I'm going to have to repaint the height. Ugh, damn it. Somewhere along the line, I messed up the terrain, and I didn't realize I did it. Okay. We're going to use this to pick that point here. And we're going to set the height. We'll have to redo the furrows, unfortunately. Okay. Getting there. All right, now we want to raise the ground ever so slightly. I said ever so slightly. That's still too much. 2%. Make it 1 meter. Ever so slightly in a line where these plants are. All right, cool. Oh, this is really buggered up. What the hell happened? Gonna have to fix the ground there. Make that like 4 meters. I actually like the square now because you see it spinning like a crazy person. I'm going to have to set height again. Pick a point like here. Bring back my fence. And then also, honestly, why wouldn't they walk here? We've got a gate. I think we're going to fix that up too. All right, so let's paint that ground in. I think we're even just going to do this, like paint like that. Do it real harsh like, and then smooth it in. And do it with the rocky one. That's setting ground height. I meant to do this. Paint, damn you. There we go. That's more like it. I think we need a little more noise in this ground texture. Like in lots of cases, like I think introducing some of that other brown really helps it. But yeah, let's try just walking here and see if that works. Oh, this looks ugly. That's ugly. It's all right for now. We'll sort him out later. Do you think the church would allow... What kind of church are we? Are we a snooty church that doesn't allow no farmers to do stuff near it? Or is it a nice church that lynches people but is okay with the... It's okay with a few hay bales right next to it. I'm going to go with the hay bale kind of church. Now, I feel like this one has to go bigger and that one's to go smaller. Scale you Y ways. Like that. Okay. Starting to get somewhere. Looks like a tithe to me. Oh, right. Could be that. But it's also, gameplay-wise, another place to hide. Definitely another place to hide. It's an interesting gameplay mechanic. The fact that you could sit there and observe people. These are an interesting mechanic. I think this... Oh, what the hell? What's this? Oh, how did that happen? No wonder the ground was so messed up. Remember how this... Oh, that's annoying. This really messed up our terrain, guys. That's alright. We'll be fine. Terrain. That's annoying. Set height. Yeah, that's one bit exactly. Good to see you, by the way, Hansblur. I just realized, like, I haven't set height, and you haven't been in a little. It's been a while since I streamed. It's good to see you back, dude. It's good to be back personally. All right, we getting there with this thing. I've got to redo the furrows again. It's annoying that the one time I made a terrain mistake, it goes like straight over all the most important bits of the map. What even happened here? It's really annoying. Okay. Pick a... like 4 or 5 or even like 10 meters at this point. Pick that ground height. This all can go. Set height. I have to be really careful with that terrain. There we go. And then I'll just smooth all this other stuff. And this has to go push down. So to control to lower. Oh, that's so annoying. All right, we're just gonna smooth it all out. Probably honestly through here too. When you focus an object, one thing I don't like is its height. It zooms way out, and that's not useful. Can we see the bottom of this thing? Yes, that should fix it though. Okay, that's one big ass mole heap. Yeah, it was really annoying. Can you lock/freeze the terrain to be safe? Good plan. It's already locked and it doesn't, so no, I don't think so. I don't think we can. All right, 344. I think we're gonna have to wrap up soon, guys. Gonna have to wrap up fairly soon. Let's do one more quick run through. Man, that grass was good. The hay bale, let us first. So where was the hay bale? You know what? This should go over the other anvil, just in case we ever recreate it. That's a way better anvil. There it is. Delete that. Put that in. Scale him down. And now let's get our haystack image. Oh, guys, the corn. The corn. And then this can actually get updated to done. Where's our corn? Our orange. I think our orange needs cataloging. That corn will need regenerating. There it is. That goes way up here. Let's open that chat. This corn is way too high poly. Give it the same treatment as the oranges and make them low poly. All right, cool. We've got more statues today. Let's also try and knock out a couple of statues while we're at it. Okay, we need a Guy Fawkes mask. In the same style of this statue, generate a new statue featuring a Guy Fawkes mask. And then let's see, what do we got next? A lot of stuff, honestly, I need to scale this all down. If I select all of that, will it let me do it? Yes. If any of them deserves to be big, it's probably the architecture, but probably scaled that down too small. Distant objects is a good one. We need to do another pass of distant objects. Now that I think about it, we probably have some good stuff for the distant objects already. We can use this rock as a distant object. And make it just like freaking huge. Transform like 5 times the size. No, less. 3 times. And keep in mind, this has to be seen from a real distance. So we're going to be seeing this from like back here. But it will help break the silhouette up a lot. It's a cool approach to actually like place this thing from the perspective that it will be seen. I mean, that's kind of nice because we get the silhouette. And then these can go on the other side. Yeah, this would be good. And then other big ones on the other side. We don't want that gap, especially since it's, what's it called? It's enfiladed. There we go. What is the mind map diagram app? It looks pretty useful. I love it. It's called TL Draw. So like TLDR and then AW, TL Draw. I really use it to keep a lot of stuff cataloged. I use it for a lot of different projects. Okay, this rotation looks awkward. It's free, yeah. It's actually just like a demonstration app for a library that someone wrote, so you can actually write your own programs with this like charting and graphing thing in React. And that app is just like the demonstration app that they're using to show how their library works. It's like, I do love it. Yo, Nacho, how you doing, man? You're up early. You are up late, I should say. How you doing? I use it for so much. You can lock / freeze terrain to be safe, yeah. Based is inspired by Wolverine, but if you see some Luffy wedding pics, his chest here, you too can be inspired by a Wolverine. I actually had I had the bow tie up quite tight for that, unless I undid it at some point later in the night. But I checked out the video. Nacho. I love how it came out. it really was a pretty good representation of how the whole day was. It was, yeah, it was a really cool event. It was a really cool event. Okay, let's get a better look at this thing. I think those rocks are cool, but we need more of them. More rocks. Okay, stop rocks. Maybe that one's too much. Let's break up the silhouette a little. That one's too high, should anyone see it. But we do want it nice and tall for our silhouette, so again, that's going to get a nice change. I think another such rock, another tall one somewhere here. Not quite that tall. The video is incredible. Yeah, it was pretty cool. It was awesome. It was awesome, Nacho. I really liked it. I really liked it. It captured the day well, you know, even just like the feeling of it. That's a bad silhouette. We don't want that. So that goes down into the ground a little more so that we don't ever get that again. Oh, yo, no way. I didn't realize you could do that. If I move this up, oh my fucking God. Guys, I thought every time you hit F5, it built and ran like a new build of the game, but it doesn't. You can tweak objects and then inspect them in real time. This is going to save so much time. I'm crying both out of happiness that this will save time, and I'm crying for all the time that was lost. I'm crying for both of these things. Does this mean I can I can do this too, guys? Oh, look, he's... Why is he not here though? Look, if I'm moving around, shouldn't I see my dude somewhere? I don't know. I don't understand the rules of these worlds. Yeah, it is kind of hot reloaded. Yeah, how handy is that? That's gonna be really handy. That's gonna be really handy in designing the world, because now I can view it from the player's perspective without having to like move around and reload. So that means maybe like this, tilt it a little forward. Nah, it's just looking awkward. That looks better, more organic. Yeah, that's cool. That castle's a whole vibe, isn't it? It's going to be so good when we add trees to it, guys. The trees are going to really make that object. All right, excellent. There's there's a lot of tweaking we can do. It's just gonna that's the process now, guys. It's endless tweaking to get the environment right. For instance, either the castle gates go down or the floor goes up. I think the floor goes up. Oh no, the castle gates go down, so it matches the other. There we go. And even a little across to get the road better. So that means I can go run to like the front gate see this as from the player's perspective and then tweak things. Oh, that's good. How was your day, Nacho? How's your day? What'd you get up to? Is it all kicking off? Is the year resuming? Okay, we need to fix the gradient right here in this little corner. There's actually a little need to do a bit of terrain tweaking. There and there. Not quite what I had in mind, but I guess. That's not quite it either. 10%. Push that down. Yeah, that works. Now I've built a habit where I Alt 4 instead of letting a thing like stay. Ay, ay, ay. This is not better. Why does it look so much worse? Because there's a steep decline there. See what I just did? I just Control-Z'd. This whole thing was that one mistake with that drag drop. I did one bad drag drop. Like, I don't even know when it did it. And it buggered everything up. That's all right. We'll deal. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. You know what? I like it. I like it. We're gonna go with it. Let's make him. And then we can also do our corn because that corn will work. I think we could low poly it even further, but like this should do. Hyper's 8-hour stream, God of War. Yo, you're right. You're right. It's 3:30. I gotta call it real soon. I'm gonna do those last two assets. Once they're in, then that's it. Then that's it, guys. But God, it is starting to come together, isn't it? We have a lot to do with this world. Oh, look. One thing I want to just do real quick. Look at this. Look at this. If I turn this down, and then I go here, then this goes like up. This goes, hold on, not that. That volumetric fog, guys. Gonna be able to have the fog roll in like this. So we'll be able to have waves of fog. There's some blue light coming through that I don't understand yet. It's probably, it's to do with the ambient occlusion. No, I'm not sure. Maybe it's the sky effect. No. Oh, not that. The other thing is it's still like a blue night. It's like, yeah, I'm telling it to be dark and there's still this like beautiful blue sky. But that fog should get real spooky if I can tweak the settings right. So hold on, let's undo that because we don't want to undo all our beautiful color grading work. Because, yeah, this is going to go from a bright and vibrant game to, like, very dark and spooky game very quickly. I think that's going to make it, yeah, that's really going to make it awesome. Bright and vibrant to dark and spooky. That transition will be really fun. Okay, the other thing we might want to do while we're here is I probably want to get a skybox for the night sky. Guy Fawkes, I was thinking of a Ferrari and was very curious how the mask will turn out. Fieri of Guy for oh yeah no, this is going to be like, at the moment this mask is for Anonymous. We had an Anonymous 10 gifted, which is huge that, you know, somebody would do that just to support the game and not even want to be recognized is like, wow, incredible. Let's see with our images. So many statues. We're through all that. Oh, we need the bushes. That's gonna be an interesting one when we come back to that. It kind of worked for the it surprisingly worked well for the hay. So we might give that another shot. I am getting tired. All right, let's get these in. Let's get these in, and then we'll wrap it up. Damn, I could have done that one. Hold on. Could have done what? God of War? I do think the other thing I want to just like try and do, maybe while we wait for that to generate, is how can I reduce the height of this noise? So we've got a noise texture. I mean, there's not like, I don't know, there's not... It does add to the atmosphere, doesn't it? It makes the world feel bigger, for sure. It makes the world feel bigger, but the scale of those mountains is just too large. And it needs to come way in, way down. Do the little subs I did recently? Hold on. Hold on. What was your question, God of War? You know you got one, right? But they're not showing my name. But then again, it's more funny if you use your name. Hold on. If you're referring to this God of War, we totally have you in here as a statue. Hold on, where are we? In fact, you are number 3 there, right? We've got that epic statue right there. Do the little subs like all of them are gonna have like names on plaques down the line. Trust. And yours is even like huge. We'll need to do something. We'll need to do something like bigger and better. We'll do a bigger, better version of this. But yeah, totally, dude. Totally. It was more a comment. No, no, no. Gotcha. No, but like trust. We will make a big deal out of. We'll make a big deal out of this stuff. We'll get it right. Have they got smaller as time went on? I guess they have. Maybe that's not a bad thing. Thank you again for your support that stream, man. I really appreciate it. I really, really do. I think we need more benches in our environment if I'm being honest. That might what if we put that there? That seems like a good place for a chair. And because churches like their symmetry. It was about doing subs, not showing my screen name. Hold on. Oh, when you did subs and it didn't come up with your screen name? Like when it on my display, like the alert had an issue, or Okay, gotta say, I'm kind of into this corn. Corm, I like it. That's sick. Let's get it in. So we've got orange crate. We're also now going to have a corn crate in our props. Orange crate, corn crate. Create new folder, corn crate. Oh, sorry, God of War. I'm being thick. I'm like that sometimes. It can be very hard when you're doing a million things to get all the context right. It's just forget about it. Okay, hold on. What did I do? What did I do? I want to know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, corn crate. Let's get her in. And then we'll do it in the art tests. And then we'll be good. We'll put a few in the world too, just because they deserve to exist. Okay, one orange crate. Now one corn crate. Create new scene. Corn crate. We'll put you here. And we got to set this to 0, 0, 0. Oh, good. I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry. What am I missing? Let me see. Damn, I could have done that one. Do the little subs I did recently. But that's not showing me my name. But then again, it's more funny if you use your name. Where did I use my name? Okay, I'm sorry, dude. I prefer to just have sky, no mountains. Keep it cleaner looking. Yeah, yeah, that's a really good wall plants. That's a really good point. What I want to do is just reduce the height. I can do it where if I figure out how to affect the height, like the terrain noise, then it should make a difference. I should be able to just like get little hills off in the distance instead of those epic ones that block the beautiful sky. Um, but I'll figure it out. It might not be a today problem though. Um, okay, let's see. So in art tests, let's save our corn crate, move it up, and save it again. Check the scale. Too big, half that size. Import 0.5, 0.5, 0.5. Re-import. And then we'll orient it again. Actually, even transport 0, 0, 0. That's where it clips, so that's good. Let's make sure its size is okay next to... Oh, it's not. I think we're going to go 0.75. 0.75. And re-import that. There is definitely something going wrong with OBJs versus other formats. So I need to investigate this. Let's go into our corn crate. I feel like this needs a shadow mesh, our mesh. How do I affect its surface material? Standard surface material, and then if I bring in albedo, where's our albedo? Albedo, metallic. Not that there's going to be much metallic. Actually, there is. There's the bolts. The roughness. And then our normal map. That's going to make a difference. Still not exactly the same, but it's definitely an improvement. Okay. Let's not go clicking until we know we don't have the terrain selected, because clicking with the terrain selected can fuck everything up. We've learnt that the hard way. And we do not want to fuck everything up. Alright. Orange cart. First corn crate. Let's do it. Corn crate scene. Well, that's not the crate. Orange cart. Yep. Child scene corn crate. And then orange crate can go. We do need the colliders though. Concrete goes up a little. For those objects that need to actually sit on the ground, getting this right is kind of crucial. See, that's just slightly floaty. Shouldn't that hot update now? I don't know if it did. Yeah, what the hell? If this is oranges again, I'm okay, there we go. And that's looking quite nice. That's looking quite good. Corn crate can go. I think every other one. What do you guys think? Or should we have a line of corn and then a line of oranges? I think visual variety is probably better. Can also do randomness, like more randomness. But I don't know. Mixed unsymmetric. Yeah, you're probably right. Crazy Mer, yo, thank you for the. Dude, resubbing at tier 1 for 7 months. That's so long. Thank you, Crazy Mer. I really appreciate that, dude. Don't remember which month was my last one, but we're at 7 now. Whoa, dude, that's incredible. How are you doing, man? How are you doing? Good to see you, dude. Yeah, I'm doing really good, man. I'm doing good. I hope you're doing good too. We're getting to make a game here. I love doing that, so I'm living my best life. Okay, let's see. Orange crate. That rotation's going to come back to bite me now. I added that rotation, and I feel as though, maybe it's not so bad. One more corn here. Those can go just straight on the table. These get deleted. I feel like the alternating is really good. Hope you had a good Christmas and New Year's. Yeah, I really did, Crazy Mo. Having today off since it's a national holiday. Ah, cool. What holiday is it over there? I think we need another kind of fruit just to really mix it up, and then it's going to be feeling so like so busy. So busy with so much stuff. It's also very cool to see like corn there and then corn here. Tomato would be a nicer color. Yeah, that's a good idea. Some reds in there. It's a good idea, plants. 13 days after Christmas, I think it's when the wise men showed up. Okay, okay. And they just make a holiday out of that. Like any excuse to have a good holiday, I suppose. Okay, I said I would import 2 more assets. That's one of them done. I'm really happy with how that corn came out though. We need to get it cataloged. There are so many assets we've probably done but not cataloged at this point as well. How is it going? There's our corn. Let's see. Corn, corn, corn. I see a 9-hour stream in my glass ball. Yeah, you might be right. You might be right. There are certain countries who have today as their main gift day. I guess in Sweden it was like, yeah, no, well, it makes sense canonically, if you think about it, it makes sense. Um, all right. I'm gonna have to fix up the Guy Fawkes. There's too much quality in there. There's too much color there. But we've got it. We've got it. We've got Guy Fawkes in here. Um, let's go to our art tests. Where in the sequence was it? All right, there's our Guy Fawkes mask. I'm gonna need entertaining him for another 40 minutes shouldn't be that hard. Yeah, I do have to get some sleep though. We're getting there. V for Vendetta. That's right. That's right. We got an anonymous gifted sub, so very cool that we got that. I think I even have a placeholder folder ready for this guy. Statues. Anonymous. It's going to be A. Create new folder. Anon. Let's get him in. And where does he actually fall? Okay, hold on. We did do there's a gap and then there's a non. Yeah, I can't believe that imported at about the right scale. 1.5, I think. It's about where it actually needs to be. All right, 1.3. Okay. We have another missing one. Gap, and then that one. All right. We have some work cut out for us. I think I'm going to start the next stream filling these gaps. Coming together, guys. Really coming together. Let's do a little more work with our with those new assets, but like for the most part. Yeah, let's place a little bit more corn through the world, and then we're good. Crazy Mur, yo! Thank you for gifting Mashup Man. I really appreciate that. I can't believe Mashup Man didn't already have a sub. How did that happen? How the hell did that happen? That's awesome, man. Thank you so much. I guess he wanted to put the new statue in the short list of statues. Yeah, there's... Okay, but what is he doing? Hold on. Crazy Mo, what do you mean? This building is bothering me. Maybe the last thing I do on this stream today is just fix up this one building. This one building that's like the worst of all of them in terms of the geometry. It's that one. It's this one. So we'll download this and then we're going to regenerate that. And then from there, get that in and replace the existing asset, which shouldn't be too hard, honestly. To clarify, what is the game you're working on? Crazy Mur, how? Oh my god, I can't believe you haven't seen this. We've been doing it a week and a half now. The game is called Not Monsters. Not Monsters is a social deduction party game. So I'm going for like a medieval Fall Guys. So think medieval Fall Guys. Let me just, I should put this in. Medieval Fall Guys. Also, gameplay like looks like Party Animals Brawler and a werewolf gameplay. So that's the objective. It's yeah. So here's some of the key art, so you can get a sense of what it's gonna like play like. As established in my resub, it's been a while. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Yeah, 7. We're at 7 now. 7 months is insane. Fitzy, what the hell? How are you not followed? You've been here like every stream for a while. You're on a stream streak. You're doing that just like accidentally? How do you know when we go live, man? But yeah, Crazy Mo, it's like coming together quite well. Ah, did I spell that wrong? What did I spell it? How did I spell it? Oh yeah. Medieval instead of IL. Medieval. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Ski. Thanks so much. Yeah, but you can see the world. I think the best way to show the game, Crazy Mirror, is starting to just be like showing the game and running around in it, because the world is coming together quite well. We're slowly building more and more of it. But yeah, a couple of days ago, all we had was like an empty scene, and now we have a character and an environment, and we're starting to build it out. And it's looking good. It's looking good. I can't wait to fix this building on the right. That really needs a fix. And a few objects there need fixing too. We're getting hanged, exactly. It sounds like a fun game. Yeah, so the objective of the game, Crazy Mer, is there's villages and some of them are secretly monsters. And so you have to discover who the monsters are and like, you have to beat them up. So it's going to be a physics fighting game, and then the first person to get beat up every day gets like executed here in the gallows. And then it goes to night. And then during the night, you have to run around the town and do missions to like power yourself up. Or if you're a monster, you have to secretly murder people, or you can sleep to rest and that kind of thing. So it's that's the broad strokes of the idea. That's the concept. That's the idea, guys. But yeah, starting to build out the world for sure. It's starting to come together. Starting to look good. So let's see. The other thing I really should do is define the boundary of the world. So much to do. So many little tasks to deal with. I'm getting tired. First one executed, yeah. Crazy Mermaid. Snolzy is the first to go. I'm still here, Snolzy. I gotta raid out. Okay, so definitely have to raid out. 4 a.m. It's time. It is time. Is Primogen live? Why isn't he on my... Ugh. We've got Jackie Codes who's live. We've got Perry. I mean, who else have we got? Shaggity. Who's this and why am I following him? He's Aussie. Maybe Jackie. Maybe Jackie Codes today. What's she doing? I mean, the Primogen's live here. I'm following him, right? I don't know how I'm not following the Primogen. Okay, one more thing is we're getting that building in and then I'm calling it. Then I'm calling it, guys. So this building, and where's the one that's, yeah, this one. Is this the one that I'm generating right now? It better be. I think it is. I think it is. It'll be fine. It needs a hole all the way through. I got to be careful to make sure that the generation happens to do that because it's a good chance that it won't. Don't go. I'm sorry. I need sleep. Since you have all these tasks to do, yeah, it's very much going to be a matter of that. We're going to have to knock this wall out. Going to have to knock this wall out, guys. That wall needs to go. Because we need our whole like long archway, but this is going to be an improvement on the other one. That's annoying. It inverted, which was the wall. It got it right and then it got it really wrong. Okay. So let's see. We need to update our image to make that generate right, I think. Do we download the improved version and just roll with that? I think we do. Just because this one's so janky, I don't like it. I really dislike it. Tenement 2. Let's open it up and go find this thing in the scene. Where's our Tenement 2? It's not in props, it's in architecture. Tenement 2. There it is. Let's get the name. And get it imported. I think the first step is to open this up. That can go. That can go. Sign frame can stay. Then these things can go. And then that can go in. And let's get the scale back. But I miss you. Oh, it's all right. I played Replay with Family and a couple of people. Snolls, that sounds really fun. That's Beard Meets Food. Who meets food? Fruity Nell and those side. What are you guys? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just confused. Okay, import that at like 10 times the scale. Ooh. More times the scale. 15 times. Okay, that's getting closer now. And I just gotta get its position right. Oh my god, 20 times? I think it's like 20. And at least we can get the positioning right because we still have this silly thing. If I'm not mistaken, I stuck that in. Right there. More than 20? Surely not. Yep. More than 20. Oh my god, it's more than 25. That's getting close. So that is an improvement. Though I don't like that we can't run through the thing. Eats X amount of time limit. Beard Meets Food is a YouTube that films eating contests. Ooh. Beard Meets Food. That makes a lot of sense. And you don't know what we're talking about because you missed the first messages out of order 15 minutes after thinking we're talking about, yeah, sorry, dude. I'm sorry. Oh, the colliders aren't there either. Of course they're not. We're going to have to fix those little holes, but on the whole, I think actually it needs to go bigger. God, it still needs to go bigger. On the import, 28. About there. Oh, even more, I'm sure. Yep, that's about it. All right, I guess... yeah, the colliders are going to be a really interesting one here. Let's go look how bad the damage is here. It's not great. But we can deal. I think we're going to have to make our own colliders for this. Yeah, we'll deal. We'll deal. But we'll also deal another time, I believe. I'm going to do the mature thing. The adult thing. Fuck, am I going to forget this if I come back to it tomorrow? No, I won't. I promise. I'll remember. I'll remember. Remind me, guys, that I'll need to get the ceiling. Sorry, not get the ceiling. I'll need to get the collisions done on this building. That's next. But at least now it's not this giant gaping gap. Why do I just do it? Let's just do it. No time like the present. Sleep is for when you're dead. Maybe I can I could have done it with the other. Could have done it with the other low poly mesh and use that as the collider. That might have been a good play, right? Oh, what did I do there? Hold on. Mesh instance 3D. No, we're gonna go collision body. Shape 3D. That becomes our box, and now box goes to there, and then all the way up to here. And then all the way out to the wall, but not protruding. And all the way out to the other wall. about there. This comes up to the ground. And the other one goes all the way out to that wall. And now we have a rough shape. This one even further. Yep, that's one. Let's add another one. Make it a box. All the way out to this wall now. Come into there. Come to that wall. Wow, that went really wrong. How did I do that so wrong? Okay, getting there. That comes in. All right, one more. Crazy Mer, yo, you've got the nachos spinning. How you doing, dude? You hanging out too? Is that to the music? This is actually a vibe. I'm actually into this song. I don't know what's happening, but I like it. All right, that goes. Yep, there. We still need to do the roof for this thing, but like until there's roof collision, that's probably fine. So let's go back into environment, give it a run. You're just completing your break from work for tomorrow? Nice. Running into walls. Probably going to clip all this other stuff, but how do our washing lines look? They look okay. Need to set up a lot more clipping stuff, but for the minute, let's go with all of that except for that a little further this way. Not quite that far, I guess. So that we get our... Yeah, that's kind of okay. Just gonna go a tiny bit further. Check our washing lines doing the trick. Even further still, huh? Yeah, okay, now that's clipping and that line can go down. Close line 2. All right, sweet. That gets that building in. That's all the things I wanted to get done. I'm going to raid out now. Let's send a raid to... As much as I want to do the Primogen, he's just he's a little busy. Is Jackie Codes actually coding? I don't know. Let's see. 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 I don't know if she is. What is she doing? Oh, she's bailing. Oh, that was the end. Oh, that makes it easy, guys. PvP typing game sounds fun. Alright, let's do Perry. Here we go. We're doing a raid. That's it. Nearly 9 hour stream, guys. Yo! And a huge one it was. A huge stream it was. Goodbye, Blue Wings. Good luck. Goodbye, God of War. Sorry about the misunderstanding before. Didn't mean to do that. Good night, Mashup Man. Good night, Crazy Mur. So many of you are actually watching, which is really, really nice. Bye to Draggy Hans. See you guys. Sleep really well. Ricardo, yo, very active. Make Perry feel welcome. Really, she does some really cool stuff, guys. So, all right. Good night. Sleep well. I plan to be back tomorrow, so I'll see you all then to keep the game jam moving. Happy I could catch the end of the stream. Yeah, me too. Me too, Crazy Mer. I'm sorry that you caught only the end too, Blue Wings. Unless you've been lurking for a while, I really appreciate it. Have a great night. Sleep well, everyone. If you're going to bed, have a good day. If you're going to work, I've been lurking. No, I'm glad you got to see some cool stuff. I'm glad you got to see it. So awesome, guys. Have a great night. I'm gonna raid out. See you guys.